Welcome to the Story of the Mates series. I stood next to Braxton and listened on as he went through his plans for tonight. I couldn't lie and say I wasn't worried that something bad might happen tonight. And if I was being really honest, I was also more than a little upset that we all had to be going through this mess in the first place. Nonetheless, on the night I was going to be introduced to the pack for the first time, it's no secret Patrick and I haven't always seen eye to eye. And I get that he's apologized, and I respect the fact that he's Mariah's mate. But truth be told, I hated that his carelessness from his past was now affecting all of us. Tonight should be a happy night. And my only worries should be not falling in front of everyone or someone not liking me. Now I have to worry about the safety of my friends as well as my Braxton. "You guys ready?" Braxton finally asked. I could tell he wasn't feeling tonight either. But as of late, he seemed worn out and stressed. Whatever the reason, I hope it goes away soon because I miss the Braxton I first fell in love with. I watched on a little jealously as Patrick gave Mariah a loving peck before we all exited the office. Ryder immediately came around to my other side. "Everything good?" he asked. Braxton nodded. "Everything's fine. Just filling in Patrick on what I want from the elite tonight, and Vance needed to be informed on keeping an eye on the girls. Some of the pack members might not take too kindly to have non-wares in the pack house." Ryder seemed to understand. I wished Braxton would just tell him what's going on. Ryder looked down at me and offered a soft nod of his head. It was his equivalent to a smile. "Luna Harper." I blushed a little. I guess I should get used to that. Braxton sighed heavily. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. "You aren't marked yet, so no one will really acknowledge you as the Luna just yet." My smile faltered and I nodded my understanding. "Truth is, I'm the one who's been keeping Braxton at arm's length, so to speak. If he had things his way, I would have been marked, mated, and married, and this presentation would be happening last on the list of things. But in my perfect world, I'd do it all backwards. You see, I want to know Braxton fully, and that includes him as an alpha as well as his pack before I commit to marrying him. It's also no secret that I'm saving myself for marriage. And that's something that I have been firm on. Of course, there have been intimacies that have taken place in the form of exploration with hands and mouths. But I just couldn't bring myself to actually go through with actual intercourse. And for the most part, Braxton understands my reservations and has never exactly pushed me toward anything I'm not 100% ready for. I respect him for that. But as I've held off on physical intimacy, obviously, I haven't taken his mark, and in a perfect world, I would take his mark. The defining symbol that we are one, Alpha and Luna. On the night of our wedding, when I give myself to him fully. But of course, life has a funny way of making things happen that you hadn't planned for. From Elise and Vance, losing and then regaining their wolves, to Patrick and Mariah's stalker situation, and everything in between. It's no wonder a year has passed by quicker than we expected. Now Braxton and I are having to rush through what should have taken place throughout the year. But we missed our mark. Our year had come and gone, and now we were playing catch-up and hoping the consequences wouldn't be too harsh on us. Mainly Braxton. And I can't lie. This rush has caused some tension between Braxton and I. So much so that I've moved back into my parents' place. Something I haven't exactly had the heart to tell the girls. Now, don't get me wrong. I love Braxton with everything I have in me. But everything is happening so fast that I just needed something that I can control. So moving out was the best option for me, and it's also limited our temptations as well. Because when you're trying to keep your virtue intact, but you happen to live with the hottest guy on the planet, it isn't easy. Gorgeous. I looked over at Braxton. I had been so lost in thought that I wasn't paying attention to anything that was going on. "I'm gonna need you to be focused tonight, Harper," he said, slightly agitated. I didn't like this stressed out Braxton. "I get that he's stressed, but don't take it out on me." "Yes, sir," I replied sarcastically. He sighed heavily before pulling me into a hug. "I'm being a jerk." "I'm sorry." I hugged him back. "Just remember that you love me and I love you, and tonight is about us." He smiled and nodded. "It is. But I also need to make sure you are safe no matter what. So please try and focus, because I'm going to have to be away from you tonight, and you can't even begin to understand how hard that is for me, knowing there's potentially someone dangerous here." I nodded. "Braxton." He took my hand, ready to walk us out, but paused when I called out to him. I smiled at him and looked into his handsome face. Happy anniversary. His entire demeanor seemed to soften now. Happy anniversary, gorgeous. I'm sorry it wasn't anything romantic. I shook my head. We'll have time for romance when we're alone. I understand this needs to be done, though. He moved to kiss me, and we finally made our way outside. He led us through the crowd of people. He talked to them and some made conversations with me as well, and before I knew it, he was speaking to the entire pack and asking everyone to listen up now. My heart began to race. It was time. Everything from that point seemed to be happening in slow motion. Every footstep seemed heavy and prolonged. Every breath was labored and shaky. I found myself swallowing to make sure my mouth wasn't drying out. I followed behind Braxton timidly. But he stopped us. We'll wait until Ryder's up there first. And from this point on, you will always be seen as my equal. So no more hiding behind me, he said lovingly. I nodded, and he kissed my forehead. This is easy. So don't be nervous, okay? Easier said than done. I'm just fixing to go walk out into a pack of wolves, and you're going to tell them I'm going to one day be their Luna. Me. Just a regular old non-wear. No. We are going to walk out to address my pack, and I am going to share with them that you are my mate, and together one day we will run this pack as Alpha and Luna, he amended. His words sounded pretty and promised that everything would go smoothly. Too bad I'm too much of a pessimist to believe him. I stood next to Braxton as he used his booming voice to speak to everyone in the vast backyard. There seemed to be a never-ending field of people, but every single person had their eyes glued to Braxton and listened on as he spoke. So it is with the great honor and pleasure that I finally get to introduce you all to my lovely mate. Harper Carson. The crowd clapped and some literally howled with excitement. Braxton settled them all down, his own smile on full display. Now, Harper, from this day forward, you are hereby a part of this pack. And I will speak for everyone in saying I can't wait for the day when you become our Luna. Everyone cheered a little, and I couldn't help but smile in return. Now, let the celebrations begin. Braxton finished before the music started up, and everyone seemed to go on with their business. Some made their way inside, while others simply turned to the people they were standing next to and struck up conversations. There was a ton of food and drinks and no lack of people. Priscilla came over to me excitedly and pulled me into a tight hug. Oh, congratulations, honey. If you're ready, it's my duty as the former Luna to present you to pack members as their future Luna. I looked over at Braxton. He gave me a proud smile and nodded. I half expected him to kiss me goodbye like he used to. But as soon as his mother wrapped her arm around my shoulders and began to walk me away, he too seemed to take off. I was ushered to group after group meeting this person and that person. Priscilla introduced me to so many people that I felt like I was being ambushed, and I couldn't remember any of their names. Final group. She smiled. Thank goodness. She walked me over to Elise's parents and Patrick's family. Thankfully, Elise, Vance, and Mariah were also there. Seeing as Patrick and Braxton were gone, I knew they'd still be patrolling. Future Luna, Elise's dad said, with a teasing sort of courtesy. It made us laugh, but I mimicked him as well. Mr. Auckland. The mood seemed lighter as we all continued to laugh and the conversations came easily. Of course, it didn't last long, as soon the music seemed to stop and everyone was confused. Worried looks and wild whispers erupted before a scream sounded. Vance didn't waste any time in rushing us back into the house. He took us into the office and closed the door behind us. Vance, we should go out there and find out what happened. Elise sounded angrily. He merely shook his head. Elise is right. What if something happened to Braxton or Patrick? I spoke up. I promised I'd keep you ladies safe. It's Patrick. Mariah sounded weakly before she fell to the floor. Shocked and scared, we all rushed forward to her side, being the one to help her sit up slightly. He's hurt, she cried. I can feel it. He's in pain and I'm not there. My heart fell. Elise moved quickly, taking Mariah into her arms. The commotion outside the office was crazy. Then everything stilled. The only sound that could be heard was Mariah's soft sobs. Vance seemed like he was in a trance before he acknowledged us. Braxton's sending everyone home. He knows we're in here. Patrick was attacked, but the people responsible are being dealt with. He filled us in. Just then Braxton let himself into the office. I gave him an unsure smile, but he looked away from me as he approached Mariah. He talked to her a little before offering her a one-armed hug. "If you'd like, Patrick is up in the room you two share." Seeing as Dr. Pollock was here for the presenting. "Patrick's already being treated." She thanked him and wiped her face before leaving the office. Braxton thanked Vance for handling the situation well and keeping us safe, and soon both Elise and Vance were gone. Braxton walked over to the front of his desk and placed his hands on the edge. He leaned a little before he sighed heavily and hung his head. "What a night, huh?" I offered, trying to lighten the heavy mood. He shook his head. "It was all my fault." "What?" I asked. "No. Braxton, this isn't your fault." My mind was preoccupied. He continued as if he didn't hear me at all. "I was so worried that something was going to happen to you while I was away that I wasn't paying attention, and that's when they got Patrick." "What happened?" "There were two of them. We were right about the whole scorned lover thing. Only it was more than one girl. One named Lola, the other named Whitney. Turns out the girls met when Whitney found her mate in Lola's older brother. The girls were angry at the fact that Patrick basically used them, then to add fuel to the fire, so to speak. After her time with Patrick, Whitney got pregnant. She didn't tell her parents and couldn't afford to take care of a baby on her own, so she went with what she thought was her only option. A back-alley abortion a few towns over. With all of today's modern medicine and medical advances, people are still getting botched abortions, I asked skeptically. "In the work community, it's as big a no-no as it is for old Catholics," he responded. "See, wares are all about loyalty and family, so to knowingly kill a baby is one of the worst things a ware can do." I wanted to go all hyper-feminist on him and start yelling that it's her body, and therefore it's her choice what she does with it. But I could see this was weighing heavily on him. He merely continued. "There's a guy who offers abortions a few towns over. He's a rogue, so you can only find him through the grapevine. But his work is known to leave lasting problems. One of those problems is the inability to have any more children. You can see now why the girls were so pissed. Whitney can never have kids, and both Lola and Whitney thought it was Patrick's fault." My head was swimming with all of this new information. I watched as Braxton looked down at his watch and sighed once more. He took a moment to himself, and soon Ryder was in the office. "You called for me, Alpha?" "Yeah." Braxton sounded tired. "Harper and I are taking off to the lake house, so I'm gonna need you to hold down the fort. Keep me up to date on Patrick, and with the threat gone, Mariah is more than welcome to go back home if she wants to. Of course, she's also welcome to stay as long as she'd like as well." Ryder nodded his understanding. "Braxton, we can't leave now. Your cousin is injured to who knows what extent." I said, "I know I shouldn't question him or talk about our arrangements in front of other people, Ryder included. But how could he possibly expect us to leave at a time like this?" "That'll be all, Ryder," he added. He waited for Ryder to leave the office before turning to face me. He wasn't upset. More worried than anything. "Harper, come midnight you will be in full-on heat mode. I've already explained the dangers of having you around other guys, and so help whatever bastard who tries to mark you." I rolled my eyes. "The trip can wait. What if the brother tries to attack in retaliation for what happened to his sister and mate?" He shook his head firmly. "This isn't just a fun week away to ourselves like a mini vacation. No, this is me, keeping my mate safe, even if that means I send you away alone while I stay here to make sure everything is fine." It seemed like no matter what I said or did, one way or another it looked as if I was going to the lake house whether I liked it or not. And to make things worse, it looked like I may be going by myself now. True to his word, Braxton and I left shortly after our discussion. To say I was less than thrilled with the idea of leaving when friends and family need us would be a huge understatement. For the first time ever, I was genuinely mad at Braxton. Pout if you want to, gorgeous. But this is something I will not budge on. He sounded tiresome. As we rode on in silence, I was beginning to feel antsy. I kept fidgeting and get frustrated with my seatbelt. "Are we almost there?" I asked, annoyed. "I need to get out of this car," I finished, feeling more than a little restless. "We'll be pulling in soon." And just like he said, we did in fact pull up to the familiar large lake house. In the year that we have been together, we did manage to get our house together as well as the lake house. Before. The lake house had 7 rooms, but most of the rooms were mainly doubling as storage, so only 3 rooms were only ever used for company to stay in overnight. Since then, Priscilla and I sorted through all of the random belongings. She kept some but sold off or donated most of it. He had all of the bedrooms done over. We donated all of the old bunk beds and instead put twin beds into the rooms. That way, if couples stayed in the room, they could push the beds together. Other rooms had trundle beds, so this offered more bedding for multiple people to sleep in the rooms. Lastly, my handsome boyfriend converted one room into a library just for me, with large, comfy love seats and floor-to-ceiling bookshelves that lined the walls perfectly. Only one wall was left bare, and Braxton had a large window installed for maximum lighting and an amazing view of the trees and the lake. Having planned to come to the lake house, Braxton grabbed our bags out of the trunk and I used my keys to open the place up. I turned off the alarm and turned on the lights. I had to admit, it always felt good coming back to the lake house, but even as I smiled at the place, I felt off. "You okay, gorgeous?" I turned to see Braxton setting the bags down and locking the door behind him. I nodded, but he walked over to me. He caresses my face gently before taking me into his arms. I rested the side of my head against his body. "Your heat has started," he acknowledged softly. "Please don't leave me." I was scared. I didn't know what this whole heat would entail. "I won't leave you. Not tonight, at least. But I may have to go to check on the pack. And like you pointed out, the guy could try and attack us for holding his sister and mate. A retaliation ambush. I hated myself for even bringing it up now. Dumb question. But is it normal to feel so hot? He nodded sadly. "How about I set the alarm and meet you up in the room? I'll draw a cool bath for you to try and ease some of your discomfort." I nodded and did as he suggested. Only instead of waiting for him, I started my own bath. I stripped out of my clothes just as Braxton was walking in. "Shh. Sorry." He sounded of walking in on me fully unclothed now. I got into the tub and relished in the feeling of the cool water touching my skin. As weird as it was, I felt the need to have Braxton in there with me. "Don't leave," I urged. I could see he was struggling with himself to keep from outright staring at me. Granted, we've messed around before, it's always been in the dark or with some clothes still on. But here I was in the bright restroom on full display for him. I should feel even a little self-conscious. And yet, I didn't. Actually, quite the opposite. Something in me was wanting him to see us like this. Needed him to see us fully. "This is a little tempting for me, gorgeous." He sounded unsure. "Look at me." I pleaded with him. Even I could hear how seductive my words had come off now. That was all it took for him to carefully look at me. First, he locked eyes with me and kept his eyes on mine. But all too soon, I watched as his gaze strayed away to take in my body fully. I could almost feel as his eyes raked over my form and my center throbbed for his touch. I carefully moved to enter the tub now. I took a seat on the ledge of the tub, my back to him as I tested the water with my feet first. It was cool and did in fact feel amazing on my skin. But there was something else I want. His touch. I looked back at him and smiled as I noticed he was still watching me. "Join me," I asked softly. And that was all it took. Soon Braxton was moving to remove his own clothes and join me. I didn't hide the fact that I was staring at him as he made his way over to me. He got into the tub behind me and pulled me into his chest. Feeling the closeness of his body against mine, the feeling of our bodies together in the water was wonderful. He kissed my shoulder before he laid back and let out an audible sigh as he tried to relax now. But our lovely calm was soon interrupted by this growing agitation in me. I sighed heavily. "I just want this to be over already," I said through my teeth. He sat forward and hugged my upper body as he placed another beautiful kiss atop my shoulder. "If you want, I can take it all away. No more discomfort," he said as he kissed me closer to my neck. "No more heat." This time he kissed my jaw. "No more sexual frustration." At this, I rolled my eyes. I was enjoying his kisses before he mentioned physical intimacy, and I grew extremely irritated. "You only want to mark me so you can have sex. That isn't true, and you know it," he stated calmly. I could even hear the small smile in his words. "Oh, please," I sounded as I began to get out of the tub. I walked over to the linen closet and wrapped a thick towel around my body. "Just admit it. You hate that I'm saving myself." I respect that you're holding on to your virginity until you are ready. He corrected me. I shook my head. Fine. Then admit that once you mark me, I'll be more willing to have sex with you. He got out of the bathtub as well and also grabbed a towel. Only he tied his around his waist. Of course, once I mark you, our bond will be stronger, and the urge to fill our sexual needs will be stronger. But I would hope you know me well enough to know that I would not pressure you into anything you aren't ready for. Oh, like how you're not currently pressuring me into taking your mark, I asked sarcastically. He sighed but remained calm. Gorgeous. I'm not pressuring you. I'm merely stating that my mark can remedy all of this, including this urge to want to fight with me tonight. I can assure you that I don't want your mark tonight. And as you mentioned, I am too much of a temptation for you during my heat, Braxton. If you're going to be here at the lake house, you might want to choose another room to stay in to ensure we don't both do something we'll regret. With Braxton out of the restroom, I resigned to having a shower. My body was still hot, so I opted on a cooler shower than I'd normally have. As I stood under the large shower head, I couldn't help but feel bad about what I'd just told Braxton, and I knew he was right. But all of this is just happening faster than I'd like. And I know once we get home, things will begin to go even faster as I've officially been presented to his pack. Next, we'll be sitting down with the council and asking them to allow me to become Braxton's Luna, even though I am neither married to or marked by him. Something that has never been granted before. Once I felt that I had washed the events of the night away, I finally got out of the shower. I got dressed in a t-shirt and a pair of fresh underwear before making my way back into the bedroom. Of course, Braxton wasn't there. I felt like a complete ass. I sighed, knowing I had been way harsh on him. I knew deep down he meant well. But I need him to realize this is all new and weird to me. Then again, he isn't a mind reader. He wouldn't know how I'm feeling unless I actually tell him. I got into the bed and pulled out my cell phone from my purse on the nightstand. I found his number and pressed it without hesitation. He answered almost immediately. Gorgeous, I'm just in the office. He answered. I'm sorry. You have no need to apologize, Harper. He sounded sweetly. I do. I'm always going on about us communicating, and here I am being a hypocrite. I'm just freaking out and really just want my boyfriend's understanding and patience. Gorgeous, I get it. And I'm really trying here. But I don't know how much more I can do to help you through this than what I know. And risking another argument, I'm just gonna say that the only way I know how to help you is by marking you. I know. I sighed. And I know you mean well. But I'm just not ready yet. I understand. And I'm going to take your advice as well. What's that? I asked, a little concerned now. I think you're right. I think it would be in our best interests if we stayed in separate rooms while we're here. During the day, I'm going to monitor the pack. But I'm going to ask you to stay here for your safety and my sanity. I felt heartbroken. I felt like he was pushing me away. Realistically, my head told me not to worry about him, and that I was overthinking things. But why did I feel so sad? Do you have to stay away from me? He sighed heavily. Gorgeous. I don't want you to feel pressured in any way. I won't. I overreacted earlier. I just really want you with me. Are you sure? He asked skeptically. I nodded, knowing he couldn't see me. I can't do this without you, Braxton. I heard his heavy sigh. Let me just put my things away and I'll be up shortly. I hung up and placed my cell phone on the nightstand. I turned off the lamp, knowing if I saw him I would crave him. It was already more than enough that soon I'd feel his touch and I'd have to do everything in my will to keep my wits about me. In no time I heard the door to the bedroom open. I listened on as Braxton let himself in, careful with his every footfall. Pulled back the blanket and got into the bed. Both of us lay near each other. No one touching the other. It was more awkward than the first time we shared a bed. Neither of us wanted to speak as we didn't know what to say. So, I attempted to break the tense silence. Are you all right? He asked. I've been better. But new complaints. I have to warn you. He sounded calmly. Even in the dark, I could vaguely make out his facial profile as he looked up at the ceiling. I know you might not want to hear it, gorgeous. But before the week is up, it will get worse. Much worse. Physical pain, as well as emotional. He put in slightly cautiously. I hate knowing there isn't anything I can do, he added. This time he shifted only slightly, so his hand cradled my face just so. His normally warm hand seemed to cool my inflamed cheek. Every stroke of his thumb seemed to leave a chilly trail. I turned to face him now. I'm sorry. But why does this have to be so permanent? Isn't there another way to ease the pain without having to take your mark? Does the thought of me marking you really upset you so much, Harper? It isn't that at all. I tried to amend. I do want to take your mark and be your Luna one day. But with everything going on this past year, I feel like our relationship has taken a back seat. I haven't gotten to just enjoy being your girlfriend before finding out I was your mate. I quickly came to terms with that, and now I've been presented as your future Luna of your pack. I haven't even had time to wrap my head around what that all entails, and here I am, expected to take your mark. And then what? Marriage and babies. Or is marriage not even necessary? I know it seems like a lot, but it really isn't. No. I sounded stubbornly. It may not seem like a lot to you because this is all you know. This is what you've been taught your whole life. But me, I was just sort of thrown into all of this. And I don't want to hurt your feelings, but try and see things from my point of view. This is my entire life changing. This is me committing to being with one man for the rest of my life without having even dated another guy. Swearing to help lead and protect thousands of people. But I'm only a teenager. The realization became overwhelming. I let my emotions come forward, and Braxton did his best to comfort me as I cried myself to sleep. Hey, baby sis, Val said happily as I let her into the lake house. It had been 3 days being locked away in the lake house. I was starting to go stir crazy. It took some coaxing, but I finally got Braxton to allow me some company. He, of course, suggested Elise and Mariah. But truth be told, I didn't want them to see me in this state. In short, I am embarrassed. But having my sister here meant that for even a short time I didn't have to talk about Lunas, Marks, or even Weris in general. I'm glad you came, I said as she let herself in and I closed the door behind her. And I really love that you're letting your hair get long again. What's it been, 3 or 4 years now? Thanks, H. And honestly, not since high school. But figured it was time for a change. What's the saying? New hair. New me. I laughed a little. I'm pretty sure you're thinking of New Year. New me. But you look good anyways. And I meant it. The length of her hair made her seem her true age, instead of the mature vibe she tired to give off. For as long as I can remember, Valerie always tried to be much older than she actually is, but this styling made her seem younger. Innocent, almost. This could also be in part to the fact that she wasn't wearing as much makeup as she usually does. So you said this is Braxton's place. I swear, H. You struck gold when you bagged him, she said with a sigh. I'm sure you'll find a guy just as good as Braxton. She shook her head no. I've sworn off boys. As well as partying. I'm trying to really focus on myself and school. I am so proud of you, Val. She smiled, her beautiful smile. It was genuine and warm. Well, I said, as you can see, we have plenty of space here if you'd like to stay. It's a little cool out, otherwise I'd suggest taking a swim in the lake. She brushed the idea away. You know I burn in the sun. She smirked. It was true. Ever since we were kids, Valerie has always had such fair skin. And her porcelain-like exterior never fared well. Turning lobster red in only a short time in the sun. Well, how about we go to the movies then, she offered. I made a face. I couldn't tell her that Braxton wouldn't allow me to leave without him. I knew it sounded archaic even to me, but I also understood his precautionary reasoning behind it. My sister, however, she'd hear that and all sorts of red flags would go up. What's wrong, she asked, her doe eyes full of concern. Oh, I just haven't been feeling my best. That's kinda why I'm here. Braxton doesn't want me getting worse, but if you want, we have a theater room down in the basement. I offered. I can order us some food, and we can watch Audrey Hepburn movies all day. I knew it'd be hard for her to resist Audrey Hepburn, and she happily agreed. I let her explore the place while I ordered the food. Once she was bored, we gathered some snacks and drinks from the kitchen, and I showed her to basement. This should hold us over until the pizza gets here, I said as I opened the door to the basement. Once she got a glimpse inside, her eyes grew huge. Okay, seriously. How loaded is this guy, she asked. I shook my head. Braxton and I don't really discuss finances, but I know his family is pretty well off. She gave me a look that asked me to explain myself better, so I tried. Well, I do know. When his father passed away, he was left a sizable insurance alongside his mother. But honestly, I don't know too much about any familial finances outside of that. But he invested his money into this lake house. I smiled. I mean, it is beautiful, she offered. I nodded. Brax knows we come here so much, and we also invite our friends and family over when we do come, that he wanted this place to pretty much have everything in terms of entertainment. So it was only recently that we renovated the rooms. He put in a library and this theater room, and out back, of course, there's the lake. But there's also a lake house that essentially doubles as a man cave, so that's where all the games and pool table are. And if the lake isn't really your thing, then we've also got the hot tub, and I'm thinking about having a fire pit installed for those nights you just really want s'mores. She looked at me awestruck. What I asked slightly humored. She shook her head. Nothing. Spit it out, Val. It's just, you two aren't like secretly married or anything, are you? She sounded. I balked. What? No. I mean, I wouldn't blame you. You two love each other. He's good looking. He's obviously rich. It's just the way you talk and the life you live. I mean, I know you moved back home and all. But you know you could tell me anything, right? I smiled. I know, and thank you. Truth be told, you're probably the only person right now who I could tell anything to and wouldn't feel judged. But I promise Braxton and I aren't married. Not even engaged yet, I said, holding up my bare left hand. She smiled. Okay. So, have you had sex yet? At this, my face instantly heated up, and the slight discomfort I had been experiencing all week seemed to be becoming increasingly worse. No. But it has been brought up. And she wondered. Actually, as of lately, I've seriously been contemplating it. I admitted honestly. It was the first time I was saying it out loud. Maybe it's these past few days of the heat, or maybe I'm tired of holding out, but I had been thinking about it lately. A lot, actually. He isn't pressuring you. No. That isn't Braxton at all, I assured her. But yes, it is something we have discussed, and he definitely knows my stance on the trying to save myself for marriage. But lately the temptation has been super high. That's why I chose to move back to Mom and Dad's. I admitted. Then I sighed. I know he'd never push me to do something I didn't want to. But that's what if I do want to do it. I mean, after I've gone all Molly Morals on everybody about saving yourself only to cave and just do it. Look. I'm not exactly abstinence, Abby, she said in reference to my stupid Molly Morals remark, and I smirked because of it. While I get your morals. If you are ready, it's okay to have sex. But how will I really know if I'm genuinely ready? Well, we listen to our bodies, she put delicately. No one would look down on you if you did give in to your urges. Hell, it's nobody's damn business to begin with. What you do with your own body. Just know that I know you're a good person. You know you are a good person, and more importantly, you trust Braxton. I nodded. He's been a saint throughout this whole experience. She nodded now. Look. If you are able to save yourself and that's something that you want to do for yourself and not for the approval of society and others, then kudos. If not, and you just so happen to sleep with your boyfriend, well then, welcome to the 21st century, honey. I smiled. I knew this decision was mine alone. But if I was being honest, she had me wondering now. Why was I saving myself? Sure, it's how I was raised. But is that reason enough to not do it? I mean, religiously speaking, I know it's frowned upon to have sex out of wedlock. But surely there'd be some loophole about sleeping with the man you're going to marry. As I thought about it further, I had come to the stony conclusion that the only reasons I had truly been saving myself for marriage still was because I knew it's what my parents and I felt like everyone expected from me. I'm the good one. The daughter who gets perfect grades and had perfect attendance. Before I found out where's existed. Doesn't stay out past curfew. Or go out partying every weekend. Always on time. And if I'm running late for some reason, I call and let them know what's going on. I'm the reliable one. The predictable one. I knew I was worried that they'd judge me. And scared of how they'd view me afterward. I knew I was also scared physically and emotionally. Yes, I wondered if it would hurt, and what if I just didn't like it the way most people seem to enjoy it. But more so, as I looked at my sister, my heart panged with sadness. Beautiful girls like Mariah and Valerie. The ones who always wore their heart on their sleeve. They opened themselves up completely to allow men in with the hopes of love, only to find themselves used and discarded shortly after. I thought of how my friend had found her happily ever after in Patrick of all people, and hoped with my whole heart that the same could be said of my sister. I sighed as the movie started. I was worried. I didn't want to give my entire self to one guy only to have him so carelessly disregard me afterward. Of course it's Braxton. He would never do that. Would he? The day seemed to come and go as Valerie and I had spent nearly the whole day talking and watching movies. When Braxton came back to the lake house, he greeted my sister warmly, and together the three of us prepared dinner. So Val, how are you enjoying this year's college experience? Braxton asked. I could tell talking with her seemed a little forced. I felt a little bad for that, considering I flipped out when I found out he and Val had gone to dinner together last year. Oh. I watched as she pushed around the food on her plate in an attempt to avoid eye contact. Perhaps this was just as awkward for her as it was for him. If I'd have gone to school straight out of high school, I'd be done already. But being my second year isn't too bad. I had to unfortunately pull out of the sorority. I really want to focus and just graduate. And while the Greek life was fun and all, it was actually pretty exhausting. Exhausting? I asked. She nodded. Yeah, we were constantly doing fundraiser for various organizations and small businesses. When we weren't doing that, we had to do a lot of volunteering, and to remain relevant to the other Greek houses, we would put in the occasional party, which of course is a pain to clean up afterward. You know, I got in because I thought it would be constant partying, but to be honest, that chapter really only had 3 big parties throughout the school year. Well, didn't you enjoy any part of it? Braxton asked. Oh, don't get me wrong, I really loved being in the sorority. Raising money for hardworking charities. Helping others who truly need the help. And being in the house means you have to maintain a certain grade point average. She filled us in. So in a lot of ways, the organization humbled me and also gave me a better grip at being a decent human being. It also taught me how to really focus on school and set up study zones. Kinda wish I had a study partner or group I could join. But I know it's kinda late in the school game to just jump into someone's established study group. Oh, Braxton. What about Ryder? I suggested. He looked at me and smiled. That's not a bad idea, gorgeous. I can set you up with my best friend Ryder if you're serious about studying a little harder. Braxton sounded. I remember Ryder. She recalled. He was the one who helped you move. Right, I nodded. Yeah. Val, he'd be a great study partner. He's in school to be a pediatrician, so all he knows is studying. I smiled. I couldn't impose, she said, a slight blush dusting her already pinked cheeks. No imposition. As your sister said, Ryder's practically a professional student. Trust me, he really won't mind. Oh. Well, thank you. We talked a little longer before Valerie excused herself to have a shower and go to bed, as I'd convinced her to stay the night. I went up to get her some pajamas that I'd purchased in case we have company over. Hey, thanks for letting me stay here. Anytime. I nodded. And, thanks for the whole study partner suggestion. I really am serious about buckling down and getting my head into the books. As much as I love learning about the subject, I kinda hate being in class, so I'm trying to graduate early. I think that's great, Val. She smirked and shrugged. The more I think about it, I feel kinda lazy for wanting to sort of get it over and done with. But can we just keep that part to ourselves? I don't want to look like a failure if I can't graduate early, you know. I nodded. It seemed like I wasn't the only one worried about what others would think. No problem, I said as I handed her the pajamas. I've got a dress you can wear tomorrow. It's cool. I can just rock this back home, she said as she looked down at her high-waisted jeans and vivid red midriff top. Something I personally could never pull off. Well, we're just down the hall if you need anything, I said. Harper. I'm fine. Go and enjoy your night with your man, she said with a slightly suggestive hint in her words. I blushed and turned to leave. Once I had cleaned the dining room and Braxton and I finished up the dishes together. He had some work to finish up while I went online to finish up an assignment that was nowhere near due, but I needed to kill some time, and I also welcomed the distraction of the gnawing pain that was beginning to arise from within. I'm going up to bed, handsome. Oh, hang on and I'll go with you, he said. I smiled and walked into the office and watched him finish up. What are you looking at, gorgeous? He asked playfully as he caught me staring at him. I shrugged. You always look so handsome when you're lost in thought or concentration, I admitted. Well, thank you. But I really am done now. You ready? He asked as he held his hand out for mine. I smiled and gladly took his hand before we began to make our way up the stairs. So I've been thinking, I said as I turned down the bed. He pulled his shirt over his head and stood bare chest as he now gave me his full and undivided attention. What's up, gorgeous? Desire flamed through my veins as my heartbeat sped up. My breathing became heavy and I squeezed my eyes shut in an attempt to rein in the onpouring of instant lust for him. It actually took me a moment. You okay? He asked gently. I could hear the genuine concern in his words. I nodded. Just needed a moment, I said as I finally opened my eyes. I focused in on his eyes as I continued talking. So I was mulling some things over and contemplating. I want you to mark me. I could see the excitement in his eyes flare up instantly. I held my hand up before he took it too far. Hey there, Alpha. Reel it in, please. I want to add that while I do want you to mark me, I don't want to be marked like this. Well, not my official Luna marking. What do you mean? He asked, more than a little confused. Well, when I say that, I mean Ellie and Mariah have clearly taken their mates' marks, and it didn't mark them as a Luna. Is there a way you could mark me without everyone knowing? Gorgeous. The point of my mark is so that people can then recognize and acknowledge that you are the mate of an Alpha. More so that you are a Luna? I sighed. Oh. I just assumed. Hey. I'm new to this too, remember? And I mean, I could try to mark you without officially marking you, he offered sweetly. Did you have a spot in mind? I forgot that he'd technically have to love bite me. And I blushed. I shook my head. Surprise me. That was all it took before his wolf woke up. I got into the bed as I watched his eyes black out. Everything was burning for his touch. And I knew immediately that he could feel my pure want for him because he didn't miss a beat as his mouth came crashing down on mine. But things went very fast after that. Our closeness intensified rapidly. Our kisses were hot and filled with lust and passion. I cherished his intimate touch. And the feeling of his affections was exactly what I wanted. As I let pleasure build within me, I mindlessly stroked the back of his head and slightly guided his mouth to each exposed area. The feeling of his mouth and his fast, intimate touch was exactly what I wanted. I reached my climax, overwhelmed by the intense eruption of pleasure. And as I reached my climax, I also felt him bite down into my left wrist. At first, it took me by surprise. But as he removed his teeth and then licked the same spot, my body sort of twitched as the most intense gratification overcame me. The absolutely most delicious blend of euphoria and elation coursed through me as I could only lay there and listen to my own heart pounding in my ears now. You need to rest, gorgeous. I heard him talking, but his words didn't register. He chuckled a little before he laid back against the bed and gently pulled me alongside him. I somehow lazily turned so I could hook my leg over his middle and I kissed his chest. I love you. He kissed my forehead now. I love you more. Now go to sleep, my love. I smiled and closed my eyes as I had no trouble finding sleep whatsoever. How are you feeling, gorgeous? I shrugged as I brushed my teeth. Normal, I guess. Braxton had to wake up early to head back to the pack house. So by default, I woke up alongside him. He smiled. So I think it's safe to say your idea of having me bite you worked. I rinsed my mouth and smiled at him. I think I definitely enjoy your love bites. Is that so? He said as he playfully took me in his arms and nipped at my neck before he kissed the same spot. Well, not to nitpick or anything. But why not just take my official mark last night? I sighed. I could tell my not taking his official mark to become the Luna had hurt his feelings. I want to say that I am looking forward to becoming your Luna and all that's associated with that. Your official mark included. I smiled softly. But please try and see that I want your official mark to be done because it's something that happens naturally and not because I feel forced into taking it. He looked at me as he took in my words, so I continued. Look, I won't be in heat a week from now, I said with a more mischievous smile, and let's just say I'm looking forward to another one of your intoxicating love bites. So what I'm hearing is you're giving me the green light to fully mark you as my Luna whenever it feels right after your heat. I nodded and he kissed me. Then I'll look forward to it. And at least I can breathe a little easier knowing you aren't in any more pain. About that, I said now. Since I have your mark and my heat seems to have been taken away, do you think maybe I could go back to town? I asked. He sighed. You know I want to give in to your every request, my love. But humor me, please. Just one more day to ensure that your heat is fully gone. I could give him that. I nodded and smiled. Fine. But you better hurry back to me. He smiled and moved his hands from my waist, and in turn took my hands into his. His thumb now lightly caressing my new mark on my inner wrist, just along the bend, just at the base of my palm. My breath hitched in surprise at how his simple touch had ignited a blaze of desire instantly. I had to lean forward and rest my head on his chest just to steady myself now. What's wrong, gorgeous? He smirked handsomely. I looked up into his darkened eyes. He was picking up on my arousal now. Please don't tease me, handsome. He kissed me and then let go of my hand. All right. I really do have to go, love. But I will do everything I can to be back with you sooner rather than later, so long as these council members get their business done early. When do they get into town? I asked, worried now. He sighed. This afternoon. You're nervous. I pointed out. It's the council members, of course I'm nervous. I already know they're eager to see how we're progressing as a pack. And part of that is seeing where we stand in regards to you taking the proper steps in becoming my Luna. So, marking and in turn your Luna training. Wait, what? He rubbed the back of his neck now. I'm sorry. I didn't know about Luna training, otherwise I would have told you sooner. He said as his ears turned slightly red now. I mean, thinking about it now it makes sense, but I never stopped to think you'd have a lot to learn, a bunch of stuff. But then my mom brought it up the night after your presenting. I sighed. He was right. No, he didn't tell me about any training I would have to do, but as he said, it makes sense. And the council. What are we going to do from keeping them from getting upset with us? They'll be upset with me, love. No, you, he said. I could tell he was trying to calm my worries, but it only made me worry more that he'd be in trouble because of me. I can probably stall them from probing too deep. I can tell them I've marked you and we may be able to get away with the mark you have. But worst case scenario, they'll want to see your Luna mark. A slight panic set in. What will happen if I don't have the Luna mark or my training started? He shrugged. I'm not too sure. Most mates tend to mark the females early on in their relationship, but if we can give them some dates, it might appease them. Well, I nodded. How about next weekend? You sure about this? He asked. Yeah, I said with full certainty. He smiled. I'll do everything in my power to make sure you have the most romantic Luna marking ever, gorgeous. Even if the condition are anything but romantic. Now I really do have to go, love. I'll call you throughout the day to check in on you. Please do. And keep me updated on the council. He nodded and kissed me one more time before he finally left. It was early and I knew Val would still be asleep. So I decided to have a bath before I make my way down to start breakfast for us. I let the water fill the tub as I grabbed a fresh towel and removed my robe before I got into the tub. When the water threatened to spill out, I turned off the water. But I ended up letting some down the drain when the thought of vast amounts of water spilling onto the floor and me having to clean it became too overwhelming for me. I let out a content sigh. I really do love baths, but I enjoyed them so much more with Braxton, and as I thought about him, I looked down at my wrist and I could see the mark. At first it was something anyone could easily overlook, mistaking it as just the natural creases of my inner wrist. But if you looked closer, you could see his teeth marks. My mate was clever and thoughtful when marking my wrist, as when he did bite down. He bit with my arm extended, meaning his bite went up in an almost U-shaped point towards my palm and fingers. Had he bitten me with my arm bent up, his bite would have made a small lens shape pointing toward my elbow, and it would have been much more noticeable. But he knew I wanted our marks to be special and not for the world to see. Well, not this one anyways. I smiled and let my right index finger gently glide over the mark, and as I did, I had to close my eyes as memories of last night consumed me. That familiar desire filled me, and every move I made in the water felt better than ever. Suddenly, an intense, strong need built within me. I found myself giving in to a private, passionate moment of self-care. I heard the sounds escaping me, and I didn't care if anyone heard me. And without warning, my full release sprang forward. I remained completely still, only my chest heaving as my breathing attempted to even out. Once I seemed to be back to myself, I removed the drain plug and got out of the tub. I pulled on my robe before I went straight to the linen closet and pulled out a couple more towels to clean up the mess I had made. I collected all of the towels and made my way downstairs. I walked through the kitchen and made my way into the laundry room. I started the load and soon left. Morning. I turned around to find my sister sitting at the island eating a bowl of cereal. Oh. Good morning. I smiled. I knew I'd still be flushed from my intense private moment upstairs. Sounds like it. Is Braxton coming down too? I shook my head. Nah, he left earlier. So you planning on staying today too? I asked, trying desperately to change the subject. I really wish I could. But I guess Braxton talked to Ryder already, and he emailed me this morning. He asked if we can set up a study session this afternoon to sort of, I guess, officially meet one another and go over my courses so he knows what we'll be working on. So I'm going to take off here pretty soon so I can shower and meet up with him. Oh, well, I'm glad you two will be working together. Ryder really is a very dedicated student, and he's also extremely intelligent, so you are going to be working with the best of the best. I smiled. She made a worried face. Great, now I'm worried I'll look airheaded compared to him. Don't be ridiculous. You are smart, Val. Plus, you two are going to school for different things, and Ryder isn't some snob, so I'm sure he wouldn't judge you like that. Thanks, sis. Anytime. I sounded, and hey, whenever you want to get away and just chill out here, just let me know. You're more than welcome to drop in. She smiled. I really do hate to cut it short, H. I promise we'll hang out again soon. I'm already looking forward to it. I said. And I meant it. I knew having Valerie here would selfishly serve as a distraction. My sister got up, gave me a quick hug, and then made her way to the guest room to collect her purse. Once she was gone, the emptiness looked over me, and I realized quickly that I couldn't just do nothing. More than a few hours later, I stopped, panting, literally dripping with sweat, and surveyed my progress. I had not only did the entire house's wash towels, linens, upholstery from sofas and chairs, and drapery. I also dusted every room, cleaned every window, scrubbed all of the baseboards, alphabetized the movies, organized the books by genre, cleaned and sanitized the bathrooms, and rearranged the living room. Braxton had in fact taken the time to call me throughout the day and expressed his concern for all of my constant activity. I'm just saying. Try and relax, love. I rolled my eyes. The lake house needed a thorough cleaning, and I had more than enough time to do it. I said. He sighed. How are you feeling? Any signs of the heat? Nope, I said as I was making my way down the hall to grab fresh linens for one of the guest rooms. The truth, love, he said. I sighed. Well, to be honest, I'm hot. But it's from working, I admitted. But I'm good, handsome. I promise. Told you the mark would work. All right then, gorgeous. I'll try and get back as soon as I can. In the meantime, try and take it easy, okay? I will. I promise, I said. To be honest, there wasn't much left for me to even do around the lake house. I love you. I love you too, Harper. But please don't overexert yourself. Part of being at the lake house is to relax. I know. I know. I smiled. Go finish with the council members so you can come back to me already. We said our goodbyes, and soon I was back to cleaning. The task of making up the rooms didn't take up as much time as I hoped. I knew if I wasn't busy, I'd worry about Braxton and the council, but it did give me time to make up all of the beds with fresh linens before it was time to make myself something for dinner. Usually when I'm alone, I resign on having a sandwich or a salad. Something small and quick. But after today's activities, I was starving. I browned some hamburger meat, and while that was cooking, I started getting tortillas ready. I added my seasonings to the meat and grabbed the cheese from the refrigerator to begin the process of rolling some enchiladas. I wish I knew how to make Spanish rice. I grumbled to myself when I thought about making some sides to go along with my main dish. I looked through the cabinets and found a can of refried beans, so I popped those into a small pan and let them heat up as I rolled the enchiladas. And as tedious as they were to roll, I got them into the oven soon. I turned off the beans and moved them from the heated burner so as not to burn them. And then, feeling like that wasn't enough, I went ahead and moved to make a small side salad. I knew Braxton would eat once he got back, even if he'd already eaten with the council. So I didn't mind making so much food. Plus, leftovers. I really did hope he would come back soon. I missed him all day. But as my dad was starting to slow down, I was really worried about him with the council members. Plus, I missed his touch. My stomach began to grumble as I waited for the food to finish up, so I grabbed a bag of tortilla chips and the salsa from the fridge and had a go at that while I waited. When everything was all finished up, I removed the food from the oven and served myself. I decided to take a cue out of Val's book and just eat at the island in the kitchen instead of taking everything into the dining room. I completely devoured my first plate of food before I helped myself to seconds. I ate a little slower this time and even put on some videos on my phone to drown out the silence. Once finished, I began to put the food away and did the dishes. When I finished everything in the kitchen, I made my way to the office. I had a few assignments that weren't quite due yet, but may as well get them out of the way. I kept looking at the clock and couldn't stop thinking about Braxton and wondered if the council had pressured Braxton into marking me. Lost in thought, I didn't get very far on the assignments. An hour of just browsing on social media and random websites, I found that I was making my way back to the kitchen. I mindlessly made some popcorn. I grabbed a bottle of water and went upstairs to the bedroom. I put on the TV and I ate a few pieces before I pulled off my shorts. Removed my top. Found a good movie. And got into the bed with my popcorn. I laid on my stomach and watched the movie and almost immediately crashed out. I was suddenly torn awake by the most intense pain I have ever felt in my entire life. My eyes instantly watered as I tried to hold back the scream that was building within me. No. No. No, I said through tight, gritted teeth. I hugged my own body. I felt as my skin was burning up now and I cried. No, Braxton's lovely mark didn't work. And it felt worse than ever now. The pain was intense and overwhelmed me despite my best efforts. An involuntary scream ripped through my vocal cords. I continued to scream and cry into the night as my body rocked with severe pain. It came in waves nonstop. I tried to lay back down, but it felt like every single bone and ligament was being pulled beyond its capabilities. I felt like at any moment I would tear in half, so I curled into a ball trying to hold myself together. It was just as intense, but only slightly less. I sobbed as I honestly did not know else to do. Braxton had explained to me how the heat is technically all in my head and nothing literally physical. But the absolute agony I was experiencing was all too real. With every passing minute, the pain increased and a new side effect sprang forward. Screaming, shaking, sweating, crying. I felt genuine jolts of pain spiral up my bones as every single strand of hair on my body seemed to emit heat. Desperately, I wondered if I could redo my actions from the bath this morning. But as I went to readjust myself and lie flat on my back, my entire body flamed with mind-numbing torment that any thoughts I had prior had vanished instantly. My breathing was labored and short. Every inch of me blistered internally as my blood felt like it was boiling. When my body couldn't take the pain anymore, I passed out. "Shall we get down to why we're truly here, Mr. Auckland?" I nodded in response to one of the three older men. They sat in my office, behind my desk, and I was the one being put on the spot. "Yes, sir." "Very well, then. I think the biggest discrepancy we are having is the fact that up until this past week, you have yet to mention this mate to us. Now, of course, we are beyond pleased that you have in fact found a mate, but this dishonor you've brought to your noble family name by waiting to bring her up. And might I mention, have still failed to present her to us properly. For that I do apologize, sirs." Harper is a human and very delicate in certain situations. Of course, she is all new to this life, so it can be more than a bit overwhelming for her. I had every intention of introducing her to the three of you, as we had actually discussed setting up her marking. And we were needing your blessings on her beginning formal Luna training with my mother. There is an order in which you did keep to Alpha Auckland. One of the others spoke up now. Clearly upset. Inform us of your mate. Present your mate to us. Mark your mate. Begin Luna training. Present your Luna to your pack. Marry if you fell the need in product offspring. My wolf was growing defensive, but we both knew better than to act on it. You honor us by seeking our blessing and having your mate properly become a Luna worthy of a pack such as yours. But the fact remains that your mate is rather behind. Isn't she? The third council member sounded calmly. I knew of the three he was the one most recognized as the leader. You're correct, sir. Harper is a bit behind in the traditions to no fault of hers, though. That falls solely on me, as I suppose I was trying to keep her to myself a little longer than necessary. It was partially true. I do want you to know that we have begun to take the steps toward our traditions, though. She has been presented to the pack. She is marked. And once again, my mother has happily agreed to help Harper with her Luna training. She has taken your official mark for those to recognize her as the true Luna of your pack. I swallowed hard. Not her official Luna marking. No. But a simple mark to help wither heat. The main council member grimaced. My boy, you do know that any mark other than the Luna's true marking is only going to act as a temporary fix when a Luna is in heat. I didn't have to respond for him to understand that I didn't in fact know that. As an alpha, everything is much more extreme for you and your mate. Where the heat for ordinary mates helps the male find and mark their mate. The Luna-to-be's heat is much more. Yes, it's to get the alpha to mark her from every other female, but also to inform other females to step down, as a new Luna is beginning to take her ascension into her rightful role. It's a powerful thing that she-wolves can't ignore, nor can you, Alpha Auckland. I'd say mark her as quick as you can, or she will experience sheer torment. I nodded my understanding as I was now filled with worry. Harper had said she was fine, but she'd kept herself busy all day. But now that she'd be finishing up her activities for the day, her heat would come crashing down on her with a delayed vengeance. That being said, one of the others said now, when can we expect the Luna to be marked? Officially. I looked at the three old men and answered, before this month comes to an end, I can assure you that I will have my mate marked. They talked amongst themselves through MindLink, and the room was filled with heavy silence. Finally, they spoke aloud. It is decided. The main council member said, once your mate has been properly marked, you will present her to us. In the meantime, however, since your mate has so much to catch up on, we want to assure that she begins her training immediately, and with that said, we must ensure that she is taught everything precisely and without fail. That is why we have decided that the best mentor for your Luna-to-be would be the Luna Grand of your pack. The Luna Grand, I asked, a little concerned now. Yes, Mr. Auckland. Who better than your own grandmother to teach your future Luna? Not to be disrespectful or undermine your authority, but with all due respect, sirs. My grandmother trained my mother, so shouldn't she be just as efficient and knowledgeable? Please don't mistake our decision as a slight toward your mother in any way. The Luna Dowager has been and remains to be an excellent Luna. We have every confidence that she would train your mate nicely. But she is just that. Nice, he went on to explain. Needless to say, we all know some of the training can be tedious. And your grandmother seems the most suitable candidate to broach those topics and lessons with a firmer hand. As we all know, she can be very straightforward, and that's just what you need to get your future Luna trained in a timely manner. A timely manner, I asked. Again, council members. I speak with respect, but I have to ask. Why the rush? Because these are things that should have been done already. Don't mistake our absence for ignorance, Braxton Auckland. Another of the three sounded. Despite your failure to present her to us. We have known of your mate for almost a year now, and in that time you have done nothing to further her stance as your Luna. And we will have you know that there very well is a timeline, as there has never been and will never be a girl take longer than a year to become the Luna of a pack. I swallowed, but my mouth was dry. As you said before, This falls on you and your insolence on keeping your mate to yourself. So now you will have your mate marked, presented to us, trained fully and running the pack alongside you in less than 2 months' time. I was worried the Harper would get overwhelmed and decide she didn't want to be a part of this world after all. We understand that this is the shortest time span we have ever issued for a future Luna. But if you do not fill our time frame, know that there will be consequences. You do not have siblings or children. Therefore, if you fail to meet our time frame, your alpha title will be stripped and handed down to your Uncle Richard Auckland and then move on to your cousin Elise Auckland, the main council member said. Another of the three spoke up. In addition, I mean, we simply cannot have an alpha incapable of properly preparing his own Luna. It makes you wonder if he is running a pack just as absent-mindedly and carefree. Everything in me was telling me to shift and defend our mate and our pack and not let someone talk down about them. But however I felt about this particular jerk, he's still a council member and there could be serious repercussions for attacking a council member. We'll stay the evening if that is fine by you, the main council member said. It wasn't really a question. Who turned down any request made by a council member, especially the main council member? It'd be my personal honor to have you all stay with us however long you'd please, I said as cordially as I could. We shall only impart on your kindness for the evening, Alpha Auckland. A hollow pit in my stomach began to form, while I was glad to hear they'd be gone by tomorrow. I just wanted to be back with Harper, but now I had something else to think about. Having my title stripped, all I've ever known is being an alpha. Without that, what am I? We do not wish to threaten you, but we do wish you to heed our words, one of the council members said, as they all stepped forward now. So take our advice and get that girl marked as soon as possible so that you can present her sooner rather than later. Because the sooner you get her to meet with us, the sooner we can leave you and your pack alone. Until then, both your mate and your pack will be under our ever-watchful eye. I nodded uncomfortably. Yes. And thank you. All I wanted to do was shift and destroy everything in my path. But I had to fight back the urge and remain cordial and polite. The men took their time to dismiss me from my own office, and soon I made my way up to my bedroom. I paced the length of the room. I didn't know what I was going to do. The only thing that was a slight saving grace was that Harper had finally agreed to my mark. Too bad it would have to wait until next weekend. Worse. Before all of that, I had to do something I've been putting off. Introducing Harper to my grandma Auckland, I sighed heavily and let my body fall onto the bed. I closed my eyes, but as I closed them, they were being ripped open as I suddenly felt a dull pain begin to build inside of me. Sadly, I knew it would be Harper. We don't have to be marked for me to feel a small percentage of her pain. My body had aching throb and my wolf whined. We needed to be with our mate, and unfortunately we were stuck here. I laid in the middle of the bed, the sheets damp from tears and sweat. My eyes feel cracked and bloodshot. My throat is hoarse and raw. My head remains pounding and my body is so weak that I couldn't even find the energy to turn my head. I had been dealing with agonizing torture for longer than I could even begin to fathom. I had watched the dead of night turn into the light hues of a new morning and the bright colors of the day passing me by. I had become a prisoner locked in my own body by this internal torture. I wasn't sure if I had even urinated at some point. I must have, as it seemed impossible to hold my bladder for so long, and yet I couldn't tell for sure as my body had betrayed me long ago, and with every passing hour I feared my mind would follow suit. I heard as heavy steps made their way upstairs. Harper, I couldn't move. And worse. The lusty embers began to whip through me fiercer than ever now that he was here. My body wretched and jerked on its own as I cried out, the hot tears stinging my eyes, leaving scorching trails along my face. "Oh, Harper, my love," he sounded softly. But his face read horror. He was terrified to look at me, and I could tell he was forcing himself to do so. I watched as his Adam's apple bobbed with uncertainty. "Help me," my words cracked. My voice was barely above a whisper. I watched on as his own eyes watered. I don't know how to help you without hurting you more. Please help me," I croaked desperately. He stood up and shook his head. I don't know what to do. Baby, tell me how can I help you?" He was fully crying now. "It hurts," I sobbed. "It's going to kill me." I screamed. I was terrified that my words would hold true. I was also experiencing more and more discomfort along with this new desolation. Harper. What can I do? I feared that his touch would make everything worse. I didn't want to risk being touched and suffer even more. Leave. It was all I could say before I could no longer contain my scream. Every shriek of pain echoed in my head, and before I knew it, I had passed out once again. I never really knew how long I'd be out for, or for how long I'd be able to withstand the agony before passing out again. But it continued like that throughout the rest of the day. Sadly, Braxton never returned to the bedroom. The last time I passed out, I stayed out until the next morning. Good morning. I carefully opened my sore eyes at the sound of Braxton's voice. I slowly willed my head to move and face him. I found that the slight movement didn't cause me much pain. It's all over, gorgeous. You did it. You survived your heat. He smiled sadly. I moved to sit up and he helped me. My body was just as weak as before, and instead of the excruciating pain, I was now full of soreness. But I'd take the full throbbing of an overworked muscle any day. Easy, beautiful. Let me help you, he said gently as he carefully sat me up. I noticed that I was in fresh clothes, and that the bedding had been changed. After you told me to leave, I sat outside of the room door. I've never felt so helpless in my whole life, Harper. You scared the shit out of me. He growled. I'm sorry. I rasped. I mean it, he sighed heavily. I don't know what I would do without you, and what's worse is all of this should have been prevented. I know. I sounded. He was right. It was my own stubborn will to have some sort of control over being marked when I want. And how I want. That got me into this whole mess. I'm sorry, he apologized. I know you've just had to deal with a whole lot of shit, but that really freaked me out, Harper. Hey. I said. I could tell he really was beating himself up over this. It's over, and there's nothing we can do to change what's already happened, so let's move on from this. He nodded. I hope you don't mind. But I cleaned you up. I nodded meekly and blushed a little. I mean, it's not as if he's never seen me naked before. But still. I am usually awake during those moments shared. I don't mind. But how did you know when I was over my heat, like I said? I was sitting outside of the door. You'd go quiet every now and again, and that's when I'd come in and check on you. I'd put ice packs on you and even brought in all of the fans I could find in the house. When you were asleep for the longest time period, I came in and noticed that your temperature had regulated, and I knew it was officially over. I listened on. I didn't want to interrupt him. I got all of the fans out of the room and threw some clean blankets onto the floor before I grabbed some fresh clothes for you and brought in a large bowl. I went to the restroom and filled it with warm water and some of your soap and came back into the bedroom. I removed your soiled clothes and gave you a sponge bath. I didn't want you to wake up feeling sticky on top of being sore. Anyways, after I got you redressed, I carefully moved you to the ground. I didn't want to wake you. You really needed your rest. He smiled. I could see how tired he truly looked. No doubt he'd stayed up until I woke up just now. I laid you on the blankets while I changed the bedding before placing you back into the bed. I got everything into the washer and everything's also been dried, so don't worry about wet laundry sitting around. He finished. I couldn't help but smile as well. I leaned in and kissed him. It felt amazing to be kissed by him. Like I hadn't done that in a while. It was a quick peck, but it meant so much. If you want, I can draw you a bath and heat up some of your leftovers. We can bring everything down into the movie room and just be super lazy. He offered. Once again, I smiled. You don't know how absolutely perfect that sounds. And don't think I'm not going to ask about the council meeting. He looked at me and I could instantly tell he was trying to figure out what exactly to tell me to appease me and what to leave out. I want to know everything, Braxton. If I'm going to be your Luna, I'm going to need to know everything from here on out, even if you don't think it's safe or necessary for me to know. We're partners, my alpha. He nodded. I know. But you've gone through so much, I wanted to hold off on adding any stress to you. Was it that bad? Depends on your perspective. He sounded. They'll allow you to be trained as my future Luna. To be honest, they want you to start your training immediately. That's great, I said with genuine happiness. There's 3 conditions. He sighed. Of course I have to mark you. We already knew they'd ask for that. And I have no qualms with taking your mark. Especially with I've just gone through. Once again, he nodded. After you've been marked, you are to be presented to them. I suppose they want to see your mark for themselves to make sure I've honored my word. Lastly, they want you to be trained in the ways of a Luna by my pax, Luna Grand. Luna Grand, I asked. I've never heard of that title. At this, he sighed heavily. Okay. Every pack has an alpha, a Luna, and a beta, but of course there are always predecessors. We'll stick with alphas and Lunas for now, and you can learn about the betas in training. Anyways, the current alpha and Luna are the alpha and Luna. And of course, when you're being prepared to take on the position of alpha or Luna, you are known as alpha, Luna in waiting, which is what you are. The previous alpha Luna are called alpha, Luna Regent, and then if the alpha Luna that was before them is still alive, you address them as Alpha Luna Grand. Wait a minute. So I'm the Luna in waiting. Your mother is the Luna Regent, so that makes my grandmother Auckland the Luna Grand. My heart began to race a little. Braxton, I know. It's my fault that you haven't even met her yet. I promise I would love you to meet all of my family but Harper. There's something you need to know about my grandmother Auckland. I was still thinking about having to take these history-filled lessons with a woman I've never even met when he was already laying something else on me. My grandmother isn't exactly a warm and delicate sort of woman like my mom. On the contrary, Grandmother Auckland is a bitter old pill hell-bent on tradition. I could tell he was trying to tell me something without hurting my feelings. I sighed out of frustration. Braxton, whatever it is, please just tell me. My head is already pounding as it is. Well, it's like I said. Grandmother has always been very grumpy, and even more so rooted in traditions. Meaning she's mean by nature, and when she finds out the next Luna of the pack isn't a she-wolf, she won't be happy and won't make your lessons easy. As I sat in Braxton's car on our way back into town, I found myself dazed. Like I was grateful that the heat was over, but now new dread filled me. This whole Luna training thing was a serious blow. Somehow I knew this grandmother, whose apparently prejudice against humans won't be as understanding or easygoing as Priscilla would have been. Braxton must have sensed my dread as he gently took a hold of my hand. Don't worry, gorgeous. We'll be home soon, and I'm sure the girls are missing you by now. As much as I love Elise and Mariah, I wasn't exactly thrilled to see them. No doubt Elise knows exactly why I had to go away. And since the summer of California, Mariah and Elise have been super close, so I'm sure Elise filled her in. To come back to them still unmarked was kind of embarrassing. I also knew it was my own choices for remaining markless. I offered Braxton a smile, but even he could see the uncertainty behind it. Everything okay? He asked. Would it be all right if you took me home? To my parents' house, I asked. I could see my request had hurt his feelings. It's just, if we're going to get down to the marking this weekend, I really want to get into the right headspace for that. He nodded silently and drove on. It wasn't long before we entered town, and soon I found myself back at my parents' place. With the beginning of a new week seemed to bring new distractions and new worries. I hardly saw Val as she was so busy studying the night before that I had to catch her in between classes on Monday. How are things going with Ryder? I asked. Ryder was a good guy. And over the year I'd gotten to know him, I found out he was also very kind. Ryder. Oh, he's fine. I smiled. Not like that, she said as she rolled her eyes. I told you I am putting guys onto the back burner for a while. But Ryder's very serious when it comes to school, and I do admire that about him. At times he's a little more talkative. But lately he's been really quiet. Distracted even. I wonder what's going on, I asked. She shrugged. Beats me, but I hope he's okay. He did mention going home to be with his family this weekend. But that was about it. I was a little taken aback. I don't know why I just assumed that Ryder's family would live here in town. Well, I hope the trip does help him lift his spirits. Same. He's kind of broody when his mind is elsewhere. I did sort of overhear a telephone call he was having after one of our study sessions. Valerie, I reprimanded her. Sorry, it just sort of happened. Anyways, it was only Brafe, but he noticed me and waved me goodbye, so I went on my way, she admitted. It wasn't anything juicy anyways. Just something about everything being shuffled around and that whoever he was talking to had better be ready. I breathed a little easier knowing she hadn't heard anything were related. Only time will tell. I offered. I'm only here for another class and then I'm off for the day. We should try and have dinner together. Sounds fun. Figured you'd want to hang with the girls since you were away all week. I shook my head. I just want to relax and not to sound mean or anything, but lately there has been a lot of drama. There's always going to be drama. But if you girls are there for each other, then it helps ease what's going on. You'd want them there for you, right? I knew she was right. But how can I tell her that I have my own stuff going on that's practically overflowing? I felt selfish, and that familiar pang of guilt hit me. How am I ever going to be a Luna? I can hardly handle my own life, let alone anyone else's. I sighed. You're right. I'll talk to them after class today. I told her bye and continued on to my class. As much I wasn't looking forward to the class, it was a welcome distraction. And before I knew it, I was turning in my assignment and telling the professor to have a good day. I walked out onto the quad and was in search of the girls. I wanted to set up a brunch or something for maybe Sunday. By then, I would have definitely had my mark and I would feel less embarrassed about the whole heat situation. But of course, when I walked up, the two of them were already making plans for the weekend. Elise and I were talking about having a night for just us girls. Mariah sounded excitedly. Saturday afternoon, we can hit up a spa for a pamper session. Then get dressed up and go out for a nice dinner before heading back to Elise's place and just having an old-fashioned sleepover. I know they meant well, and on any other weekend would be super up for the kickback and relaxing weekend. But not this weekend. Worse. I couldn't tell them why. I'd never hear the end of it if I told them I was planning on losing my virginity. I'd been down that road already with Elise, and then a year full of drama had gotten in the way of it. They've known me for too long to let me just throw out my morals. Even if it is something that I want to do. I don't know, guys. I was kind of looking forward to spending the weekend with Brax. Mariah began to protest, and I offered to even have the sleepover at Braxton's house. But they both began to go on about chocolate chip pancakes, and after I couldn't think of a good enough excuse, and still trying to hold on to my privacy, I finally gave in before Patrick showed up to whisk Mariah away to an appointment. This left me with Elise. You know, I hate to admit how good those two are together. I sounded with a sigh. She smiled. I like them together. They're good for each other. She's good for him. That's for sure. I said. So back to you. Don't think I didn't notice that you called the house Braxton's or the fact that you were hesitant to hang out. I won't press you for info. Just remember that Rye and I are your friends, so you should feel comfortable enough to open up to us. I sighed and hugged her. There is so much crap happening right now, I feel like I'm going to explode. And before I knew it, I was in her car venting about everything. It was hell. I felt like my insides were on literal fire. And then, of course, all I had to do was take Brax's mark, and I couldn't even let him do that. Oh, and then there's the whole council guys. They want to meet me, and I have to start my training, but I can't tree on with your aunt. No, they want me to train with your grandmother, who I know nothing about except for the fact that she is apparently prejudiced against non-wares. And Braxton and I were planning on doing the mark this weekend to get that done, even though all I really want is for my freaking Luna mark to be a little freaking romantic, so I was actually going to try and set something up to make it a little more memorable for the both of us. She offered me a soft smile. I can't really imagine what you're going through in the Luna department. But as for the marking, don't stress over it. It's romantic as is, and definitely memorable. Do you feel a little better? I nodded. I think I had held it in for long, not able to talk to Val because she doesn't know about the Wares or Braxton because it's only hurt his feelings or he's feel responsible. I sighed. It actually feels like I can breathe a little easier. She nodded. Stop forgetting that Rye and I are here for you too, H. I know. I just need to get out of my own damn head. We talked a little more and she ended up giving me a ride home. Alpha. A word, please. I looked up to find Ryder standing just outside of the office. I picked up on his formal use of alpha, so I knew whatever he had to talk about was serious. Yeah, man, come on in and shut the door. He did as instructed before I motioned for him to grab a seat. Everything all right, yeah. I could pick up his hesitations and knew this instantly that whatever he had to discuss wasn't something fun for him. So I tried to ease him into it with small talk. So, how are things going with Harper's sister Valerie? He nodded. Valerie is a good study partner. And I'm just glad she was serious when she came into the study sessions. Not at all like the girl I remember from a couple of the sorority parties I'd seen her at. That's good. So. Seriously, man. What's up? He sat there for a moment, almost trying to find his words. I have to go out of town this weekend. It's my dad. He, he's not doing too good. I mean, from the way Trace was talking. It's really not good. Ryder. I'm sorry to hear that. And of course you can go, I said, feeling like shit. I knew the history of Ryder and his family, but even if he resented his father, at the end of the day, that is still his father. If you don't mind, I'll go with you. Braxton. You don't have to. He tried to protest. Nonsense. Both your brother and your dad came down when my dad passed. The least I can do is pay my respects to your old man while he's still with us, right? I'll get Vance and Patrick to take care of things while we're out. You sure, man? And what about the Luna-to-be? I nodded. I sure, dude. And Harper wouldn't mind me going. I'll just let Harper know I'm going out of town for business, and I'll be back as soon as I can. He thanked me, not that he needed to, and didn't stick around long after that. But I was concerned for him. I watched as he left and sighed. I knew things had always been sort of strained for Ryder and his dad. And truth be told, Ryder never liked the idea of his dad not committing to his mom after his original Luna died. It was a complicated history, but one that Ryder seemed to always hold on to. And maybe that's why he was feeling so down now. Like he'd never get that chance to fix things with his dad. I hurt for my best friend. My pack is the Everest Ridge pack. And Ryder's mother, Emily Crane, is a pack member through birth. But Miss Crane has family in the Garnet Hills pack. His father's pack, and I suppose that's how his parents met. From what I know, Ryder's lived here with his mother his whole life. But I met Ryder when we were 5. Both starting kindergarten class, and we've been like brothers ever since. And growing up, it didn't make Ryder like his father anymore when he was forced to go and visit him every other weekend growing up. But luckily, when Ryder shifted, he had control of his own actions after that, and didn't have to go visit anyone he didn't want to. And therefore he hadn't been to his father's pack in years. Which is one of the reasons, if not the main reason, I am going. As my best friend, I would be there for him no matter what. Just like I know he's been there for me throughout all my shit. I let out a sigh as I suddenly remembered all of what I was supposed to have accomplished this weekend. Introducing Harper to my grandmother. Getting her started on training. And maybe even marking and introducing her to the council to get them off of my back. All of that was out of the window now. I pulled out my phone and texted Harper. Braxton, hey gorgeous. Got any plans tonight? I was thinking about cooking her dinner and maybe even try and convince her stay the night with me. We'd discussed telling the council we'd mark her on the weekend. But technically, Harper had given me the go-ahead to mark her once her heat was officially gone. And it's gone. So maybe I could ease her into the marking a little sooner than she may be anticipating. Harper, I actually do. I'm swamped with crap. Dinner with Val tonight and a huge project for school that I'm going to be working on the rest of the week, as well as my other assignments. Harper, not to mention that my 2 best friends have planned a girls' weekend. Sorry, love. But I don't think I'll be able to do much of anything unless it's going to be on Sunday night. I had to admit that I was more than a little irritated. Lately, it seemed like Harper was putting me on the back burner. Like everything was coming before me while I was trying my hardest to put her first. Braxton, about this weekend. It's no good for me. I have business out of town. I'll text you when I get back. Harper. Okay. Any other info you'd like to share, like what's going on and how long you'll be gone? Braxton, Alpha Business. And I'll text you when I get back. Truth was, I didn't want to disrespect Ryder by telling his business. Sure, he may not care that I tell her. But as he is my pack member, he disclosed that in confidence. And I wouldn't break that confidence. And to be honest, who knows how long I would be at the Garnet Hills pack with Ryder and his family. Depending on his health if worst comes to worst and he dies. I'll have to stick around for the council to appoint and notarize the new Alpha. But something tells me they are going to have a long time with the process considering Ryder's dad. Alpha Johnson had a total 5 kids with various women. 3 sons and 2 daughters. His first 2 children were twins, a son named Maxwell and a daughter named Yvonne. But Maxwell passed away. Then he married and his Luna had Trace. Unfortunately, his Luna died in childbirth. Next came Ryder and last is their baby sister Morgan. And that's where everything starts getting a little muddy. You see, with Maxwell passed, Yvonne is the oldest. So some say she's the rightful alpha replacement. But others say Trace because, for one, he is a male, and their pack only has male alphas, but more importantly, his mother was the actual Luna. Of course, that is just worst-case scenario. For all we know, Alpha Johnson may very well recuperate and be fine. Harper never texted me back, and I sighed. I wondered if I had offended her in my last text. I reread it and found how it could be taken as me being short or curt with her. So I text her back really quick. Braxton, you know I love you, right? Just got hit with a ton of stuff all of a sudden. And upon my wolf's urging, I went ahead and told her the truth. I'd have to apologize to Ryder later. Once again, I'm sure he wouldn't mind in the first place. But you never know. Braxton, truth be told, Ryder is having some family issues and I'm going out of town to support him. I'm not sure how long it will take, but I will text and call you every chance I get. I waited for her response but didn't get one. I began to panic a little. I hope I hadn't really upset her. I put my phone down and decided to go for a run. After the run, I remember the most arduous task of all. I was supposed to introduce my mate to my grandmother. It has to be done whether I do it or not, as I knew the council want her to be the person who trains Harper in the ways of the Luna. My mom has never been the biggest fan of my grandmother's prejudices, but I know she'd help with this. The council said my grandma had to be the one to train Harper. Not that anyone couldn't sit in and monitor the training. I pulled my phone out and called up my mother and then Elise. I let them know what was going on, and they both agreed to help when and if they could. Because there was no way I was going to leave my mate and future Luna to be disrespected by anyone. Especially my own grandmother. In the days that passed, I had talked with Braxton and worked out that whatever we had planned had basically gone right out the window, as he was now attending Ryder and going out of town to deal with any family issues he is going through. On the upside to Ryder and Braxton being out of town, I got to spend a little more time with Valerie at home. We chatted about her political science classes, and I filled her in on my psych classes, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like my sister and I had a semi-normal sister relationship again. Also on the upside, after talking with Elise the other day, and Braxton away, I didn't feel guilty about just joining the girls for a slumber party and possible spa day. In fact, I was actually looking forward to it now, as I knew I was being a shitty friend by not being there for them more. As the weekend drew near, I felt a little bad that I hadn't seen Braxton before he left. Of course we talked, but I could tell that he felt like I was pushing him away or something. This was definitely something that we needed to discuss as soon as he gets back. When the night of the sleepover at Elise's place rolled around, I had to admit that I was actually happy to just have a relaxing, drama-free evening for once. It had been a long time since the girls and I had done anything with just the three of us. None were related. You okay? Ellie asked me. I nodded. I'm just missing Braxton. And I'm sure Brax is missing you too. But tonight is about us girls. No, boys. But on a quick side note, Brax isn't totally sure when he's supposed to get back, and you actually have an appointment on Sunday. I looked at her with uncertainty. I do, she nodded. Of course you do. I'm taking you to meet my grandmother. My heart beat nervously. I was nervous. But more than that, I was actually a little hurt. I really needed my mate for something like this. I don't know, Ellie. I think I should wait for your cousin to get back. She shook her head no. We don't have time for that anymore, Harper. Did Braxton talk to you about the council? I nodded. He said that I had to get my training by your grandmother. This time she nodded. I'm going to assume that my cousin was trying to keep certain parts of their conversation to himself so as not to worry you as well. She said, Look, I'm gonna always be real with you. And you're my Luna to be, so I think you need to know the whole truth about what went down that night. I was all ears now. The council spoke with my dad the day after the spoke with Brax, as he was the one to drive them to the airport. In short, you're on a time crunch, my friend. And I mean it when I say the council aren't used to having things not go their way. If they want your training to start, then your training needs to start with or without my cousin here, because if you don't get everything done in 2 months, they will strip Brax of his alpha title. And this isn't just a temporary thing like, we'll take your title until you get it done. No, this is permanent, meaning, if you don't get everything done in 2 months, Brax isn't alpha. You'll never be Luna, and any kids you have will no longer be the next in line to become the next alpha. Her words rang with heavy information. 2 months, I said almost robotically. So now you have to really ask yourself. She said, are you sure you're ready for all of this? Because from here on out, there is genuinely no turning back now. I can't believe you didn't want to come and hang out with us, Mariah threw in as I finally got to Elise's place for the sleepover. I sighed for the 100th time. It's not that I didn't want to hang out with you both. Braxton is just super possessive with me. Especially since I haven't taken his mark yet. I had mumbled that last bit. My own embarrassing confession, if you will. I knew my friends wouldn't judge me, so to speak. But I had to admit, was a little envious of how easy their relationship seemed to be when it came to their respected mates. Of course, Elise expressed her concerns and questioned me on my reasonings. But we were interrupted by a slight sigh. I miss Patrick. I couldn't help but smile. While I never liked the idea of Patrick dating one of my closest friends, I had grown quite used to the two of them being mates and was genuinely glad that she was undoubtedly happy. When I do see them together, it isn't the same Patrick I knew so long ago. This Patrick is more matured. He's kind and gentle. He's caring and loving with his mate. He smiles constantly now, and Mariah's lighted expression mirrors his perfectly. You just see true adoration between the two of them. And I hated that I tried to keep them apart. Once again, Elise spoke up. This time to lightly scold both Mariah and I about missing the guys so much, and reminded us that this was supposed to be a girls' weekend. Either way, I still suggested she just give Patrick a call, knowing he was just on a patrolling run with some of the other guys in the Elite 30. You don't understand, Mariah said, her voice cracking just a little. Her eyes cast downward. I need to talk to him in person. It was an odd, albeit sudden display of emotions. But it made me think of something Braxton had mentioned once. He told me about certain mates who have such an intense bond that the two can't physically be away from each other for too long. Then again, she could physically feel what he was feeling. So maybe she was feeling both her own longing as well as his. Once again, I mentioned just calling him, in the hopes it would ease her mind. I can't. It's too important. I looked over at Elise. We both felt that something was up. Something that was seriously weighing heavy on Mariah. Nothing can be so important that you can't just say it over the phone, I offered. She looked up at us a little teary-eyed now. He's busy and won't answer. It wouldn't feel right letting Patrick know he's going to be a daddy in a voice message. My heart very well may have stopped right in that moment. Her words were definitely a shock. So much so that for the first time in my entire life I couldn't think or speak. But it was in that silent moment between the three of us that she lost it. She began to let every worry out, her being too young, her not having a job, her being a student, them not being married, him possibly not wanting the baby. Lastly, her feeling like she was in this whole thing alone. Elise and I did our best to assure her that she was, in fact, not alone. Nor would she ever be. If she thought for 1 minute Elise and I weren't going to be by her side for this entire thing, she was crazy. Even more so, we would do everything in our power to make sure she and the baby would never go without or need not only material possessions but love as well. I was happy for my friend. Of course I was also concerned, but another emotions began to creep forward. Worry. But not for Em. Instead, I was worried how Braxton would take the news. I knew this was Mariah's big moment, and as happy as I am for her, I couldn't help but began to panic slightly, as I couldn't help but wonder if this too would become something that Braxton wanted and put even more pressure on me than I already have. I looked over at my now smiling friend and hated that I was suddenly making this about me. I did my best to shake the thoughts from my head and give Mariah her own moment, so I put on my best face that everything was fine and went on with the evening. But that night I couldn't help but toss and turn before finally finding sleep. I had only been here once as a boy. With my dad. If I was being honest with myself, I'd admit that I was missing my dad more and more every day. They say it gets easier, but I have yet to see it. I sighed. There is just so many things I wish I could talk to him about. I would have liked for him to have met Harper. He would have loved her, especially how strong-willed she is. He'd have laughed at how she has me like a dog with a leash. I smiled. As I looked out into the wide-open backyard of this pack house, I actually allowed myself a moment of peace. Hey, man. My quiet tranquility was gone. As I looked over at Ryder, I could see he had something on his mind. Hey, bro. What's up? He shook his head. Feels weird being back here, he said with an odd, vacant smile. I mean, I spent most of my life back home and just a few weekends here, and despite my father's best efforts, this place, it never felt like home, you know. He sighed. I know, in his own way, he cared for me. Loved me. I don't know. I remained silent and just let him talk. Like, I know. I know I should feel sad. It's a sad state of affairs. And yet, I don't. And I can tell my brother is stressing out. You know, Dad was a private guy, kept all of his plans and secrets to himself. So no one knows who he had planned to make his successor when he stepped down, or in this case, dies. I nodded along to his words. Yvonne thinks it should be her, and Trace will do whatever Dad wants to do because that's the kind of guy he is. It'll be up to your dad at the end of the day, I said. He nodded. You know shit will go down if Yvonne takes it. Granted, she wouldn't technically get to be alpha. He said now, no female has ever alphaed the Garnet Hills pack. And if she were the first to somehow do it, people may get pissed. If the more than likely scenario of her husband takes the position of alpha, people would be even more upset that the pack isn't being run by someone with Johnson alpha blood. I mean, it isn't the first time packs get lineage changes in the alpha role, I pointed out. He shrugged. His family used to be big back in their old pack, but that was years ago. They haven't been anything respectable in a long time. I was going to say how I'm sure he'd be a good alpha and uphold their family's name, even though he isn't a Johnson, but he continued talking. Not to mention that no one in the family likes the asshole. Isn't he your sister's mate? I asked, confused as to why any family wouldn't like a mate of their family member, which makes it worse. Everyone in the pack knows how power-hungry he is. He bragged about my sister being his mate, but not in how proud he was to find her or how intelligent or beautiful she is. No, he was more proud of the fact that she the oldest child of Alpha Johnson. He cares more about who our family is, how well off we are, the things we have, the people we associate with. And because he is my sister mate, there isn't anything we can do to him without hurting her. So we're stuck with him. I nodded in agreement. Shit sucks, man. He nodded. We talked a little more before going back inside. Once inside, we were greeted by a somber-looking Trace. Hey guys, he sighed. He looked like shit. Hadn't slept in days. Needed a shave and a decent meal. Someone could easily mistake him as a dingy vagabond. To be fair, though, the guy's dad was dying. We were told he could go at any second. Hey Trace, you holding up, man? I asked. He nodded confidently. He's asking to speak with us, he said to Ryder. But Alpha Braxton. I think it'd be a good idea if you stood in to monitor the conversation alongside the council, just in case any validations are needed later on. I agreed, and soon the three of us were going up the lavish steps and entering the stagnantly silent bedroom. The curtains were drawn back to let some light in, but it was a cloudy day, so it didn't do much in the way of lighting up the room. Alpha. Auk, he croaked huskily in an attempt to acknowledge me. Alpha Johnson. I smiled as I took his hand respectfully. He smirked, causing his face to wrinkle slightly before he pat the back of my hand, and I took a step back and let the two brothers step forward to acknowledge their father. My boys. I always love to see you both together, he sounded, his breathing labored and uneven. It is my greatest wish that my boys take over. Trace looked at Ryder before speaking. Father, you know Ryder is Alpha Braxton's beta. Not to mention that Yvonne is claiming the Alpha title as her own already. Alpha Johnson grew angry now and banged his fist against the bed. This threw him into a fit of coughs and put his eldest son at worry. Trace stepped forward to try and comfort, assist him, but his father held his hand up in protest. I am not dead yet, he shouted, and all of in the room could feel the weight behind his words as he used his alpha voice. In that moment, it was hard to see him as sick. He was clearly still attempting to put up a fight. Of course, his outburst caused him to take a moment to get his breathing evened out once again. We all patiently waited for him to speak again. I am Alpha. I choose. My own damn successor, he sounded. A slight fire in his eyes as he spoke now. You were. Always. Meant for this, he said to Trace before turning his gaze to Ryder. You both were. This time Ryder shook his head and spoke up. Come on, Dad. You know that it's impossible to have more than one alpha, and honestly, it belongs to Trace. No, he sounded defiantly before he shook his head and closed his eyes, huffing out a heavy sigh. No. The brothers looked at each other once more. It has never been done before. Ryder added once more. Their father shook his head and held his hand up. He pointed right to Trace Alpha, then moved to point to Ryder Beta. They both made sounds of protest. Ryder's already a beta, Trace said once again. Yeah, and no offense, but I don't know this pack. Kinda hard to put you hard into a role for people you don't even know. Their dad held up his hands to silence them both, and they complied obediently. Alpha and Beta. Or it goes to your sister's mate, sir. With all due respect, I don't think anyone would want your daughter's mate running your pack. Not to mention they know Trace. They've watched him grow, or better yet, some have even grown alongside him. I sighed heavily. I knew what had to be done for the good of his pack. I just hated that it would ultimately also affect mine as well. So if it means that I release Ryder from his current beta duties to my pack, then by all means do not let me be a deciding factor. I only want what is right for everyone. Ultimately, we do have to remember this is Ryder's decision at the end of the day. The room fell silent for a moment. No one really knew what to say without sounding too pushy or offensive. We don't have much time, son. Alpha Johnson sounded strained as he seemed to speak only to Ryder now. I had never seen Ryder look so lost or confused. He wore his tough exterior, but even I could see his eyes tearing up a little. I don't know this pack. A few weekends here doesn't make for a lasting impression, and I'm sorry, but I don't know these people, or to be honest, care for them. He let out a long, low sigh. I should have done more. I love you so much. Son, their father fell into a fit off coughing. Once again, Trace stepped forward to help him. But this time it didn't seem like it was stopping. Ryder and I looked at each other before we stepped in to help Trace. But it wasn't working. Trace and Ryder sat their father up in the hopes it would open up his airway. The coughing stopped, but his breathing was irregular, very short little huffs of gasped air. Trace held his hand with a worried expression, and Alpha Johnson reached his free hand out to touch his youngest son's face in a caring fashion. So proud of you. I stepped back and watched the touching moment. I wonder if he was seeing just Ryder or possibly his mother's traits written plainly on his face. He smiled at Ryder, and Ryder nodded determinedly. I'll do it. I love you, Dad. Everyone in the room could tell that. That was it. As if he had been hanging on just for he and Ryder to finally say what they had to say to one another. I stood against the wall and let them have their silent goodbye as Alpha Johnson passed on. This isn't what I wanted out of this trip. Yes, I wanted Ryder to gain closure with his father. But not in this way. I walked out of the room with the council members, to which none of them uttered on word the entire time to give them their last moments of privacy. It wasn't too long after that Ryder stormed out of the bedroom. He rushed right past all of us and exited through the back door. Of course I was concerned for my best friend, but what could I do? Just give him his space. Trace sounded as he came over. I looked at him briefly as I could see he had been crying. I could see from the corner of my eye that he cleared his face from any stray tears. If you wouldn't mind staying the night, Alpha Braxton. I'm sure it would mean a lot to Ryder. And we may need your help with Yvonne and her mate. Of course. Assuming our alliance still stands. Alpha Trace, I knew it was in poor taste to discuss business during such a sensitive time. But my pack and their safety comes before anything else. And the alliance was originally between our fathers. And now that they are both gone, the treaty could in fact be seen as null and void. I suppose so, Alpha Braxton. Temporarily, of course. I didn't see his comment as underhanded in any way. To be honest, I thought he was smart to keep his options open. By him fully committing to an alliance could show that he is careless and uncertain. But by stating that he would temporarily hold onto our alliance, that means that he's securing my pack's backing for now. But it also tells me that he will, at some point, He will explore his alliance options, and he will, as a good alpha does, pick the best alliances based on their merit and what they can do to benefit his own pack and not just on friendships alone. Of course, I agreed. What a night, huh? Elise sounded as we got into her car to head over to the pack house to check in with Vance. I also wanted to see if he'd heard anything from Braxton. You're telling me? I sighed. I hope everything goes all right. I'm sure it will. Pat loves Rye. There's no way he won't want this baby. Matter of fact, I bet they get hitched too. Great. I sighed. I hadn't meant to voice that aloud. But it escaped me. Wow. You still hold a grudge against Pat. Oh no. Not in the slightest. I honestly mean it, Ellie. He is a really great guy. A completely different person than I remember from middle school, to be honest. I let out another sigh. I just hope this doesn't add another pressure from Braxton. I know he's never pressed for this or that, but Ellie, I swear I am just so tired of everything that I think I've hit my breaking point. Like I'm to the point where all I want is to be with Braxton so much that if he needs to mark me, then just mark me. If we have to get married, then let's just get married. If I have to have a baby, then let's just... I felt my eyes starting to tear up. I feel like I am losing myself in all of this. And worse. Mine and Braxton's relationship is starting to take the brunt of all of this. Is that why you don't stay there anymore? I nodded. The pressure put on us for Alpha and Luna was too much 24/7, so at least when I am at home with Val, I know I can't talk about it. Therefore, I get a small break. I cede. Look, I know that once I become the Luna, I can't just switch it off and run away. I get that, and I have no intention of neglecting my position. But right now, it's just so much all at once. She nodded. Yes, it's a lot, H. But try and remember that you guys were supposed to have gotten all of this stuff done in the whole year y'all were together. So you two are cramming a year's worth of stuff down to just 2 months. So yes, I can get how it'd feel overwhelming. But we're all here to help you through this, H. She said. None of us want you and Brax to fail. So we are willing to do everything we can to make sure you both do what you have to, but also remind you that you're not in this alone. Just like tonight. I know you'd probably prefer Brax to be here with you, but I am more than happy to go with you to grandmother's place. And I promise this won't be nearly as tough as you're probably thinking it's going to be. Just formal training. And hey, my aunt's gonna be there too to make sure grandmother doesn't try anything. I appreciated them. Again, I didn't know what all would be included in these Luna lessons, but I was hoping it would be something manageable. I was a ball of nerves as I sat in Elise's car once again. She drove carefully through the night and we exited town. I wasn't sure what to wear. I admitted as I took the lacy edge of my dress into my fingers. You look nice as well. I sounded. It was always something else, seeing Elise in girly clothing, as she was always more athletic and casual in her style. Thanks. She smirked, and you look great. My grandmother is pretty old school and very formal, so ladies should wear dresses and speak when spoken to sort of woman. That isn't at all intimidating. I chuckled nervously. Don't worry. I'm going to be there to try and take the attention off of you if I feel like it's starting to get too heavy in there. I thanked her once again and she drove on. As we finally pulled into a long driveway, I felt a little relieved at seeing Braxton's mother's car already parked there. We exited the car and I let out a breath. I seem to have been holding for I don't even know how long. Elise came to my side and toga there we walked up the steps and she rang the doorbell. The fear of the unknown with Braxton's grandmother had involuntarily reverted me back to my old timid self. And uncowingly I had lowered my eyes. Head slightly cast down. Hands clasped in front of me as I awaited the door being answered. Once it was answered, we were shown in and escorted through the house. I didn't get a very good look about as my eyes were still cast downward. We finally stepped into a room where 2 women stood to greet us. I'm glad you girls finally made it. Braxton's mother's voice sounded before another spoke. Elise, my dear. You somehow look absolutely lovelier than ever, my dear. I apologize for missing your wedding. But prior engagements kept me away. Did you receive my wedding gift? Yes, grandmother. Elise sounded clearly. A warmth in her voice towards her grandmother along with a pretty smile. They continued to exchange small talk as I awkwardly stood there trying my best to blend into the background in hopes that Braxton's grandmother would forget altogether why it was that I was even here in the first place. And now you, my child. You must be Harper. I was completely frozen. I didn't know what to do. Should I nod? Speak. Curtsy. Suddenly, a light chuckle sounded well. Go ahead and speak, girl. These lessons will be rather tough if you do not. Yes. Ma'am. I am Harper, I squeaked out. The sound of her heels stepping towards me sounded and made my back stiffen. A soft, perfumed hand reached toward me, and she gently lifted my face so that I was now looking at her own smiling face. Auckland women do not hang their heads. That's better. And quite lovely you are, Miss Harper. I blushed and smiled shyly. Thank you, ma'am. You needn't be shy, Harper. Like it or not, we need to begin your Luna lessons. Something I'm a little upset with. My grandson should have had the common sense to begin your training sooner. Please don't blame Braxton, ma'am. He was only trying to give me more time at normalcy, I said, suddenly finding my voice once Braxton was being blamed. Once more she smiled. My dear, this is our normalcy. Is it yours? I swallowed nervously. If this is the life you're choosing to continue with, then we have work to get to. If not, then I dare say it was lovely meeting you. I knew this was her way of telling me there was no more half in, half out for me. If I wanted to be with Braxton, then I needed to accept every part of him. And his most important role was Alpha. And therefore I would have to be Luna and stop trying to prolong the inevitable, or I could walk away now. But I had chosen Braxton a long time ago. I just needed to woman up and be there to do what I can to help make his job easier by being the best Luna I can be. I nodded and followed their grandmother. I wasn't quite sure what I was expecting. Never having been very athletic, I was hoping it wouldn't be anything too strenuous. Also, I was in a dress, so I was glad to find out it was nothing of the sort. Look at Luna lessons as glorified etiquette classes, Braxton's mother said with a smile, as well as an entire lifetime's worth of wear history, his grandmother said with a sigh. I just wish we had more time for all of the studying. Studying, I smiled. I can assure you all that I will have this done in no time. My dear, while I am impressed with your enthusiasm and confidence, there is a lot to learn in such a short time. Elise smiled as well. If there's anyone who is amazing at studying, especially in a cram-pinch study sesh, it's H. Her grandmother was confused by her words. I suppressed a laugh. What Elise is trying to say is that I am no slouch in the study department. If you'd like, I can come over every day after school for lessons. Or however you would like to proceed. I am completely 100% on board. And what about Braxton? How will he feel with you committing so much time to this? She asked. Braxton is an alpha. He knows the importance of my learning this for the good of the pack. He wouldn't dream of asking me to lessen my commitment to this. Plus, he's more than welcome to join me when I come. It was settled, and then we began. I stayed with Ryder and his family throughout everything. I personally had to be there to sign off along with the council, stating that I was present when the shift in power was handed to Ryder and his brother, and that there was no malicious acts in the process. Essentially, I had to say that he died of his own time and will, and no one coerced him into giving the position to one person specifically. After that, all hell broke loose. Of course, they picked the son over the daughter. Yvonne's mate put in snarkily. I'm certain that neither Yvonne or Morgan were even considered. Yeah. Don't drag me into this. Morgan said, clearly upset at just having lost her father. Ryder pulled his little sister into a hug. Yvonne and her mate weren't too thrilled to find out that Trace was now the alpha. Even if Trace is the alpha. Why wasn't my mate even considered as the beta? Yvonne asked. The choice of alpha and beta was on your father. The main council member interceded. And if any of you were with Dad when he was dying, you would know that this chain of command is something he wanted. Dad was all about family. Yeah, well, he had a shitty way of showing it. Yvonne commented. Seems like he favored you and Ryder. Everything was always about his boys. We all know you were both his favorites, Trace laughed. Everybody knows Morgan was his favorite. And he loved you too, Yvonne. We all do. But this is enough with your outbursts. Is that an order, Alpha? She growled defensively. He looked at her. I could see how disappointed he was in his sister. Don't make me turn it into one. Like it or not. This is set amongst the council now. So either obey the new chain of command and treat them with the respect befitting an alpha and beta, or you are more than welcome to exit the pack. One of the council members in attendance sounded matter-of-factly. Neither Yvonne nor her mate spoke of protests anymore. I stayed long enough to broker out a temporary alliance with Trace. Well, update the old one between our fathers, really. And since this is temporary, it may be withdrawn from both parties at any time. Then before too long, Ryder and I were heading back. Since we rode up together, of course we had to ride back together. Well, this is sufficiently awkward, I said with an even more awkward chuckle. He let out a sigh. I'll move closer to the end of my school year. If that's all right with you, he added at the end. Yeah. Of course, man. Stay however long you would like. He gave me a look that I understood as him say, yeah, right. In any matter, I suppose you'll need to find another beta. I know you've already got a lot of other shit to worry about, and I'm just sorta adding to the list. Sorry about that. I shook my head. Don't apologize for that shit, man. You didn't do this. You didn't plan for this. None of us did. Plus, the council were there, so they know what's up. I let out a heavy sigh. I knew he was right, though. I would have to find another guy, and to top it all off, I felt like I was losing my best friend. My brother. I don't know what I'm going to do without you, bro. All this shit. I relied on you for so much. This time he chuckled. Man, you are a good alpha as is. And Harper will move into the position of Luna easily. You two together will be an unstoppable duo. And out of beta prospects, you've got both Patrick and Vance as top candidates. Either one of them would step up to the plate effortlessly, bro. It's just a matter of choosing who you think would even you and Harper out instead of just agreeing to agree. I nodded. He was right. Both guys were family. Both capable of the position. But which one would be better suited for the position? So, did you talk with Trace about moving to his pack? I asked, trying to take my thoughts away from my pack's future beta, if even for the moment. Yeah. Ideally, he would like me to move over immediately, but I've come so far with school. Plus, I'll be graduating this year. So I told him I'd finish up with school and take my residency over at a hospital up there. But there's no way I'm just dropping all of my shit to go up there immediately. I nodded. He sighed. I know he needs me right now. He didn't ask for this, just like I didn't. But it's just really fucking difficult, man. I heard the crack in his voice and knew he would be tearing up if not crying, so I kept my eyes glued to the road to give him that moment to himself. That shit was hitting me harder than I expected, too. Look, man, I said without looking at him. That lump beginning to form in my own throat. Just because you're your brother's beta now doesn't mean shit. You're my brother, too, and I still expect you to come around for, like, parties and shit. I mean, you've got to stand up there with when Harper and I get married. He laughed a genuine laugh this time. Can't just get rid of me that easily. As I was driving, I gave his arm a brotherly pound with my fist and looked over at him. I'm really gonna miss you, man. And with one of those rare moments, he smiled a genuine smile over at me. I'm going to miss you too, man. When we got back to the pack, I was glad to find everything running smoothly thanks to Vance and Patrick both. Seems as if Vance was holding down the fort while Patrick had taken it upon himself to set up the elite with a patrol schedule to monitor everything from the outside. Welcome back. Vance greeted Ryder and I as we walked into the office in the pack house. Patrick also entered, and I could sense they both had something to tell me. Everything good in my absence, I asked, slightly humored. They both nodded their heads yes, so any news they looked at each other, and Vance spoke up first. My mate tells me that Harper has met with your grandmother and has taken to the Luna lessons quite vigorously. I was glad to hear it. Thankfully, that was one less thing I had to worry about. Then Patrick moved to speak up, and my mate tells me that. I'm going to be a father. He smiled wide. I could hardly believe it, but I could see his excitement, and we all congratulated him. I can't lie that his news sent a small pang of jealousy through me. When I sit back and look at these three, they had everything. Ryder, with starting his career in less than a few months. Vance married to his mate. Patrick's mate was giving him a baby. Now, don't get me wrong, I love my mate and my life as it is. And while I do want to marry Harper and start a family, I just honestly couldn't imagine doing anything like that so soon. Call me selfish, but I want my mate to myself. I still want to know her and enjoy getting to know new things about her. And as much as it hurt that she moved back into her parents' place, In the end, it was actually a somewhat fun idea. Because I still feel like I'm just dating her. So when she comes over, I'm still putting forward that effort to impress her, and I have the time to miss her when she's away. I'm going to miss that once we're married and live together. Although I'm sure marriage will have its own set of advantages. If only I could tell her that without her feeling like I'm trying to push her away. Braxton had been gone a few days since I have begun my lessons with both his grandmother and mother. With his mother, she told me about the most supportive role I would take. And with his grandmother, who wasn't at all what I was expecting, she taught me the hierarchy of the council and the proper ways to address them and so forth. If, in town, it is always the Alpha and Luna's honor to host the council in their own private home. Never the pack house, as the pack house should only be for business and pack members in need of shelter or pack functions. I jotted down a quick note as she spoke. Furthermore, every pack function will have the Alpha and Luna both in attendance with the exception of out-of-town business. Then it will be the Alpha and Beta. Alphas and Lunas do not get sick days, she said with a sympathetic sort of smile. Correction. Lunas do get sick days. But only when pregnant, as an alpha's offspring is quite precious to the entire pack. That little baby is their future. That heavy feeling hit me once again. It was the undeniable weight of high expectations that I would one day have to fulfill. As we wrapped up our lesson for the day, I gathered my bag and popped a few books for refreshing and taking down further notes. Any new books for me tonight, not for this weekend. This weekend, I want you to sit with Braxton. Find out just what he does and sit by his side. Be there for meetings. Help him with decisions. This is essentially your entire role. The other stuff is just protocols, laws, and histories. But being his other half, that is your number one job. She smiled before releasing me. May I ask you something else? I put in before leaving for the day. Of course, dear. Pardon the bluntness, but Braxton originally told me you disliked humans. But you have been very nice to me. She laughed. Do you wish me to be mean, Harper, dear? At this I blushed and shook my head no. To be honest, you are my grandson's mate, and I've learned my lesson rather harshly that when it comes to mates, best not try and get in the way of the fate's chosen couplings, she said. A sad sigh sounding from her, but that's a story for another time. Now run along. Lessons will continue on Monday. She showed me out and I thanked her once again before heading straight over to Braxton's place. Once I let myself inside, I set down my bag and went to find Braxton. I found him sitting in his office and I couldn't but stop and just admire him. I casually leaned against the doorframe and watched him lost in thought. A small smile playing on my lips as impossibly I had somehow forgotten how handsome he truly is in person. My memory never does him justice. Enjoying the view, he asked before turning to look at me. His full smile on display only for me. I returned his smile with my own. As a matter of fact, I was. I said before making my way over to him. He turned in his chair and pat his lap. I obliged him. I had learned long ago that any qualms I had with my weight personally needed to go right out the window when it came to Braxton's ability to withstand my curvier nature. Not that I'm fat or that there's anything wrong with being heavier set. Just mental body stuff on my end. I laid my head upon his shoulder and he kissed my forehead. I missed you, I whispered. I missed you more, gorgeous, he said before he sighed. You don't even know how much I needed you to come over. What's wrong? I asked with a new worry. Just pack stuff. Decisions and whatnot. I'll be good. I'll get through it, he replied with a sad sort of smile. Hey, I'm gonna be your Luna soon. Better get used to me helping out. If it's pack problems, then it's your problem now. I smiled. Plus, your grandmother thinks it's a good idea for me to start learning what you do firsthand and begin helping where I can. You sure you're up to it, gorgeous? I don't want to overwhelm you with all of this. It'll be my duty sooner or later. May as well do it at my own will instead of it being pushed on me. No offense. I know you didn't exactly have much of a choice in all of this. He smirked and kissed me gently. No offense taken. I was raised for this, gorgeous, so it was no big surprise or anything. But thank you for your consideration in the matter. So, what's up? Well, I went away this weekend because Ryder's father was very sick, he said rather stoically. I could tell he was trying to contain his emotions at the moment. He ended up passing away and leaving his alpha title to his oldest son Trace on the sole condition that Ryder take the beta position to make sure the power stays in the family fully. Familial power lines are good since on the off chance the alpha passes before finding a Luna or producing an heir, then the power will then be shifted to the beta and his mate alongside any children they may have. I finished for him with a smile and a wink. He smiled another full smile. You never cease to amaze me. I shrugged. It's all a matter of studying, really. Plus your grandmother and mom have been so helpful throughout this whole ordeal, I said as I recalled just how supportive his grandmother had really been of me during my Luna training. And can I just say that your grandma has been nothing but nice to me? Not at all how you originally painted her out to be. He sighed. I'm relieved to hear it. She hasn't always been so warm and welcoming to humans. She did mention not coming between mates. Something about learning a hard lesson. She was referring to my Aunt Margot. He said I was floored by his response. Aunt Braxton, you've never told me you had an aunt. I mean, Elise has never even mentioned an aunt before. I just assumed it was just the two brothers, your dad and your uncle. Yeah, my Aunt Margot. Or Margaret is the baby of the siblings. She always hated her name, so everyone but grandmother called her Margot. Talking about her was always hard on my dad and Uncle Richard, so out of respect for them, we don't talk about her much. Out of shame, I wondered sadly. Oh no, I don't think any of us could ever be ashamed of family. But, okay. So, from what I've been told, Aunt Margot found her mate in a human. But what caused the initial drama, if you will, is that he was a twice-divorced man with a good handful of kids and 12 years her senior. I sat there and took in this new information. And if his age or martial status weren't enough to upset my grandmother, it was at my grandfather's funeral service where Aunt Margot met her mate for the first time. He filled me in. Wait. What? He nodded. Yeah. Apparently he was grandfather's banker or something, and he had come out to pay his respects to grandmother. That's when Aunt Joyce saw him and approached him. Well, it's not like you can choose your mate. Right, I offered. You're right, gorgeous, he said with a sad smile. And I'm sure Aunt Margot thought the same way. But it was hard for grandmother to accept regardless of how mates work, he sighed. Aunt Margot claimed him as her mate immediately. She was 18 at the time, and having spent a year openly searching for her mate, she was thrilled to finally find him. But again, none of that mattered to grandmother. Not that I agree with her judgments or her actions. But you've got to remember, grandmother had just lost her husband, her mate, so all she sees is this older man who knows exactly how much her late husband was really worth and catches the eye of her young and impressionable daughter who is obsessed with finding her mate. It didn't help any that they eloped. Damn, I sounded. Grandmother was pissed to say the least. Told her to never come back. And as the Alpha's Luna, her order was binding, a few years later from what I've heard. Grandmother lifted her order and asked Aunt Margot to return. But Aunt Margot was upset now. For her mom not accepting her mate and having to go through her first few years of marriage without support from her own mother. It was a trying time for her too, as she couldn't have kids. And she knew it was her inability and not her husband's, as he had children from previous relationships. His name is John Pearson, and even though he worked for grandfather, he never knew about the Wares. Presumably, Aunt Margot told him everything, and, I guess he accepted it as they're still married to my knowledge. So maybe it isn't that she dislikes humans, but rather the fact that he's older. Or it was so close to her husband's passing. I offered. Once more he shrugged. Only grandmother knows for sure. And she will never talk about it because it weighs so heavily on her heart that she lost her mate and her only daughter basically on the same day. My whole life I had never met her. But every year Elise and I would get birthday and Christmas cards from our Aunt Margot. I met her for the first time when my dad passed. She and her mate came over to pay their respects. Luckily, Uncle Richard was there to introduce us, because I wouldn't have known who she was. Did your grandmother get to see her as well when she came by? He shook his head. Grandmother was inconsolable at her house. She hated the fact that she had to bury one of her children, and Uncle Richard tried to get Aunt Margot to go by, but she refused and left shortly after. This is a horrible, he sighed. It is. but they're both grown women and make their own choices. So we can only hope they'll forgive one another before it's too late. Ryder was able to do with his own father before he passes, which brings me to my current predicament. I have to find a new beta. Patrick and Vance and Patrick Braxton, had broken it down to me on why these two guys would be best suited to become his next beta. And yet it was all so strange. I couldn't imagine anybody taking the position, as I was having trouble even thinking of Ryder leaving none the less gone. While Vance is very good at running things in Braxton's place when he's away on alpha duties, Patrick has really changed since meeting Mariah. And I can't deny that he too has become quite responsible and very hands-on since joining the Elite 30. You know, when I asked you to let me help, I was thinking more along the lines of squabbling neighbors or something. I smiled. He chuckled tiredly. Those will come as well. Well, I sighed. A decision doesn't have to be made immediately. We've got time to choose before Ryder officially leaves. He nodded. Why don't we go up to bed, I suggested. You'll stay the night, he asked, his entire face lighting up. I couldn't help but smile. I've actually been thinking a lot. If it's okay with you. I was wondering if it'd be okay if I moved back into your house. He shook his head no. I genuinely hadn't expected that. It seems as if all of my stubbornness had come back full circle, and now he didn't want to live with me. I should have never moved out. He sighed heavily, Harper. When are you going to understand that this is your house too? I smiled and hugged him. He kissed me, and I had seemed to have missed him more than I anticipated as I kissed him back. But it was more. These kisses were new kisses. More desperate. Like I couldn't get enough of him. Suddenly I felt like I needed his kisses. He pulled away, but I took hold of his head and pulled him back to me. He obliged me before gently taking my wrists into his hands before pulling away once again. We should cool it. I shook my head and protested. No, we shouldn't, I said as I tried to kiss him again. He released my hands and I threw my arms around his neck. I kissed him once again and he obliged me only small pecks. I pouted my discontent and he chuckled lightly. We're getting carried away. He sounded softly. No, we aren't. Braxton, I am ready for you. Fully, I admitted. My face had to have been scarlet. I'm ready to become yours if you're ready to become mine. He took my face into his hands carefully. Gorgeous, I am already yours. Well, I'm ready to give myself to you. And you're kinda turning me down, I pointed out, trying not to let him see that any confidence I had going into this was quickly fading. I could never turn you down, Harper. Not trying to sound like a pervert or anything, but you can't begin to imagine how difficult it is for me to not just take you whenever I'm around you. But I want to make sure this is something you want. I mean, what about the whole marriage thing? I sighed. The mood was long gone. I made that rule for myself long before I met you. Before I knew about wares in general. I explained, but we are mates. You will be the only guy for me ever, so if we have sex tonight, 2 weeks from now, our wedding night, 40 years from now, it will always be special. And will remain special every single time because it will be with you. And not trying to put any pressure on you or anything, because honestly, I'm not even on that wavelength yet, but I know one day we will get married, so it isn't like I'm just sleep with some random guy. He smiled. Plus, not that I want it to take center stage or anything, but I can't wait much longer on officially becoming your Luna, and to become your Luna, I will have to take your mark. I could see he was ready to protest, so I kissed him once and continued. I know you'll say I'm doing this for the wrong reasons, but, you know, all I've ever wanted was to take your mark on my own terms. Not because heat dictated it or because I'm out of time and I have to get it done and everyone's telling me to get it. But because I want to, and we've talked about this, I thought it would just be the mark. He admitted. Concern still filling his brow. Are you sure about this? I nodded. And he smiled before grabbing my hand and leading me up the stairs. Once we were in the room, a wave of nerves washed over me. I had no idea what I was doing. What was the proper protocol in this sort of situation? Do we undress each other? Hair up or down? Should I go have a shower first? What kind of underwear did I put on this morning? But as soon as he stepped forward and kissed me, everything went away. Every worry, every doubt and concern. Everything else vanished with his warm touch and intense kisses. I felt as his hands on my waist began to move up and under my top. His hands trailed along my skin. Their warm touch became ablaze with tingles. Each sensation drew me in further. My own body seemed to know exactly what it wanted and moved accordingly of its own will. I was so lost in the moment that I hadn't realized Braxton had gotten my top off. Soon the bra came off and the cool air in the bedroom touched my bare skin. He stopped kissing me only to lift me up and place me on the large bed. While I scooted into a more comfortable position, I got my pants and underwear off before laying back down to watch him get undressed. This wasn't the first time either of us has seen the other naked. But his body is always so magnificent. Like many times before. Braxton showered me with kisses, heightening the intense connection between us. My legs felt weak from the escalating sensations. He kissed me again. Intensely. Blocking out everything around me. He continued to show affection, ensuring I felt cared for and cherished in the moment. "I love you," he whispered into my ear before he kissed my neck. Then, before I could even respond, he bit down on my neck, and a deep feeling of pressure filled me. At first, I let out a cry of surprise, but it immediately softened into intense acceptance as he finalized the mate's bond. Every movement brought us closer. Every movement deepened our connection, reaching a level of intensity I had never known. Making love with Braxton was profound. I locked eyes with him, showing him how much I loved him through my expression. The emotional and physical release that followed was overwhelming and beautiful, and we enjoyed the prolonged completion of our bond together. He kissed me over and over again. This somehow helped to bring me down from my intense pleasure. My entire being was pulsing from having him inside of me. Afterward, he removed himself and got up only to grab a towel. He returned and tended to me carefully and affectionately. Normally, I would have been self-conscious, but I was touched by the tenderness he showed in the solemn act of caring for me. Afterwards, we laid down next to each other, each of us still trying to steady our breathing. I looked over at him and smiled. "I love you." "I love you too, gorgeous." We were laying in each other's arms. My lower half was a little sore, and legs were throbbing from stretching in ways I haven't done so before. "What's on your mind?" I asked softly. I didn't want to speak too loudly in fear it would somehow shatter our perfect calm. He turned just a little, so we were now eye to eye in bed. I smiled as I knew his feet were probably hanging off the bed now, thinking about you. And how lucky I am. I blushed, and he kissed my nose. "What about you?" he asked. "I'm also thinking about us. But more so in the context of, I want everyone to have what we have. Every mate has something similar to what we have, Harper. Of course, every coupling is different. But there's something else on your mind." I sighed. It was hardly the time to talk about anything other than us, and yet as weird as it was, my mind was racing with other things. "Honestly, I want to tell Val about us. She already knows we're together." He sounded as he drew his brows together in curiosity. "Or you want to tell her we had sex?" "No," I laughed, "that's private. Although I'm sure the people of Thenpack will figure it out once they see my mark," I said, reaching up and gently touching the fresh mark he'd left. He smiled. "And a lovely mark it is, my gorgeous mate," he said too damn seductively before he ever so lightly placed a kiss atop the mark. My body flamed with want, and he chuckled as he knew it was turning me on. Anyways. "No. Not us in the sense of you and I. Us as in the pack." He shook his head. His eyes took on a sadness to them. "I wish I could allow you to let your sister know about the pack and I. But it's against the rules." "It really isn't," I voiced. "Trust me. No one knows the books and rules better than I do at this point. I have pored over those books constantly, studying them profusely for almost a week straight now. The only thing I've found is a section stating that when speaking about wares and ware culture to speak with discretion." "But what about non-wares in the pack house?" he asked, confused now. "I'm almost certain that's in there." I shook my head, this time sitting up, bringing the blanket with me to keep myself covered up. "Nothing. However, it does state that pack houses be reserved for pack members only unless invited as a guest of the Alpha and Luna, to lessen any underhanded activity from neighboring packs." He just looked at me. "There's something else I found." I was excited about this one and had been wanting to tell him for a few days now. In one of the ware books I picked up, I came across a book on genetics. Apparently there is no such thing as a non-ware mate. Thinking back, I probably should have mentioned this earlier when he told me about his aunt. What do you mean? I smiled. According to the entry, every mated couple is between two individuals with Wur lineage, meaning they all carry the same Wur gene. You are what the book refers to as an active Wur because you shifted more so. You have the ability to shift at will. But for me, from what I read, I am what they call a dormant Wur, meaning I must have had a were relation somewhere down the line. So, in layman's terms, I have wolf blood. I was excited and continued. Now, I'm not sure how much or how little, but again I have a dormant wolf, and while a majority of the time, wolves lying dormant remain that way, but much like Elise and Vance's situation. They may become present under very, very extreme circumstances, but it's said to be much more painful than normal phases. Due to lack of conditioning, he said, now sitting up. This is amazing. In theory, though. Shouldn't you have shifted with the heat? Then I shook my head now. I thought so too. But like you had mentioned when we first discussed the heat, it's all a mental thing. And internal. Not that it exactly gives specifics. But I'm thinking when they state extreme circumstances, they're referring to true physical alteration, strain, or pain, almost like a defense mechanism. Because from what Ellie and Vance had both told us of the car crash, they should have died. I mean, Elise flew out of a car's windshield and Vance broke ribs that definitely should have punctured something. A defense mechanism? He echoed in thought now. So there's a chance you could, in theory, shift, I'm assuming, so... If I found myself in a life or death situation, perhaps. I nodded. Which brings me back to my sister. If this is all true, then she has a right to know. Especially since she more than likely has a mate somewhere out there, or I hate to say it. But what if something extreme were to happen and she shifts out of the blue? I knew Harper was excited about all of this information regarding the dormant wolves. But I could also tell she was exhausted. So I calmed her down by getting her to lay back down with me and combed my fingers through her hair until she finally drifted off. But now I am here wide awake as my gorgeous little mate sleeps peacefully, and my mind is filled with all of this new information presented to me. From my brilliant mate, no less. If she was right, and I had no doubt that she was, this could change Quiet a lot. While I'm sure most wares would still choose to be selective in who they inform about wares, this option is now open to them. And more so. Harper was right in wanting her sister Valerie to know about wares. Especially since the two are sisters. They would both have were blood in them. No matter how small, it's still there, and she very well may have a mate just like Harper thinks. And the same holds true for Mariah and her brother as well. I'd have to let Mariah know she should tell him at some point. Essentially withdrawing my order to keep our secret. Which she's actually done very well. I knew I had to fill Uncle Richard in first thing in the morning. With a content sort of sigh, I finally got more comfortable and then pulled Harper even closer to me. I took in her scent as I kissed her hair and closed my eyes. The next morning, Harper made us an amazing breakfast. Well, I ate an amazing breakfast of eggs, pancakes, bacon, and sausage. She made herself oatmeal and ate a few strips of bacon. I had a favor to ask of you, gorgeous. She looked up at me and smiled. Anything. I couldn't help but smile at how truly happy this single person made me. I was wondering if you'd accompany me to the pack house. I was thinking of calling my uncle over. I wanted to report on your findings you told me about last night. Plus, the pack house has all of the same books my grandmother showed you, so if you could find them for us, that would be extremely helpful. And I'm sorry for the imposition. She nodded. No imposition. I actually left my bag by the office last night when I got here. But I took down some notes, so I'm sure I have the sections and page numbers written down in one of my notebooks. I smiled. You're the best. I'm glad you think so. I wanted to ask a favor of you, too. Oh, I asked. It's about the Val topic. She admitted. I nodded. I thought about it last night, and I think you are right. She has every right to know. However you want to approach this, I will agree with 100%. She nodded. Thank you. Is it weird that I'm excited for her to know? Of course not. I smiled. She's your sister and you love and care for her, so of course you'd want to include her. Plus, it can't have been easy to keep this from her in the first place. She shook her head. It hasn't. But honestly, her not knowing also had its perks too. I wanted to ask how, but I watched as she got up to grab her bag, so I knew it was something she must not want to divulge. I sat behind the Braxtons' desk, the large book open in front of me. Braxton and Richard reading for themselves what I had learned only days ago. This is incredible. I wonder why no one has ever noticed this, Richard sounded. I have a theory on that. I spoke up. I'm thinking only wares have handled this text before. I mean, it isn't exactly required material for the Luna training. But Mr. Auckland, when your mother showed me the pack library and told me I could go through anything at my leisure as the Luna to be, I did just that. Again, it isn't mandatory for anyone to read these books. But they're there for anyone in the pack to look at. He nodded. I'm wondering if I could pick Dr. Pollock's brain a little. As a medical professional, he'd have to know about were genetics. And he did speak about dormant wolves so casually with Elise and Vance's incidences. He said more to himself than anything. That makes a lot of sense. I presume medical professional would have to study anatomy and genetics more in depth than anyone else. I agreed. But when it comes to the whole secrecy of it all, again, I'm assuming only wares have handled any of these books ever and took the context of using discretion as complete secrecy, and they passed that down to younger generations. So all you've ever been told or taught was to keep the knowledge of wares a complete secret, obvious exceptions, being mates. At least that's my guess. I said further, I'm thinking wares would read the word discretion and take it as meaning speak not on the subject at all. Ever. But reading it from the perspective of a non, where I see discretion as saying as little as possible. But never does it say not to tell a non-where. I said. They both nodded along. We discussed a little more on the topic, before Braxton brought up the next topic of betas. Ryder will be leaving us at the end of his next semester, Braxton informed him. And I know you've agreed to help me by taking the spot of acting beta, but honestly, we all know I will have to choose someone. And truth be told, I'm having one hell of a time deciding who can take on the role best. It's between Vance and Patrick. Both my cousins. One through marriage, one through blood. But both very capable of the position. Richard only shrugged. I can't tell you who to pick. That's your choice alone, Alpha. Braxton nodded his understanding. Well, as always, I really appreciate your constant help when I need it. His uncle smiled and waved his words away nonchalantly as he smiled. I'm always willing to help you with whatever you need anytime you need. You know that? Are you sure you're up for this? I asked, a little worried now. You know you don't have to do this if it's something you really don't want to. We can always find another person to do this. He shook his head. Hey, relax. He said softly but a humored tone to his words. I've been exposed in front of females before. Plus, I've been shifting since I was 17. It's no big deal. Really. Over the next week, we slowly started telling everyone about the whole dormant wolf situation and how I needed to tell my sister. And when we told Ryder, we also asked him if he'd help us out in proving to her that this was all real. I know my sister, and we could explain things perfectly and precisely. But if she didn't see it, she wouldn't believe it. And I knew for a fact that there was no way I was going to let her see Braxton exposed. And suffice it to say, all of our friends are pretty much mated. So Ryder was the first one who came to mind. He is someone she knows and respects. Plus, he's so serious all of the time that it would be hard for anyone to not believe anything he told them. He agreed, seeing it as no big deal. But now faced with the reality of it, I was freaking out. Partially because I was worried, but also I honestly felt bad because I was kind of feeling like I was asking Ryder to degrade himself. I gave Ryder a skeptical look. Are you sure you're really fine with it? He rolled his eyes and shook his head. I do this daily, Luna. You're not backing out, are you? I shook my head. No. Just freaking out about how my sister's going to react. I flipped out and refused to see anyone after I found out. What if she does the same thing? What if she hates me afterward? Braxton rubbed my back now. Gorgeous, I doubt she could hate you. He voiced smoothly, a slight amusement in his words. I'm glad you're both finding this funny. We aren't laughing, love. But I do think you are overreacting just a little. What will happen? Will happen whether you stress over it or not. So how about we just go on with what we have planned and let Valerie react however she deems fit? He said coolly. I'm glad you could come out, I said as I hugged Val. Are you kidding me? Braxton's lake house is beyond a maze, H. I smiled. Well, I'm glad you like it. And like I said last time, you are more than welcome to come over any time. I know. It just seems swamped with school since I'm trying to graduate early. Anyways. What's up, little sis? When I got your voicemail, it sounded kinda urgent. I smiled. Oh. I mean, it wasn't exactly urgent. But. Yeah. But Braxton's actually out back with Ryder, I said, fumbling over my words. I really didn't know what was about to happen when she saw the shift for the first time and I was freaking out. Oh. She sounded. You know, I haven't seen Ryder in almost a week. I didn't even know he was back in town. I nodded. Yeah. He's here, but before we go out there I have to let you know that there's something I need to talk to you about. Harper. Is something wrong? I shook my head. No. Don't worry. Just something I want to tell you. I noticed as her eyes moved downward to my midsection. I sighed. I'm not pregnant. She smiled guiltily. I knew that. I let out a deep breath. I don't know how to even begin going about this. So I guess I'm just asked that when we get outside, please. 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 Let us say everything we have to say and do before you say or do anything. We, she asked curiously. I nodded. The guys are part of it. She looked at me skeptically but nodded silently before. Together we made our way outside, and Braxton and Ryder both greeted her. So, she sounded, trying to kill the awkward silence. Is this some kind of weird intervention? Braxton laughed. I sighed. I don't know how to do this. Best do it like a band-aid. I wondered aloud. Ryder silently nodding in approval. Valerie just looked at each of us before I blurted it out. Okay then. The guys are werewolves. Silence. Again, she just looked at all of us like she was waiting for me to say something before she finally spoke. Werewolves. It wasn't a question. More of a flat statement echoing my words. I nodded. Yeah. So something in Braxton and Ryder's genetic coding makes it possible for them to sort of transform into actual wolves. But they are in complete control of themselves, even in wolf form. I watched as her brows pulled together ever so slightly. I could see she was skeptical about what I was saying, but I continued. I didn't believe any of it at first myself. So I needed proof. And Braxton provided me with evidence. But today Ryder here has offered to demonstrate for you what I'm talking about. We all looked at her and she didn't respond, so Ryder took it as a go-ahead signal. He took off his shirt and I watched as Val was now suddenly a little more interested. When I heard his belt buckle, I looked away. I would never openly watch another man undressing, especially in Braxton's presence. I grabbed his hand and he smiled down at me. I heard as the material of his jeans hit the ground and knew his pants would be down, and soon he'd remove any underwear he may or may not be wearing. Hey now. Val sounded slightly amused. You guys are fooling with me, right? Braxton chuckled. Just watch, I said, still looking away from the scene in front of me. Assuming she did as I instructed, she watched on as a now exposed Ryder shifted into his wolf. Only her gasp could be heard, and that's when I turned to find Ryder was in his wolf's form. Val took a step back, and Braxton and I took a step forward. It's all right. Like I said before. This is still Ryder, and he is still 100% in control of this form just as much as he is in his human form. She looked at me and then back at Ryder. Okay. Wow. She finally said in visible shock and maybe a little bit of awe. Or was it fear? Dude, this is like... some super scary supernatural stuff. Sorry. I'm kinda trying to wrap my head around all of this. She sounded with an audible release of her shaky breath. Okay then. So H. Do you like turn into a wolf thing too? She asked calmly as she looked at Ryder once again. But I could see that there was a lot going on with her thoughts. Why don't we give the girls a moment alone? Braxton sounded as he leaned down to gather Ryder's belongings and held the back door open for him to enter the lake house. I waited until we were alone before I shook my head. No. Essentially no. I do not turn into a wolf. Theoretically, though, we may have the capability. We are what you call dormant wolves. Dormant. I shrugged. We are sisters, Valerie. I said in an obviously tone. And dormant? We'll just call them sleeping wolves to make it a little easier. She sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. This is so strange. We're wolves. What about Mom and Dad? I made a face. It's complicated. It has to do with our genetic coding, but basically any wolf we have is sleeping, so to speak, and it may very well never wake up. But there is a chance that it could. As for Mom and Dad, well, one if not both of them do carry that gene. But who knows how long our family has had sleeping wolves, so I wouldn't put it past them to not even know about this at all. I mean, we didn't know about sleeping wolves until I stumbled across a book on them. And you've kept this from me for a year, she finally shouted. I could see she was more hurt by me not confiding in her instead of the entire wolf thing. Just about, I admitted shamefully. It did suck not being able to tell her. Trust me, it wasn't easy. There was a lot of stuff that I wanted to vent to you about, but the wares are kind of a secret, and it wasn't until recently that I found a loophole in that, like I said. We are wolves ourselves, so that's when I knew I had to tell you. Had to tell me, she questioned. Well, yeah. What if I didn't tell you about your wolf and then you found yourself at school or the mall and you shifted? You wouldn't know what to do. You could hurt somebody. And also you could freak a ton of people out. Now the likelihood of that happen is very slim, as the only way we know to wake up a wolf is in a life or death situation. So there's a bigger chance I'll never shift, she asked. I nodded. Yes, there is that chance that you'll never shift. But there's also the chance that you could, slim though it may be, it is still there. I mean, people get into car accidents all the time, or get seriously injured just going down the stairs. Anything could happen, and now you have to be prepared for anything, and there more. Just then, Brax and Ryder rejoined us. It was quiet for a moment, and then Valerie sighed heavily. So what now? Don't tell me some mythological centaur is after me or some stuff to top it all off. I had to suppress a laugh. Not to my knowledge. It was Braxton who spoke up, though. Well, other than your sister wanting you to know about her life, we think you had the right to know. Yes, because you may shift, but also because you have a mate somewhere out there. Like a soulmate, she wondered out loud. I nodded. I'm Braxton's mate. Braxton smiled and agreed before continuing. Now, unfortunately, we do not know who your mate is. But he's out there, and over time you two will cross paths, and you'll know he's your mate. And he may very well just come right out and tell you you're his mate. Then again, he may try and ease you into it, thinking you're just an ordinary human. She nodded her head. It can be anybody. We all nodded. How will I know? She asked. I shrugged. It's different for everyone. For me, it was this urge to be near Braxton because every time I was near him, I would get these intense butterflies in my stomach. And the closer I got to him, the wilder the butterflies seemed to flutter. But the obvious sign is the touch. Braxton smiled and nodded. You can touch anybody and not feel a thing. But the minute you touch your mate, it's fiery, or electric in both the most intense and calming way possible. She smiled a little as she got a dreamy look about her. Well, that doesn't sound so bad. Trust me. Mates make everything worth it in the end, I said, smiling now, after trying to best explain everything to Val. She, of course, had a ton of questions. The thing I loved most was the fact that she believed us. You know, I really am sorry for not telling you sooner. I voiced a few nights later. I had went back to my parents to get all of my stuff ready to officially be moved out. No more ping-ponging back and forth. I knew it was time to grow up and buckle down. Take my duty as the Luna to be much more seriously. It really wasn't for selfish purposes. I promise. I know H. She sighed. What's wrong? She was laying on the longer sofa as we had decided to have an impromptu slumber party for my last night in our parents' house. So I could see her move from laying on her back to turn over to her side to face me on the smaller love seat. I know you guys have told me a lot of info on where people and all of that. But the one thing that really stuck with me was the whole mate thing. I smiled. I knew my sister was always a hopeless romantic with a penchant for also being a serial dater in the hopes of finding the one. But you and Braxton think I have one of these mate guys out there. It make me kinda sad now. I was a little confused now. Why would you be sad, Val? This guy will be the one you've been looking for ever since you were old enough to know you wanted a boyfriend. He's your end-all when it comes to dating. I smiled. She smiled a sad smile. And I can't wait. But what you said is also the reason I'm worried. I looked at her. Her smile vanished. Sad eyes looked at me. What if I meet him and he doesn't want me? Or worse, when I meet him, what if we immediately fall for each other? How in the world could falling for your mate be bad? I asked with genuine confusion. Harper. I haven't even met the guy, and just laying here I'm wondering, how many boys have I ever kissed? Which then leads me to wonder, how many girls has he kissed? Has he ever been in love with someone else? What if he's a virgin, and of course I'm not? I would feel so guilty having just given myself to guys in the past without so much as a second thought. Guys I didn't even love. She rolled over onto her back once again. I don't know if I deserve the dude. I'm used goods. Okay, for one. Don't talk about my sister like that. And honestly, Valerie, whoever your mate he turns out to be will adore you no matter what took place in either of your pasts. And yes, every mate coupling is different. But at the end of it all is that the same mutual love and respect is there between both parties involved. I tried to assure her. You will have your worries and you'll be curious about his past, and he'll no doubt do the same. But none of it will matter when you two accept one another. She remained silent, so I continued. Now I don't know if he's loved anyone before you, or if he is in love with someone right now. Chances are he has not found love yet. Or rather, I should say, I know he has not found the level of love he will have with you, and he never will. But please believe me when I say that whatever happened before you two meet, being mates sort of magically washes all of that stuff away. I mean, every insecurity you have vanishes. I said. Don't fault the guy for his past, because he will not fault you for yours. She nodded. Thanks. I was seriously worried he'd reject me, she whispered the last part. Braxton had told my sister about the rejection part of mates, because she wanted to know why we just had to be with them. Didn't she get a choice in the matter? That's when he explained that she did in fact have the choice to reject her mate, just like her mate had the choice to reject her. But he made it more than clear that this isn't something to take lightly as a verbal. Direct. In person, rejection cannot be undone, and she would sever all ties with her mate, so most wares don't even like to say the word "wordject," and more often than not, simply refer to it as the word. I didn't know what to say. To be honest, I hadn't been in Valerie's situation before. I've never had much of a past, no past with other men to be exact, so I've never really put too much thought into Braxton's past. I know he has one, but I've never really put much stock into it. All I can say is, when the time comes, don't push him away. You might be scared or worried, but do not push him away. It'll tear you up to be away from him. I do know that much from experience, but also, just talk to him. Any questions or concerns? Just be open and upfront, because again, from experience, I know how crazy stressed you can make yourself from not talking about certain things. And as your mate, I can almost guarantee had every worry you're having. He's more than likely stressing about the same dilemma. She nodded her understanding, and we fell asleep shortly after. That's the last of them, Ryder said as he put the last of my boxes down in mine and Braxton's bedroom before going back downstairs with Braxton as they readied to take off. You tell Mom and Dad you're officially moving out, Val asked. I nodded. Mom was concerned for my reputation, but otherwise had no real objection. Dad's just glad we worked out our issues and that I'm still in school. Do you wish they knew about you and Brax being mates? I nodded. If they fully knew and understood the depth of mates, I think they'd worry less. Valerie shook her head. I don't know how I'm going to be able to keep this all to myself. You don't have to. You can talk to me. Ellie. Mariah. Braxton. Ryder. Well, he's moving soon, but you two seemed cool, so I'm sure he'd stay in touch. She nodded. He's nice. And he did tell me he was moving, but if I needed anything, I could always call him, and he'd be there to help me where he could. I smiled. Sounds like Ryder. Anyways, I'm crashing here for the night so I can help you unpack everything. Otherwise, I know you'll leave everything in boxes until you really need something. Which is perfect since I'd be home alone otherwise. I sounded, knowing Braxton and Ryder had to help with patrols tonight. The guys left shortly after, so to make it a little more fun, I invited over Elise and Mariah. In no time they had come over bearing junk food and wine. We all started in on my boxes. To be honest, there really wasn't too much just clothes. Books. Pictures. Old DVDs and CDs. A couple of comforters from my great-grandmother and few sentimental knickknacks. So it didn't exactly take us too long to get everything put away and sorted. So, Valerie sounded as we all sat down to just relax. Werewolves, huh? I laughed at the other girls' expressions. Braxton and I told Valerie about him and the pack. I told them before having to fill them in on everything. Mariah smiled. It's crazy, isn't it? Val smiled and nodded. Yeah. I'm kind of still wrapping my head around everything. But I can dig Whereas. Well, since everyone's in the loop now. Elise sounded. Did you guys hear about the new alpha of Garnet Hill's pack? Garnet Hills, I asked. Why do I know that pack name? I wondered, knowing I'd heard it somewhere. You probably read it in training. They're one of our alliances. And also Ryder's family's pack. That is how I heard about it. When Braxton told me Ryder was leaving, he said he was going to become the beta of the Garnet Hills pack. Elise nodded. My dad told me. And I'm sure Brax will tell you about the presenting. But basically, Garnet Hills has a new alpha, and he's ordered his alliances to attend his presentation. My uncle had a treaty with their pack, so no doubt Brax does too. But this will be your first Luna-associated event. So party time then, Mariah asked. Sounds like it. I nodded before turning to face my sister. I'm just not sure if you'd be able to go or not, since technically you aren't an official pack member. I didn't like that. I felt like, even though she knew about the wares, she'd somehow still be left out. Hey, it's cool. I'm sure I'll attend my own fabulous parties once I find my own mate. She smirked. I rolled my eyes, but I knew it was true. Technically, these party invitations are extended to alphas, lunas, betas, and the mates of betas. People of importance. So sorry, Rye. But looks like you and I will be sitting this one out too. Elise filled us in. It made sense when she put it that way. We talked for quite a while before the girls left Valerie and I alone for the evening. Patrols ran smoothly. I was glad for the fact that we hadn't had an attack in over a year, Patrick's exes not included, but it didn't mean we could get lazy in keeping our guard up. I knew as a leader I would have to always keep my guard up for my people and my mate. The thought of Harper at home, in our house, made my wolf excited. And luckily I had just let my wolf out for patrols so I wouldn't be so primal when I arrived back to the house. Especially since her sister is staying the night. I was genuinely glad that her sister could be part of this life as well. I know Harper is very close with both Mariah and Elise. But having a sibling along for the ride has to make things even easier for her. I met the guys over at the frat house and got into a fresh outfit not covered in dirt. I was just about to take off when my cell phone began to ring. It was a number I didn't recognize, but I answered regardless. Braxton, Auckland. I sounded. Alpha Braxton. This is Trace. I was even more curious than when I originally answered Alpha Trace. How can I help you this evening? Please. It's just Trace. You know that, he chuckled. Anyways, I know sent out the email to you personally about the presenting party. But I wanted to know if it would be all right to possibly come over and have dinner with you and your Luna-to-be. If it isn't too presumptuous or intrusive. I did get your email, and please. No intrusion or presumption at all. In fact, I should apologize for not having you over sooner. As Alliance members. Even if only temporary. It's only befitting to know each other as not only pack alphas but also the men behind the role. And I'd be glad to introduce you to my mate. Thank you very much, Braxton. I know this is asking a lot on such short notice. But with the party only a few days away, would it be too much to ask to sit with you and your mate before then? He asked. Really, I'm just trying to pick your brain on a few things before I have to meet one-on-one with the council. I understood exactly how he felt now. Yeah, meeting them alone for the first time is kind of a lot. I agreed. As a sign of respect, it's the policy for any pack to have a grievance period before having their next alpha presented to the pack as their new alpha. Of course, this only takes place if the previous alpha has passed. Otherwise, the title shift is handed down in front of the pack at the same presenting. Usually the alpha is too old to run the pack and hands his title down to his son. Well, how about tomorrow night? I offered. I think if I asked you over tonight, Harper might have an aneurysm about the house looking a mess. Plus, we've got her sister staying the night. He laughed. If only I had a messy house and an intrusive sister-in-law as my problems. He sighed. Well, her sister isn't bad at all. No, we love having her around. But I get where you're coming from, and man, I can tell you that the weight of the title gets easier to bear with time. And once Ryder's up there, it'll help alleviate some of the stress. He sighed heavily now. Yeah. I just feel like stuff making him move out here. I know it's not what he wants. Your brother has always been a very honor-bound and dutiful man. So he knows that this is important. Furthermore, he knows that you aren't asking him to come. This is something he was always meant to do. Just in a different setting. After that, we talked only a short while, more before hanging up. I called the guys into the entryway of the pack house, and they all paid attention. In a few days, my mate and I will be attending Alpha Trace Johnson's invitation alongside Beta Ryder. In our absence, both Patrick and Vance will be in charge. I know I don't have to ask everyone to respect them as much as you respect both Ryder and myself. Yes, Alpha. The men sounded in unison. I gave them a nod, signaling their dismissal. Ryder. He turned to acknowledge my calling him. Alpha, Trace is coming to dinner tomorrow night. I'd like you to be there if that isn't asking too much. He nodded. Of course. I was surprisingly happy to find Harper enjoying herself with her sister in the living room. Good evening, ladies, I said. Don't let me intrude. I just need a word with Harper really quick. Then Val giggled as my gorgeous mate blushed and walked over to me. I escorted her to the downstairs office and closed the door behind us. What's wrong, Han? I let my lips crash down onto hers with no protests from her. In fact, I even got a very seductive moan out of her. As much as I hate the fact that I had to pull away from our kiss, I knew her sister was here, so nothing could happen tonight. No matter how much I wanted so much to rush her upstairs and be intimate with her fully. Well, that was a very nice hello. She smiled. Did you miss me, handsome? I always miss you when I have to be away from you, my gorgeous. I said as I pushed her beautiful curls behind her shoulder so I could see my mark on her neck. She cast her eyes down in a demure fashion. But a beautiful pink touched her cheeks. I could sense her arousal and knew once again that I needed to stop. I need to talk to you. There is a new alpha being presented in a few days, and as our packs have had a treaty with one another in the past, it is our duty to attend his presenting as a sign of respect and goodwill. She nodded. Of course, there's more. Now Alpha Trace is Ryder's brother, and we have always been on good terms with the Johnson family, as well as their pack. So to help ease him into this role, we're going to host him for dinner tomorrow night. It'll just be you, Ryder and myself, along with Trace. Her eyes grew wide. A dinner tomorrow. I could tell she was already overthinking everything in her head. You are going to be the Luna of this pack, gorgeous. I have every confidence that you can pull together a dinner. Just use tomorrow night as a test run. Trace is a good family friend and Ryder's brother. So even if something isn't done due to the he isn't going to point it out, criticize you. That isn't him at all. She nodded and I kissed her forehead. Just relax. This will be one of the easiest things you'll have to do as a Luna. This will be one of the hardest things you'll have to do as a Luna. Braxton's grandmother sounded. After Braxton had told me about the sudden dinner we were throwing in honor of this new alpha. Alpha Trace. The next morning, I immediately contacted his grandmother. Sure, it may have been easier to call his mom, may have even been more fun, but I need to strengthen that bond between his grandmother and I, as well as the fact that she will tell me exactly what needs to be done and how to do it. Braxton had to go into work and Val had classes, so they left earlier in the day, leaving me all alone when his grandmother arrived. She commented on the size of the house and the decor on the inside. Thankfully, all good comments. Braxton said it'd be easy. She laughed a humorless laugh. To men, everything we do seems easy and effortless. But Alice, my girl, that's all part of our job. Creating that illusion for them to see. I took in her words. Alphas will never know the stress of having to put together a last-minute dinner for neighboring alphas, much less the headache of hosting the council members themselves. And don't you dare even get me started on people expecting a seat and a meal after not returning an RSVP card to an event. She sounded tiredly as she shook her head from side to side. But it must be done. So to start off, let's sit down and make a checklist. Together we sat down at my formal dining table and began the compiling of the list. First and foremost, let's get this list done in sections. We'll get the table sorted first. Then food and drink. Followed by entertainment, ambiance. Take note, my dear girl. I shook my wondering thoughts away and made a list of items as she spoke. Linens, candle holders, candles, flatware, stemware, floral arrangements, and china. Now, typically speaking, one would host guests using their wedding china. Flatware and stemware, she pointed out. But seeing as my grandson is a little delayed in his actions, we will just make do with what you already have. Oh, I sounded embarrassed. Braxton and I purchased a dining set from Target. It's got plates, bowls, and even some glasses. She nodded, her expression unreadable. Whilst that is a step above a styrofoam plate and no discredit to the Target establishment, I believe I have some items I can lend you for the time being. It was the most elegant way of saying mine and Braxton's 20-piece box set wasn't good enough. We then moved on to the linens, which I found must always be cloth, never paper or plastic. Tablecloths, napkins, and placemats. All cloth. Now this, of course, may be cotton. Crochet. Lace silk if you dare. The choice is yours, really. She smiled. I nodded and made a quick note. As for floral arrangements, you can honestly really go without florals for alpha dinners, but always have them present for council dinners. And when making arrangements, it's cheaper to make your own, but when doing so, remember to keep the arrangement short in height but long in length. This gives the illusion that it is a huge centerpiece while still being reasonable so that everyone is able to interact and see one another. Well, Priscilla is always my go-to for flowers anyways, so I'm sure she'd make lovely arrangements if I needed her to. She nodded. Yes, my dear Priscilla always had the most stunning displays for her tables. She smiled softly. On and on we went. And soon I had everything on the list made up with one thing missing. The food. What you serve is completely up to you, Harper. Now, with established alphas and council members, I personally would speak with their kitchen staff and ask what best they'd like to eat, or if they had any dietary restrictions. Or particular dislikes. Particular dislikes, I asked. Some will not eat anything non-organic, while others do not want anything green, or they do not like their food touching. She smirked. These men of power are all just oversized boys with inflated egos. It made us both laugh, and we moved on. I see you've taken Braxton's mark. I couldn't stop the heat from rushing to my face. I have. I'm glad. You two make a beautiful couple, and though this job as Luna may be tedious and at times no fun at all, it is all worth it. More so with an alpha who's willing to help you as you are to help him. I nodded. That's why I moved back in and wanted to take the mark, I admitted. I know that it's time for me to fully immerse myself into the Luna role because more than anything, I just really want to be there for him and help him where I can. I walked into chaos. Harper had called asking me to come over to her house and help her with something. In all honesty, she had asked if I could stop by if I wasn't busy. But I heard the slight desperation in her voice. Harper, I called out. She peeked her head around the corner. Her cheeks were pink and her hair had been pulled into a messy bun, but frizzy curls were poking out here and there. Thanks for coming. She smiled tiresomely. Yeah. So what's up? She explained about a last-minute dinner and the importance of it going well for that new alpha who was throwing the party. I could honestly care less about the dinner, but I do care about my sister, and I can see she was kinda having a meltdown about this. I'm here. So what do you need me to do? I asked. She smiled and gave me various instructions. After helping her vacuum the entire downstairs area and taking the rugs out to beat the dust off of them, I made my way back inside and finally sat down to help her polish the silver. So, The house is empty with you gone and Mom and Dad away constantly, I said. She gave me a sad sort of smile. I know it can't be the easiest thing in the world. You know you're more than welcome to stay here. I knew she meant well. But I also knew she was new to relationships, so this is something she needed to discuss with her mate. Furthermore, I wouldn't take her up on the offer. I'm good. Plus, someone has to man the fort. Now. Why don't you go on up and start getting ready, I offered, as I noticed it was already going on 7 p.m. I figured Braxton was either at work or doing werewolf stuff since he hadn't been home all day. Her eyes went wide when she too noticed the time, and she took off. The doorbell rang and I got up to answer it. Hey, I said as I let Ryder in. Good evening, Val, he said with a barely there smile. He was donning a rather nice suit and followed me into the dining room. I had always liked Ryder. He was a stand-up sort of guy. Kinda quiet. Almost broody, but very nice. If only I could find a guy like him. Too bad he isn't what I typically go for in a guy. Everything was set to perfection, and all that was missing was the flatware. I don't know where my sister got these silver utensils from, but they were gorgeous. No doubt Brax had purchased them for her. I smiled. I love the way he dotes on her. Busy, he asked. Just helping Harper get the rest of this polished for her big, important alpha guest tonight. I smiled. He shook his head. Well, he is a new alpha, but he isn't too important of a guest that he requires all this trouble. I shrugged. It's important to H, so I don't mind helping her out. He sat down and removed his suit jacket before he grabbed some spoons and began helping me. While I appreciate your help, Ryder, we're only doing enough for the dinner tonight. Everything else is being put away for later use. I filled him in. We worked, and when Braxton walked in, I knew it was time for me to get going, as I'm sure their guest would be arriving shortly. I gathered the rest of the silverware and put the case away in the giant china curio cabinet. Out of sight, Braxton told me hello and made small talk with Ryder. Will you let my sister know I put the rest of the silverware away, and I'll see her this weekend? Braxton nodded. You should stay for dinner, he offered. I smiled but refused. I'm not even dressed. But I'm sure I will see you guys this weekend, and maybe we can all hang out then. I replied. I'll walk you out, Ryder said, as we both knew Brax would probably go and look for Harper. As we reached the door, there was a man on the other side, clearly getting ready to knock. He was a handful of inches taller than Ryder. And even though he was in a very nice suit, there was a ruggedness to him as his blonde hair was combed back, but his beard was a wild tangle on his face. He looked at me and smiled. Excuse me, he said as he stepped out of the way. Trace, Ryder sounded. Ryder, the gentleman said in acknowledgement. A small smirk on his face. Your date leaving for the evening. I don't know why, but I shook my head and had the strong urge to correct him. I am not his date. He smiled further. My apologies. Well then, see you around, Little Red. I blushed, and at him referring to me as Red, and funnily enough it actually didn't irritate me off like it normally would, as he is hardly the first person to try calling me that. Is that a promise from the big bad wolf, I asked, just a little flirtatiously. Okay. So I know I had sworn off dating. But this guy was sexy and I really didn't start it this time. Oh, you have no idea, he sounded. His deep voice seemed to pull me in. If you will excuse us. I'm going to walk Valerie to her car, and I'm sure the Alpha and Luna to be are inside waiting for you. Ryder sounded. I winked at the guy before letting Ryder escort me away from him. He was really hot, I said as Ryder opened my door for me. Seems like you two aren't on the best of terms, though. That was my older brother, he said. Alpha Trace. Or soon-to-be Alpha Trace. There's a lot of protocols and steps. He sighed. Well, I'm off then. Good luck with the dinner, I said, not really wanting to hear all the boring details. I wasn't too sure about alphas or fancy dinners. But if he was the same guy throwing a party this weekend, then I needed to do whatever I had to get invited. Dinner was absolutely delicious, Luna, to be Harper. I want to thank you so very much once again for having me. Please, it's just Harper, my beautiful mate said with a smile. Thank you, gorgeous, I said as she came around to remove my plate. I'm going to speak with Alpha Trace and Beta Ryder in the office. Actually, if you both don't mind, I need to excuse myself. Last-minute assignment due, Ryder announced as he got up and thanked Harper for dinner as well. It's always a pleasure, but if you'll all excuse me. I nodded my acknowledgement and he left after that. Trace followed me into the office, and I motioned for him to have a seat as I took my own seat at my desk. I know I came over here to discuss alpha business, but, to be honest, I can't even remember what I was going to discuss with you, he admitted with a sly-looking smirk. What's up, man? Something distracting you, more like someone. I found my mate, he admitted. Well, congrats, man. I'm sure you two will be happy. I smiled as I got more comfortable now. So why don't you tell me about her? I don't know. He shrugged. I was hoping you'd tell me a little about her. I was curious now. Is she one of my pack members? He shook his head. I don't know. I couldn't detect a wolf, really. Sassy redhead from earlier. Val, I asked, humored. I should have suspected that if one sister had a mate with power, the other would follow suit as well. He nodded. I think Ryder had mentioned her name was Valerie. What can you tell me about her? Not much. But I know someone who knows all about her. I'd really love to speak with them. Do you think they'd come over on such short notice? He asked almost desperately. I smiled. Yeah, hold on. I left to find Harper already starting a pot of coffee. Hey, she sounded as I approached her. I took the moment to kiss her, and for once she didn't blush. But I didn't miss the fact that she also was willing to let it grow into more. But I pulled away knowing Trace was in the office. She pouted and I chuckled. You're getting greedy, love. This time she smirked. I didn't know what I was missing out on. Anyways, did Alpha Trace leave? No. Actually, I wanted to ask you to join me in the office. Of course, she sounded. I grabbed her hand and walked us into the office. Trace rose from his seat to acknowledge our entrance. Harper, my gorgeous. Alpha Trace would like your personal help on finding out as much as he can on his newfound mate. Absolutely. I'll do what I can, she said, looking at him and then back at me with more than a little uncertainty. He smiled, a genuine smile. Thank you so much, Alpha Braxton. Luna to be. What can you tell me about Valerie? Valerie Braxton's mate asked for clarification before looking to him almost for answers. He smiled. Yeah. Val. I told you. She shook her head but smiled before she looked at me. Valerie is my sister, she said kindly. Her words had definitely taken me by surprise. The two, from what I can tell, even brief though the encounter with Valerie was. The two are nothing alike. I'm sure you're trying to figure out how we're actually sisters. But I can assure you that even if we don't look the same, we are sisters. She smiled. Furthermore, you are all Valerie has thought about since finding out all about wares and mates. I'll give you two some privacy, Braxton sounded. I knew as an alpha this wasn't exactly second nature. To leave one's mate alone with an unmated were. But as I can see his mark on full display, I can see how he'd be cool with leaving her alone, plus I just admitted to finding my own mate. So your sister. She knows about wares. She nodded. And then explained the majority of it. Look, I don't know you personally, so I have no reason to prejudge you. But when it comes to my sister, she's had her share of hardships and heartache and has always been very unlucky in love. If she lets you in, she will give herself to you completely. I hope so, if I may. It isn't my place. But all I want is my sister's happiness, and all I want is to provide that happiness. I smiled before I got real with her. Luna to be. Your sister isn't the only who's been excited about find her mate. She's all I've wanted for as long as I can remember. I know you two could be happy. But honestly, I don't know how you'll both get the chance to run into each other again anytime soon. She said. I nodded. I have a presenting coming up. I could open it up from just Alliance and Council members to my pack as a party. Then maybe she could blend in a little easier. This time she smiled her own mischievous smirk. I think I have an idea. We talked about details for my new upcoming party. Yes, it would be my presenting. But more than all of that, it would be the main stage to get to meet my mate officially instead of just in passing. Once I excused myself from their home, I went straight to my own pack house. Unfortunately for me, I wouldn't find peace tonight. Not only was my mind consumed with the lovely Valerie, But my sister Yvonne and her mate were a constant shadow filling the pack house these days, as she sulked about and indirectly challenged me at every turn. I walked past the both of them. Even Yvonne's spiteful looks couldn't ruin tonight for me. I had found my mate and I was completely entranced by her wild spirit. I went into my office with the every intention of getting some work done as I sat behind my desk. But I quickly found myself distracted as Valerie already began to consume my every thought. I resigned with a sigh as I had to shake her from my thoughts long enough to get some emails out. I was going to take the Luna to be Harper's advice. I would use my presenting to get to know Valerie better. And to make it more fun. She suggested to make it a masquerade party. I smiled as I contemplated how her reactions would be upon me, singling her out throughout the evening. Would she be giddy? Nervous? Excited? Maybe put off? Crowded? Would she look up at me with unknown pride as I am presented as the alpha of this pack? I shook my head. She may know about mates, but she doesn't know she's our mate. Mate my wolf whined for her already. I know. I sighed. Once more, I was pulled from my thoughts from the loud sounds outside of my office. I immediately sent out an email to all attending partygoers from other packs, as well as my own pack members to inform them of the slight change in attire for the party. While it was always a formal event. This time I would have a little fun just to see my new mate smile as Luna to be Harper, had I informed me on how much my mate had enjoyed a masquerade party not too long ago. Morgan. I called from my office doorway. She stood in the foyer with her best friend Zoe. The two girls had been best friends since they were in diapers. I watched as my baby sister hugged Zoe goodbye for the evening before joining me in my office. "What's up?" she asked, her smile still lingering from hanging out with her friend. I moved to close the door to give us some privacy. I smiled at my baby sister. "I just wanted to check on you." "Are you okay?" She shrugged. "I'm all right." Can't bring him back, right? I knew she'd taken Dad's death hard. At 19, she is the baby of the siblings and always had such a close connection with Dad. I know Dad passing is hard, Mo. But I was actually referring to me being presented as the alpha this weekend. She nodded. I know it's what Dad truly wanted. For you and Ryder to take over when he left. And he used to talk about it all the time. He never mentioned anything to me, I pointed out. Did you ever ask him what he wanted? I shook my head and she smiled. Get some rest, Trace. You look tired. I smirked. And so the stresses of Alpha have already begun to show on me. She hugged me. Don't worry. Soon Ryder will be here and he'll be helping you run everything, she said before she wished me a good night and left me alone once again. But this time I only had one thing on my mind now. And it wasn't Valerie. Ryder. He seemed to be very well acquainted with Valerie. She couldn't be his girlfriend, could she? My wolf was angry now and I was all but ready to challenge him for her. But I reined it in as she had confirmed that she wasn't his date tonight. That had to mean they'd never messed around, too. Right. After Braxton and I saw Trace off for the evening, we both knew that there was an elephant in the room. So, he sounded. I smiled. So, Trace and Val. Another mate coupling. I nodded along to his words. I'm happy for my sister. Assuming Trace is as good a man as Ryder, I offered. She really does deserve happiness. He placed his arms on my shoulders and pulled me in for a hug, his tall frame always towering over me. I know Trace. He is a good man and more. But I'm happy so long as you're happy, gorgeous. I smirked against his chest. No doubt they'll start dating. Maybe she'll move over there in time. Then they'll be as happy as we are. I should call my parents and convince them to sell the house. Especially if Val's gonna move out soon. I have no doubt that they will be as happy as we are. And the minute that Val accepts him, she will be beginning her training, just as you are. He smiled. What I asked before reality kicked in. Trace is an alpha. Well, I mean she'll have some time to get used to everything and I can ease her into the role. He pulled out of the hug to look at me almost sympathetically. Harper, gorgeous. I know you mean well, but it will be up to Trace and the council. The council really. On how and when she will, being her training to become a Luna. But knowing Trace and Val. I know it won't be long before he marks her and that essentially kicks off everything. I was kind of at a loss for words. Of course I'm still happy and excited for my sister. But this is a lot of stuff super fast. But I mean, I had a year to kind of get into all of this, and she's just going to be thrown in there. First and foremost, she will always have her mate now. And I don't think any male, especially an alpha, is going to just let his mate be thrown into anything, he said with a gentle smile. I know Trace well enough to know that he is very protective of the people he cares about. And your sister will be placed highest above anyone now as she is his mate, I nodded. I just wish she had as much time as I did. Getting to know her mate like I have. He chuckled before placing a lovely kiss upon my lips. And I have loved every minute getting to know you and still learning about you as we continue to move forward. I love this man so much. Now, he said as he took a slouching position against the sofa and took hold of my waist so I would step in between his legs. To be honest, the only real reason we took as long as we did before your transition into becoming the Luna is because you only just took my mark, he explained as he gently pushed my hair away from my neck and behind my shoulder to reveal his mark. And I have a feeling it won't take Valerie nearly as long to accept Trace's mark. At this, I crossed my arms. Are you suggesting my sister is easy or fast? He sighed. No, lovely. Only suggesting that since she does happen to be a little more experienced than you, I have every faith that she will accept her mate's mark much quicker. He tried to amend, but now I was feeling a little hurt. He must have sensed it as he pulled me in even closer to him. Remember, every mate's coupling is different, gorgeous. So if someone takes their mate's mark, sooner or later is completely between the two mates and no one else. Despite the council thinking they are the ones to make that decision. He smiled. I couldn't help but sigh now. So here comes another couple who will probably get married and have babies before us too. He furrowed his brow only slightly. Is that something you're wanting? I shook my head but shrugged. Well, I don't know, to be honest. I sighed. I've definitely thought about it. No, really, I've stressed about it, I admitted. Stressed about it. I felt slightly embarrassed now. Well, it's the reason I moved out in the first place. Like it was all becoming so much. The mating. The mark. The presenting. The lessons. Marriage. Alpha heirs. It all felt like it was piling up on me and like I had to get it done immediately. Why didn't you tell me any of this? He asked, kind of sadly. I was worried about disappointing you or worse. Making you feel like I didn't want to do any of it. Like, how do you tell your boyfriend you don't want to get married or have babies? Ever, he questioned. I could see concern beginning to fill his face. Well, someday. But I'm not even 20 yet. I confessed. Call me selfish or whatever, but I love you and I love being with you. But I felt like when Ellie got married that I had this obligation that I had to soon get married, and then now with Mariah being pregnant. That same overwhelming feeling like I have to have a baby in the name of the pack is kicking in, even though I'm perfectly happy without having a baby at the moment. Harper, I wish you felt comfortable enough to talk about these things with me sooner. Because, believe it or not, gorgeous. But I face these same issues too. As the Alpha and Luna, yes, we will have many expectations placed upon us, but I can assure you that just because everyone might want us to do this or that, doesn't mean we have to. We don't have any obligation to get married or have kids. Ever, I asked, confused. Ever. He smiled. Gorgeous, there is no law anywhere, and I'm sure you would know. He smiled sweetly. There's nothing saying that the Alpha and Luna have to be married or that the Luna has to have kids. I had to think about it, but he was right. I had gone over every freaking book and scroll there was so far, and I haven't ever come across anything about marriage and children being mandatory. More so, I felt like a jerk, so I voiced that. I feel like a sucky hypocrite, I said. I preached to Val that when it comes to mates that she should open herself up and just talk to whoever her mate turned out to be, and here I am not even doing that. He kissed my forehead. Just promise me that if you're stressing about something that you'll come to me. I don't care how small or insignificant you think it might be. The last thing I want is for you to feel like you have to do this alone. Try and remember, gorgeous, that I'm new to this too. I felt better having had this conversation, and I now knew that I wasn't the only one who was worried about all of this. Then something else struck me. I don't know how I would feel if Braxton and I never did get married. And if he's thought about it like I have. Is it possible he never wants to get married? But taking his advice, I just asked instead of harping on it. So, where do you stand on the whole marriage and babies topics? He didn't even have to think about it. Oh, I definitely plan on marrying you. Without a doubt, I'd love to marry you. But babies. I think we could put that one off for a while. He smirked. You see, I too am too selfish to share my mate with anyone right now. My own child included. Then I put in a saddened expression. What's wrong, gorgeous? Well, despite neither of us wanting kids right now, I have to admit I'll miss us being intimate, and he reacted quickly. Hey, I never said anything about not practicing the wonderful world of safe sex. And just like that, he was chasing me up the stairs and into the bedroom where we shared an intimate moment. As I laid in bed, I had this extreme feeling of contentment as I had once again gotten to be close to my mate in the most intimate of ways. Being intimate with her was far superior to any female before her. She simply stood out to me above all others. Of course, that's not to say there were many women before her. I wasn't just looking to be intimate with every girl out there just because I could. In fact, I've only had the pleasure of 2 other girls' company before her. One I lost my virginity to, and the other I held an on-again, off-again sexual relationship with throughout high school. Both girls had found their mates, so I was fortunate on that aspect as well. No clingy, jealous exes. What are you thinking about? Harper asked lazily. A thin sheet, the only thing hiding her delectable body from my view. How lucky I am, I answered. And you, gorgeous. What is on your mind? Nothing really. Just happy. I nodded and pulled her over to me. I know this probably isn't the best time, but I've been meaning to talk with you about our beta situation. Braxton. I will go along with either Vance or Patrick. The choice is yours, but that's why I wanted to talk with you. I was thinking, why do I have to choose? Well, because you need a beta. That much I'm certain of, she said as her half-lidded eyes were slowly starting to close. But I pressed on. I knew she was tired, but I knew I couldn't sleep without voicing this out loud. No. I know I need a beta, and they are my best prospects. But why choose between them? Why not have both? She blinked a couple of times and looked up at me. I know she was thinking. Possibly trying to recall if she's read anything on the subject. And that's why I was so keen on bringing it up to her. Knowing that her knowledge is more fresh than mine on this subject from her training. Can I do that? I asked. She sat up, bringing the sheet with her. Honestly, I think you can have dual betas, my love. The only hindrance I can see this posing is lines of power get blurred. How so? I wondered aloud. Well, speaking hypothetically, of course. She started, say we never kids. Then the alpha role would traditionally be handed to the beta you've selected. But the way your family has done it for many years is that you've selected the next of kin, or next to inherit the title as your betas. Now, technically, your next of kin blood-wise is your Uncle Richard. Then Elise. And third in line would be Patrick before Vance, as he is a blood relative of yours, whereas Vance is only your cousin by marriage. I listened on. I had never really given it much thought. Now, by placing them both into the beta role, I'm assuming you'd give them equal power, so there is no beta number 1 or beta number 2. I nodded. And again, there is nothing wrong with that. But back to the no children thing. By our law, you'd have to pick between them as to who you'd want to have succeed you. You'll have to make a living will, so to speak. I hate to think about it, but if something were to happen to you, the pack needs a leader. And of course, the beta rises to fill that role until the council come to present the next alpha. How come it seems like this is more difficult than it should be? I don't remember my dad ever having to deal with this, I grumbled. She shrugged. I didn't know your father or your grandfather for that matter, but my guess is they always placed the next in line blood-wise as their betas, and you are not. Again, the next in line would be your uncle, and he was your father's beta until you became old enough to take on the position. I nodded. My uncle has said how he doesn't wish to fill the role anymore. And you don't have to pick him. You could always pick Elise as your next of kin, and as both you and Ryder have said, Patrick and Vance are your best options for beta. Heaven forbid something happens to you, but you'll just have to set up a successor on the off chance that we don't have a child before something happens to you. My wolf was awake once again at the sound of having a child. And soon all conversations were over, as I showed affection to my mate once again tonight. Friday finally rolled around and I was on my way out to meet up with the girls and Valerie. You leaving already? Braxton asked as he exited his office. I saw Vance and Patrick already in there, and knew they would be discussing pack business, and my mate was too lazy to make it to the pack house. I nodded as I pulled on a jacket. The weather was starting to cool now. A sign that fall was upon us, and soon the next full moon where the council will officially announce me as the pack's new Luna. I'll probably be gone all day. I don't have any classes today, but I'm going dress shopping with the girls, and honestly, I have no idea how long that's going to take. He bent down and kissed me. Well then. He smiled as he reached into his back pocket and withdrew his wallet. He handed me his credit card and I took it without any qualms anymore. Have fun, gorgeous. And remember, you cannot tell Valerie about her mate. I nodded. Trace has to be the one to tell her. I remember, I said as I recalled a passage from one of the old books I had studied. The guys had come out of the office. Luna to be. They both greeted me. Betas. I sounded with a smile before finally taking off. From the invitation that Braxton and I received, Alpha Trace would be hosting a quite extravagant gala. Black tie, of course, and masquerade no less. Also on the invitation, it stated that this was only for his pack members as well as the Alphas. Lunas. Betas. And Beta's mates of his alliances. Seeing as Ryder is his new Beta and Vance and Patrick were our new Betas, we would all be attending. I wasn't quite too surprised to find out that Valerie had also received an invitation. Only hers held a slightly different and much more romantic message. The night of Alpha Trace's presenting and official first night as Pack Alpha had finally arrived. Gorgeous, could you help me? Be right there, handsome, I said as I got up from my vanity table and walked into our shared closet and found Braxton having a difficult time with his cufflinks. I stepped in and smiled as even my handsome Alpha had difficulty with the smallest of things. Don't you look sharp? I said as I finished with the cufflinks. I couldn't help but hug him. He smiled down at me. No one will see me tonight. I felt a little worried. I didn't want to have a repeat of my own presenting. Are you planning on being on duty tonight? He shook his head. No. No duty for me tonight other than representing the pack as Alpha. But mainly being your escort. His handsome smiled on full display. I only mean no one will be able to see me because I am going to be standing next to such radiant beauty. Everyone will be looking at you. I couldn't help but blush at his compliment. I wouldn't care if anyone looked at me tonight. So long as I have your attention. He carefully took my face into his hands. Harper, you always have my attention. And then he kissed me once before I pulled away. I smiled. Red lipstick. He growled playfully before he decided to kiss my cheek instead. Damn your beautifully painted lips. Before we knew it, we were off. Your sister didn't need a ride, Braxton asked as he drove on to the next town over. I shook my head. Her invitation mentioned a car picking her up, as well as a prolonged stay. How much more prolonged, Braxton asked with amusement. Just the weekend. I said. I think it's romantic. He shrugged. So long as they're happy, that's all anyone can ask for. Are you happy with our life? I asked him. Of course I am. He replied without hesitation. Are you? I reached over and took his hand in my own. I don't think it's possible to be even happier than I am right now, my handsome. He smiled and my heart beat picker up at how utterly attractive this man really is. And how wholly I do absolutely love him. Can I ask you something, love? He asked almost carefully now. You know we can talk about anything. How would you feel if Val did get marked and married really fast? It definitely wasn't something I had expected him to ask. I don't know. I want to say I'll be happy for her, but honestly I'd be concerned. He shook his head. That isn't exactly what I meant, gorgeous. I meant, do you think the pressure would be on you again? At this I looked at him. Honestly, I don't think I'd feel selfish. But weirdly I may get a tinge jealous. I mean, I know we talked about this the other day. So I know marriage is something we both want, and while we haven't quite discussed when we'd like to get married. I know there's no real rush or extended wait on my end, so if she got married before me I think I would be jealous for a minute before the excitement took over. It was more honest than I expected it to be, but please don't feel like you have to. I blushed. Now I was worried he'd take it as a hint that I wanted him to propose. Again, it'd be nice. But I'm not exactly expecting it. Harper, I do plan on asking for your hand in marriage one day. And when I do, it will be because I feel like we are in a place where we're ready to move forward. Not because others around us are getting married. Not because people think we should. But because we want to and it feels like the right time. Thank you, I said. Even I could hear excitement and relief in my words. He chuckled before he lifted my hand to his mouth. He placed a loving kiss upon it. Of course, gorgeous. Now can I ask you something? He nodded. We talked about kids the other night too. He nodded once again. We did. How would you feel if they got pregnant before us? He looked over at me briefly as he was driving. Honestly, just like you with your sister getting married, I know I'd get jealous, but at the end of the day I'd be thrilled for them, he sighed. I am but a man. Of course I want to be a husband-father someday. And I will happily take what you are willing to give me. So if we have 1 kid, beautiful. 2. Even better. He smiled. 3 or 4. I might have to take up a second job. But I'm not trying to win the race on who can have a baby first here. At this I laughed. Glad to hear it. Mariah's got us beat anyways. He put in teasingly. Then he caresses the back of my hand with his thumb. All in all, my future is with you, gorgeous. We get to choose how our life goes, and all I ask is for your happiness. The conversations continued in an easy fashion, and soon we were pulling up to the pack house, a rather luxurious mansion. Is this where Ryder and Trace grew up? I asked. Trace, yes. Ryder visited in the weekends. Fancy, huh? He smiled. To say the least. I instantly thought of my sister. Val's going to fit right in, he said as if hearing my thoughts, but I shook my head. Valerie talks a big game. But really she's just as shy as I am. She just has a bigger personality to mask her insecurities. Or she can play the difficult role if she feels intimidated. He simply nodded before 2 valet men came over and opened our doors. Braxton handed them the keys before rushing over to my side. The valet man who opened my door handed us both a mask. Braxton tied my mask off carefully, and then he moved to put on his own mask. I smiled up at him as a flood of memories and emotions overcame me. He must have been remembering the same things as soon he grabbed my waist and kissed me before we finally set off to enter the pack house. This is insane, I said as I looked on in awe of the vast room. I couldn't even begin to tell what the pack house looked like as rich fabrics draped the walls. Any and all furniture was removed, and in their place stood hundreds of very well-dressed and masked individuals. That also poured out into the backyard area. Let's go and find Trace, Braxton suggested. He's more than likely in the office. We moved through the room alight only with candles, so it emitted a warm glow. Braxton never let go of my hand, and I was genuinely thankful. The last thing I wanted to do was get separated from him right now. He led me through the room and found the area he wanted to go. He moved one of the loose hanging pieces of fabric that covered a door. I smiled as it felt like we weren't supposed to be doing that. He knocked on the door before a masculine enter sounded. We found Trace alone. He hadn't yet put his mask on, so I could see he was worried. Or nervous. Or was it fear? Hey, he sighed. I'm glad you've both made it. I nodded. Everything okay? I asked as I took off my mask. He nodded. Just on edge, I guess, he said to me before turning to face Harper. What if your sister doesn't come? She still wore her mask and looked just as beautiful. My own mysterious beauty. Oh, she's coming. Even if you hadn't have invited her. I'm sure my sister would have found a way to come. He laughed and seemed to ease a little. She's coming, he said. I knew he would be talking to his wolf. Harper nodded. Don't worry. She'll be here. And she will be just as scared, if not more so. My suggestion. Be the first person she sees. She'll lean on your confidence because you are the first person she meets tonight, and it will also help that you're her mate. He nodded. Thank you so much, Luna, to be Harper. And may I add that you look quite lovely this evening. I nodded in agreement. My wolf was fine knowing there was no underlying intentions behind his compliment. Suddenly, another knock sounded before 3 men entered without being asked to. I immediately bowed my head in respect, knowing it was the council members, and I noticed Harper followed suit. But she had actually held a curtsy until they released us of our formal greetings. Alpha's Trace and Alpha Braxton. The main council member spoke. Your Grace. I sounded in acknowledgement. Is this your mate, Alpha Braxton? Another asked. I stood up as tall as I could with extreme pride. I knew this would be her official presenting to the council as they were all here tonight. If you don't mind, Trace, I asked his permission as this was his night. He gestured to indicate that he wanted me to continue. Your Graces. It is an honor to present my mate. Harper Carson. She placed her hand into mine now before she curtsied rather low. Your Graces. I am humbled to be set before you. My grandmother had prepared her wonderfully. I didn't even know if she was doing everything right, but from the sounds and looks of it, it seemed pretty darn official. Oh, please rise as a new Luna, dear child. She raised her head and smiled, a radiant smile of thanks before she used my hand that was still holding hers to help herself rise gracefully. Luna Harper. I said, so proud of my mate. My Alpha. She replied sweetly. Yeah. Yeah. Get the cutesy stuff out of my office, Trace said with a smirk. We did in fact excuse ourselves after that and joined the rest of the party outside, held under a large tent. I put my mask back on and immediately pulled my mate to the dance floor, much to her protest. But she was all smiles as we swayed to the music. You really are too beautiful. She smiled. And you are too charming. We danced for 2 more songs before we bumped into Vance and Elise, who showed us where Mariah and Patrick and soon Ryder joined us. Oh, I think that's Trace, Ryder said. I know that's Val. Harper smiled. Everyone in the tent watched them enter. The lady in red. Her hand tucked into the crook of the dark-suited male who seemed to demand a silent respect. We all clapped for them, and just like I had done with Harper, he led his mate to the dance floor. Only this time it was just them. They danced together for a whole song before he escorted her off the dance floor. Once again, everyone clapped, and the dance floor was once again open for everyone. I enjoyed every moment with my mate and friends. And before we knew it, the night was coming to a close. Did you get to speak with your sister tonight? I asked Harper as I placed my jacket over her shoulders while we waited for our car to be brought to us at the valet station. I did. She looked so beautiful tonight. And of course she was all smiles, she said with her own smile. And I even found Ryder smiling. She laughed. I found him dancing with a girl a couple of times. I nodded, and instead of letting the valet open her door, I took it upon myself to open her car door and helping her into the car. Yeah. I noticed that too. I wonder who she was. Once in the car, we drove off. And a short while after leaving Trace's pack house, my own little beauty had fallen asleep. I lowered the music so as not to disturb her, and I couldn't help but smile. Tonight had been a good night. In the days that passed, Valerie remained with Alpha Trace, and Ryder had unofficially started his beta role for his brother, so he found himself gone more and more. And even put in his formal request to officially move to the Garnet Hills pack. To my knowledge, he's even been looking for his own place. Hey. Harper sounded upon entering the house. She removed her jacket, and I walked out of the office to greet her properly. Thought you'd still be at work. I want to surprise you with dinner, I smiled. And I took off early because I want to take you out to dinner, I admitted before leaning down to kiss her. Hello, gorgeous. How were your classes today? She shrugged. They were all right. No assignments due, so that's always a plus. Just then our doorbell rang. I went to answer it and found it was Valerie. I smiled and let her in. Hey, B. My sister home, she asked before spotting Harper. Harper. I'm in desperate need of a pedicure and my loving sisterly advice. Harper smiled. I'm down for a pedicure. We just have to be finished before dinner. Valerie, you are also more than welcome to join us for dinner. I sounded. As much I love having my mate to myself. I know Valerie means a lot to Harper. Can't. Plans. But thanks, B. She smiled. Come on, she said before dragging my mate back out the front door. I moved back into the office to finish up some work when my doorbell rang again. Once again, I got up to answer the door, and this time I found Ryder. Hey, man. What brings you by? I asked as he walked in. I was on my way home, thought I'd drop in, he said before an awkward silence filled the room. It was odd. We had never had an awkward moment in our friendship before. But we both knew when he said home he meant his new pack. as it's the weekend and he'd need to begin getting ready for his own presentation as the new beta of Garnet Hills. Hey, so how's life in Garnet Hills? He nodded. Pretty good. Graduate here in a couple of weeks. Already have a residency in place. And found a house. Nothing too big for now, you know. I nodded. Well, I'm glad everything's going well for you so far. Yeah. So I actually have been meaning to talk to you for a while now. If you've got the time, of course. Is that even a question, bro? I asked as I moved toward the living room, trying to keep the conversation as comfortable as possible. Is the Luna home? I smiled as I thought back to the night I finally got to introduce her to the council members. Marked. Mated. Already presented. And fully trained. They acknowledged her as the rightful Luna of this pack. My Luna. But I could tell he was stalling. I shook my head. Nah. She just took off with her sister to get pedicures and gossip about Val's weekend with your brother. Usually Ryder would roll his eyes or shake his head in annoyance at the mention of his brother. But instead he nodded his head in a dazed fashion. That's good. What's going on, man? I said. And no more stalling. You can be upfront with me. He looked at me. Well, as you know, I have been slowly getting more accustomed to Garnet Hills. And in doing so, gaining my footing and getting to know the people, and one of those people just so happens to be Zoe. My mate. I smirked. The female at your brother's presentation. I noted, recalling his dancing with a new girl. At this, he also smirked and nodded. Yeah. It was kind of our first outing as mates, so I took the evening to sort of keep her to myself as much as I could. But I should have introduced you. I brushed his words off. Hey, there's always next time. He nodded. Well, you know where I'll be. And with me is Beta. And Valerie as Trace's mate. There's no way he's going to keep the alliance temporary, so I'm sure I'm going to be seeing you around still. We talked some more before he had to take off, and for the first time since finding out he'd have to leave. I wasn't as sad. In fact, I was happy for my best friend and hoped his new endeavors would treat him well. I don't really know what I was expecting, to tell you the truth. Valerie said, her brows pulled together in a slight annoyance. I did ask him if I was his mate. And he did admit that I was. Is that a bad thing? I wondered. I suppose it's completely possible to be unattracted to your assigned mate or not have similar feelings. Oh. She sounded before smiling. No, well, it's kinda perfect. She was blushing now, and I could see how truly giddy she was. Well, what made it perfect? She shook her head. Still smiling. I don't know. She laughed a little. Everything. He didn't leave me all alone at all that first night. I can see how that could be creepy, seeing as I hardly know him, but I don't know. I guess I saw him as very attentive, which was perfect because I didn't want to be alone at all that night. And he was always within reach, literally. The way he holds my hand. Like he's afraid he's going to break it. But at the same time, like he never wants to let it go. And the way he looks at me. She had to stop momentarily. She had gotten so excited that her eyes had actually begun to tear up slightly. He looks at me with so much admiration. Nobody has ever looked at me with so much respect or care. And speaking of respect, he didn't even try anything. And he had plenty of opportunity. I was kind of impressed. Trace said he'd chase her, and it seems as if he was. Is it like... I don't know. Is it normal to feel so deeply for him this quick? I shrugged. Braxton says every coupling is different. But for us. And I can only speak for myself, really. But he was all I could think about. I hated that I had to be away from him. And now that I've taken his mark, it's kinda even more intense. The ladies came over and began working on our feet, so the subject was dropped momentarily. But not for too long, as Val spoke up. I'm scared. I looked over at her. Of what? I feel like he is so good. Too good for me. I just feel like I'm going to ruin it somehow. The ladies were obviously listening in on our conversation, and my cheeks pinked at her blunt words. You are not. I tried to assure her. I am. I just know it. Either I'm going to freak out and run off, or I'm going to annoy him by being too clingy, or I'm going to move too fast and... I don't know, I can just tell I'm going to ruin this. Val. Trace isn't like most guys, I said, finding it tough to explain to her when I didn't exactly want to just talk about werewolves in front of these complete strangers. Trust me when I say that guys like him and Brax, they like clingy. And nothing is too fast for them. Even when you think you're moving fast. To them, it could be moving faster. She smiled. Thanks, Harper. I don't know how you did this by yourself. I shrugged. I didn't. I had Elise. And more importantly, I had Braxton. I can't stress how important it is to talk to your man, I said with a slight smile. Braxton was the one who pointed out that everything that I was feeling, he was also feeling the same things because this was all new for him just like it was new for me. And you and Trace are no different. So when you feel like you're getting in your own head, stop and talk to him. She nodded. The ladies worked on our feet in silence. So, did you get his number? She laughed. I did. I've actually been fighting with myself trying not to call or text him ever since he had a car pick me up. Well, men like Trace are very important and therefore very busy, I said with faux pretension. She giggled. But again, he's probably stressing too. Not wanting to seem like an annoyance or too desperate by calling or texting you so soon after you just left. She nodded. Just text him and see where it goes from there. But remember, be yourself. When it comes to Trace, you never have to put on an act or hide how you truly feel. She bit her bottom lip as she withdrew her cell phone from her purse and ran her finger delicately over the screen until she found what she wanted. I watched as a sly smirk played on her pretty face. I pulled out my own phone and texted Braxton. Harper, miss you. Can't wait for tonight. It didn't take him too long to respond. Braxton, I always miss you when you are away from me, gorgeous. Braxton, looking forward to dinner. It's only dinner, my Luna. At this, I thought I would play with him a little, as I was in a seductive kind of mood. I blame it on Valerie, making me pick a very vibrant shade of red for my polished choice. I'm more a pink and nude tone girl, and if you're going to act like Val, you've got to go all in. Harper, I was thinking more along the lines of dessert at home, my alpha. I had to suppress my own giggle as he immediately called me. Hello, I answered sweetly. You gorgeous are being very naughty right now. And I just wanted to let you know that your very sexy little text has my wolf rather anxious right now. Oh, really? I asked playfully. Well, I'm finishing up here. Val and I are just going to stop by a little boutique before heading out, though. I should be home in like 5 minutes. You can't rile me up and just not come straight home. I need new lingerie, I replied as if it were nothing. Val turned and smiled in approval. I winked at her and she giggled. Don't get too attached to it, gorgeous. Because I'm going to want to take it off of you quickly the minute you walk through the front door. I've got to go, handsome. Love you. I felt satisfied. I know Braxton loves me because I am his mate and whatnot. And yes, he called me gorgeous and tells me I'm beautiful. But this was different. This was a lust-fueled reaction, and I was kind of proud of myself for getting such a rise out of him. It made me feel sexy. After we finished, we paid, and I did, as a matter of fact, stop at a boutique, just like I told Braxton I would. I got quite a few items to match this more confident streak I was having. Valerie drove me back to mine and Braxton's house. And as we pulled up, Braxton walked out of the house. I knew he'd open my door. Is everything all right? She asked curiously. Yeah. Brax is such a gentleman when it comes to opening doors and carrying bags for me. I shrugged. A lot of male wares are. Also, I was kind of flirty earlier. So when we do that, we don't just flirt with the guy. But it kind of riles up their wolves too. She nodded and I hugged her. Just as expected, Braxton opened the car door for me. I stepped out with my shopping bag and he also took that from me. He kissed me before surprising me by scooping me up over his shoulder caveman style. He waved at Val and then turned to walk us inside. I lifted my head to see my sister in awe. I could only wave as she drove away. Once inside, Braxton rushed us upstairs to our bedroom and tossed me down onto the bed before climbing on top of me. He kissed me passionately. Now my bold little Luna. You said you were craving dessert. I shrugged. Something along those lines. He showed his pleasure, And I smiled as I put my arms around his neck and brought his mouth back down onto mine. With Braxton, I lose all sense of time. After a thrilling moment of intimacy, I was exhausted, but being rushed out of the bed. I want to go on a date with my mate. He almost pouted. I couldn't deny him this. I also wanted the date as well, seeing as I couldn't remember the last time we went out simply because we wanted to. So we got up, had quick showers, got dressed and headed out to one of the fanciest restaurants the next city over. The days blended together as we finally settled into a comfortable normal. Elise and Vance were loving life as a married couple. Mariah and Patrick had moved into a lovely house together as they began to prepare for their baby on the way. Ryder moved away. And lately it felt as if Val had too. You're always gone. I sighed as I spoke to my sister over the phone. Hey, little Miss Hypocrite. How do you think I felt when you first started dating Brax? She laughed. I'll be home this weekend, though. Mom and Dad are supposed to be coming back into town. I had to think about it, but I couldn't remember where they were currently at. Where did they go this time around? I don't know, Nantucket. Or was it Seattle? I shook my head. Ever since Dad retired and found out that my dreams no longer consisted of Ivy League schools, he and Mom had been living out their own dreams of traveling the world. So, how's Trace the Alpha is good? Well, he asked me to move on to his lands. Really? I asked. I hadn't expected that. His own house, maybe? But I liked the idea of having her near enough to keep an eye on her but still trying to give her her own space and independence. Yeah, she said, and I could hear the smile in it. It's so crazy, Like I feel like it's all happening really soon, though. I mean, we've only just met like 2 weeks ago, and yet... I don't know. This feels right, though. I know he said he'd understand if I needed my own space, so he'd help me look for an apartment. But if I'm being honest, I would really love to live with him. You would. All my life I've known Val to be one who loves her own space. Back when we shared a room, she'd even put up curtains around her side of the room to make it seem like she had her own space. She sighed. I know. Shocker. But honestly, I think it's the only way to really get to know somebody fully. Like when you're at home, you let your guard truly down. So if you leave your socks everywhere, if you leave the cap off the toothpaste, if you leave boxes of cereal open, then it's all going to get brought to light. Well, as honest as it all is. Remember, that would be a two-way street. Miss leaves her eyelashes and hair ties everywhere. Oh my goodness, that was one time I left my lashes in the nightstand. Val. I thought it was a huge spider. I said, humored. Whatever. Point is, as fast as everything is going, I'm really comfortable with him. And I like that he's so upfront with me about what seems like everything. I told you, Valerie. Mates are forever. So when you think about it that way, you and Trace are basically married already. And if you want to move over there, just tell him you're ready to live with him and see where it goes from there. I smiled. Anyways, I've got to go. I'm meeting with the girls to discuss a possible baby shower for Mariah. Mariah's pregnant, she shouted. I went into panic mode. Had I forgotten to tell her? Had Mariah even wanted people to know she is? And please, please don't say anything to anyone, especially her. I don't think she wants people knowing. She agreed, and we said our goodbyes before we finally hung up, and I headed over to Mariah and Patrick's house. As I arrived, Patrick was leaving. Hey, Harper. Hey, Patrick. You're not sticking around. I knew Elise wouldn't be too pleased, as she wanted the both of them to be making these decisions together. Beta duties. He smiled. And hey, good luck in there. You and Ellie are gonna need it. I watched as he left and was glad that Elise was also pulling up to the house. Hey, You good? She asked. I nodded. Patrick sounded like Mariah isn't having the best of days today. She nodded, and we made our way into the house. Mariah was in the kitchen on the phone. They were supposed to not only be delivered 2 days ago, but also assembled. The fact that they were delivered today, almost a full 7 days later, with 0 assembly. Not to mention that they are the wrong color. No, I will not hold. I will speak with a manager now, or so help me. I will take my pregnant self back into the store and raise all kinds of hell. Elise and I looked at each other as we stood awaiting the end of her phone call. Yes, this is Mariah Van Buren. She sounded much sweeter. My mother-in-law and I were in there last week and purchased a convertible crib and dressing table set. Yes, sir. It was the both of them. Now, you unfortunately didn't have it in stock, so we had to order it, and I have the order receipt here in hand. We ordered the set to be in slate gray instead of white, and my mother-in-law purchased the delivery and install as well as the furniture insurance. She finally looked over at us and smiled before motioning to us to make ourselves at home. But Elise and I remained where we were. The problem is that the pieces arrived several days late. The wrong color, and the items left on my porch by my front door. Now, my mother-in-law and I have made an appointment to go in and look through the strollers and high chairs as well. But if this is any indication of the service... Fabulous. She smiled. And do you have it in stock? I can wait. Mariah now tapped her little foot along the hardwood flooring of her pristine kitchen. Hey, she smiled this time, talking to us. We told her hello, and we all walked over to her kitchen table that sat in front of a lovely set of French doors that looked out into her backyard. Patrick made coffee if either of you want some, she said before going back to her call. I am still here. It is perfect. I will be here all day. You too. Bye-bye. Good morning, Elise sounded. You get that all out of your system, what? She asked. I want what I want. When I want it. Is that too much to ask? I had nothing to say. She smiled, and Elise and I went into full party planning mode. We'll keep the list relatively short. Family and close friends, I said. So we've got Patrick's mother and stepfather, as well as Viv. Braxton. Priscilla. Richard and Rebecca. Myself. Elise and Vance. Valerie. Ryder. I'm also putting down Alpha Trace since Val is his mate, and Zoe and Morgan. Am I forgetting anyone? I asked. My in-laws, Elise said, even if they can't make it. My mother-in-law is the best gift giver ever. Plus Tommy would come with them. I nodded. Of course we'd invite Vance's family. Mariah nodded. Aw, I miss the goons. I smiled. How far we'd come to thinking Tommy and his friends were just goons that hung around Ellie because they had nothing better to do. I'd also like to invite your parents, H. They've always been super sweet toward Ellie and I. And my brother. You're inviting Frank? Elise asked. Why wouldn't I? He's my only family, she said in a duh sort of way. My heart fell a little. Just doesn't seem like his kind of thing. I was a little confused. I hadn't realized Elise knew Mariah's brother that well. Then again, I suppose she did spend a solid week with them a while back. Mariah shrugged. It isn't, but I know he'll come if I ask him to. I don't know why he doesn't just move back here, to be honest. You know, you might want to try convincing him to move here. I sounded this time. Braxton and I had even talked about this when we were discussing telling Val about the wares. The fact that you are someone's mate means you're a dormant, and since you two share both parents, he more than likely is dormant as well. I'll have to talk to him when he comes down. She sighed. I knew it wasn't an easy thing to do. Elise had been kinda quiet. You cool, Ellie, she smiled. Of course, she sounded before jumping in onto the next item on the list. Of course we know that you have stayed, you do not want a baby shower, and you want to keep this party as gender neutral as possible. H and I think it'd be kinda cute to have a gender reveal and the partygoers wear pink or blue depending on their guesses of what they think the baby will be. Of course you and Patrick will be wearing white. On and on we went, and we had finally come up with an official date. Guest list and menu. I'll get with the Pack kitchen staff and let them know what we'll be serving, I said as I gathered my bag. And I'll get started on the invitations, Elise said with a slight sigh. You two are the best. She smiled. I'm sorry I have to run, I said as I hugged them both. First official duty as Luna of the Pack. I sighed. Don't stress about it. Braxton will be there with you. You're marked. You finished your training. The Pack presentation has taken place. This is just people coming to you guys with complaints. Elise tried to assure me. I thanked her and told them goodbye before taking off. As Harper transitioned smoothly into the full role of our Pack's Luna, I wasn't too surprised to find out that her sister Valerie was also taking on the role. I knew Harper would have her concerns, but it isn't our place to say anything. Also, Trace is ready to push forward with his mate. While I'm just happy to have my own mate by my side in whatever capacity she's willing to give me. Lucky for Trace. Valerie seems willing to do just about anything he asks of her, Ryder said. I nodded and sighed. As long as they're thinking things through. Of course, no one has much say on the matter, so long as they've gotten clearance from the council. He shrugged. She's already been presented to them. Marked. Only thing left really is the pack presentation, which is why I'm here. He smirked as he held out an invitation. Cordially invited to the presentation of Luna Valerie Carson. Not one for subtlety, is she? I read out loud as I looked at the invitation. He chuckled and shook his head. The invitations were Trace's idea. He's just excited to have everyone meet his mate. He smiled a little. The invitation to you was her doing. She refused the presentation altogether if she couldn't have her sister there. We both knew most Luna presentations take place in front of her new pack members only. I couldn't help but smile as well. Harper's going to be. Well, to be honest, she does tend to surprise me more often than not, so who knows how my own Luna will take this invitation. Well then. I'm out before the Luna decides to take it out on the messenger, he said as he got up. I walked him out just as Harper was pulling up the driveway. I smiled and walked over to her car to open the door for her. I took her bag and kissed her. Hello, gorgeous. I don't think I could ever get tired of your kisses, she said before I bent down and kissed her once again. All right, my gorgeous. My mother has asked us over for dinner. What about our meetings? I shrugged. The committee for the shelter rescheduled for next week as one of their main people is out of town, and the older gentleman scheduled for this evening canceled altogether. So we're free to do whatever you want. Like I said, my mom invited us over, but we don't have to go if you're not up for it. She shook her head. I'd love to go to your mom's house. I smiled. We don't have to go right away or anything. I hinted as I walked us inside. She stepped out of her heels and stretched. That's good. I am a little tired, she said as she set off toward the staircase. I placed her handbag onto the entryway table by the front door and locked the door behind me. I turned to follow her and noticed that her top was thrown on the floor at the base of the steps. It was odd. But as I picked it up, my wolf suddenly woke up. My mate was aroused. I looked up the stairs and saw her skirt on the steps. I rushed up and collected the skirt. As I continued to make my way to my mate, I found more clothing articles leading to our bedroom. A bra and very attractive underwear were the last items left behind before I heard a very small sound from the other side of our bedroom door. I opened the door to my gorgeous Harper. Her hair was splayed across the pillow as her beautiful body was on full display for me. A light blush touched her cheeks as she looked at me and smiled. Took you long enough? I could only watch her. My wolf ready to come out. She asked if I was only going to stand there and watch. I replied playfully that I wouldn't want to interrupt her. I kind of wish you would, my alpha. That was all I needed before I joined her in our bed. And we shared intense moments of affection. I was beyond ready to take her, but my beauty was in control right now. It's rare that my Luna takes control like this, so I wouldn't take it away from her. After intense pleasure, I smiled and kissed her mark. I whispered, tell me what you want, my Luna. You. All of you. I'm so glad you both made it. My mother sounded as she greeted us with hugs before showing us into the house. I'm still working on dinner, but you two make yourselves at home. I'd love to help you if there's anything for me to help with, Harper offered. My mother smiled and whisked my Luna away. I, on the other hand, rushed upstairs to my old bedroom. I went into my closet and pulled out my safe. I reached into my pockets and withdrew my keys. Found the right key. And opened the safe easily. I had all of my most important documentation in here: Social Security card, birth certificate, my father's will, my own living will, car titles, land titles, loose cash, and one very important little black box. As I lifted the box from the safe, I let out an audible sigh as I felt the weight of reality setting in. Now I have zero regrets, and I have given this decision a lot of thought. But at the end of the day, I love Harper. She is one of my best friends. My girlfriend. My mate. She's taken my mark. My family loves her. And most importantly, This is the next step. And whether she accepts or refuses, I will love her regardless. But I can't even begin to imagine my life without her. I placed the ring into my dinner jacket's pocket and put away my keys before putting the safe away. I took a seat on my old bed, trying to think of a good way to propose. Then a light knock sounded before she let herself into the room. Hey. Hiding from us, I smiled and shook my head no before I stood up to greet her. I could never want to be away from you, my Luna. A beautiful smile filled her face. Actually, I came upstairs because of this, I said as I reached into my back pocket and held the envelope out to her. Ryder dropped it off this afternoon. I watched her face as she read the invitation. While I was actually expecting to hear how soon it was for her sister to be presented and how she had so much to learn. Harper, of course, took the complete opposite route and smiled excitedly. There are going to be 2 Luna Carsons. I couldn't help but laugh a little and think to myself, for now. Luna Carson, I shouted over the phone. Val giggled. I know. Isn't it wild? Then she sighed. It's all right. Right. Like not too soon, Val, I sounded. I took a seat on one of Priscilla's deck chairs outside. After Braxton had showed me the invitation to my sister's presentation, I excused myself to call her. You've got to stop worrying about how quick things are going now. Like I told you. When it comes to wares, there is no such thing as too fast. That's what Trace says. He said it's even more intense since we're mates. He's right. I smiled. If this is something that Trace thinks you're ready for and it's something you feel comfortable taking on, then why not? I feel like it's what I'm supposed to do. Like it just feels right, and it makes me proud that he wants me to do this, you know. I felt a little bad because here was my sister. The same situation as me, but I sort of rebelled and denied all of Braxton's offers, and Valerie just openly accepts them. With grace and pride, no less. I felt horrible, but I had been giving it my all these days and feel like I've been doing pretty good at it too. Val, Braxton and I will be there beaming with pride as you are presented as the Luna of your new pack. And I can't imagine a more selfless and deserving person. Other than yourself, she sounded. I laughed and rolled my eyes. Suffice it to say, I found that I am quite the selfish person. Something I'm working on, though. I congratulated her once more before cutting the convo short, as I did still have a dinner to attend. But before I could make my way back into Priscilla's home, Braxton stepped outside. Everything okay? He asked. I nodded. Everything is fine. My sister is happy, and I am happy for her. I smiled. I'm glad to hear it, he said before pulling me into a hug. I've been meaning to ask you something. He sounded. A glint of mischief mixed with nervousness seemed to dance across his eyes. What are you up to? I asked. But before he could answer, Priscilla opened the back door. Dinner's ready. She smiled. Braxton took my hand and led me inside. The 3 of us sat down to enjoy our meal, and we all ate and talked. How's Ryder settled into his beta role with his brother? Priscilla asked sweetly. To be honest, it had been a couple of months since Trace's masquerade pack party, even though it only felt like a couple of days had passed in reality. So much has happened. Braxton filled her in and even told her about my sister. As dinner wrapped up, we told Priscilla goodbye and left shortly after. Braxton helped me into the car before going around to the driver's side. I simply sat there and watched him as he went through the various actions. What he asked as he caught me looking at him. I shrugged. I thought you wanted to ask me something when we were in the backyard. Oh. That, he said as he began driving. Just wondering if you'd like to go to the lake house. What about Valerie's presentation as the future Luna? Technically, your sister is already the Luna as she's been marked by Trace and has been presented to the council. Also, her presentation is on Sunday. We can take outfits with us. We'll go out tonight. And just take off to Trace's pack Sunday evening. I nodded. It has been a while since we've been out there, and I do love the lake house. I smiled. But is that really what you meant to ask me? I don't know why. Call me crazy, but I felt like he was going to ask me something else entirely. You sure you didn't mean to ask me something else? He shook his head. Not to my knowledge. Is there something I was supposed to ask you? He asked with a slight confusion on his face now. Oh, Braxton. No. My handsome, I would love to go to the lake house. I guess I just picked up the wrong vibe. I admitted, slightly embarrassed now. Don't worry about it, gorgeous. he said as he smiled and took my hand into his own, and we continued on our way to our house. Once home, I packed up my bag while he packed his own bag and made a call. He put it on speakerphone and sat the phone on the dresser so he could continue packing. Alpha, I could hear that it was Patrick. Hang on. I'm going to call in Vance too, he said before he picked up his phone and called Vance. Alpha, hey guys, now that I have the both of you on the line, I wanted to let you know that the Luna and I will be out of town this weekend. Neither of them said anything. Harper and I will be leaving for the lake house this evening, and we will be gone all weekend, only returning him Sunday after Alpha Trace's Luna is presented to his pack Sunday evening. It goes without saying that the pack is under your protection. I expect that the both of you can handle this. Yes, Alpha. They both sounded. I will have my laptop with me as I will have to finish up some work, so if anyone needs to reach me, please reach me through email. I rolled my eyes and smiled. If either of you needs us, feel free to call. I put in. Braxton turned to face me and smirked, but try not to need us. He sounded to them once more. He finished up his call and also finished packing his bag and collecting mine before we headed downstairs. I set the alarms before locking up the house as he got the bags into his car and pulled around front to pick me up. I let myself into the car and soon we were off. I grabbed his hand and he smiled at me before I resigned to looking out my window at the scenery as the setting sun painted everything with beautiful warm colors. Soon the night sky would fill the background. And I know when the moon is out, my handsome Alpha tends to let his wolf control his emotions. Also, given that the full moon is this Sunday, I knew he'd have little control over his wolf's arousal. I could definitely have some fun this weekend. What are you smiling about over there? He asked smartly. I shrugged. Just really glad we're coming out here this weekend. I feel like so much has happened since we've last come out. He nodded. I know what you mean. As we pulled up to the lake house, I let myself out of the car much to Braxton's protest, and I stretched before he came around to me. I've been meaning to ask you. Do you not like me opening doors for you? I looked at him and shook my head. No. I actually love the fact that you're so chivalrous, I admitted. He smiled. Good. Then I will open doors for you so long as I am able, he said before he bent down to give me a kiss, and then we moved to enter the house. He placed the bags on the ground while he unlocked the door and opened it for me before collecting the bags. I undid the alarm and he moved quickly up the stairs. I knew he would be putting our bags in the bedroom. I locked the front door behind us and then stepped out of my heels and began to move around the living room. I drew back the curtains so I could admire the beautiful view of the moon and stars shining down onto the lake. Hey, gorgeous. He sounded as he came up from behind me. He took me into his arms and hugged me to him before bending down to kiss the top of my hair. I've been meaning to ask you how you felt about finally trying out this hot tub. I nodded my head. Why not? I hadn't packed any swimsuits, but thankfully we had spare swimwear here. Together we went upstairs, and I got into a cute bikini that the bottoms tied off on the sides. I was a little unsure of the bottoms though, as they seemed ultra-revealing. They were something that Val had talked me into getting one day while shopping with her, as they were a thong-style bottom. I sighed and grabbed a large towel and wrapped it around myself to completely shield my body from view. You ready? He asked. I couldn't help but stand there and completely stare at his abs. So perfectly defined. And his broad shoulders and large biceps. Hey now. None of that just yet. He smirked. I realized he was teasing me. He knew that by coming out here with no towel, I wouldn't be able to help myself but stare at him. But I wouldn't be the only one to be played with tonight. Fine then. I pouted before I turned my back to him and carefully removed my towel. I didn't allow it to fall to the ground as I would need to use it afterward and didn't want it to get dirty. I placed the towel on one of the chairs and turned around to see Braxton's lovely brown eyes had darkened quite a bit. Handsome. None of that just yet, I said, mirroring his previous statement as I began to pick my hair up into a messy bun so it wouldn't get too wet. He growled and stepped forward, and I held out my hand. Would you mind assisting me into the hot tub? I asked as I finished up with my hair. He looked down at my hand and then back at me as if I had asked him the meaning of life. You're serious? He asked. I nodded. You suggested the hot tub, babe. Not me. I smiled. He actually rolled his eyes before he took my hand and helped me into the hot tub slowly. It takes a minute to acclimate to, but once in I let the hot water massage muscles I didn't even realize were sore. I closed my eyes and sighed a content sort of sigh. I listened on as Braxton got into the hot tub as well, but I couldn't bother to open my eyes. I felt as the water moved, and soon his hand caressed my thighs. I opened my eyes and found his handsome face. A beautiful smile filled his face. "I love you." "I love you too," I replied, although I'm really also loving this hot tub right now. If only it gave actual massages. "I can help you with that." He smirked before I smiled and obliged him. He moved to take my previous seat, and I sat on his lap comfortably. His fingers moved expertly, and I allowed my eyes to close once more before I reached up and carefully tugged on one of the strings to my bikini top. Braxton sounded shocked. "Harper," I looked back at him and said, "Now you don't have to work around the top." For the massage, I smiled as innocently as I could before facing forward once again. But before he started the massage, I felt a small tug on my right hip, and I looked down to see my bikini strings floating in the water. "Oops," he said cutely. "Braxton," I sighed. And soon I was being carried out of the hot tub and back into the house. The next morning I woke up to the smell of bacon. I opened my eyes and found that I was alone, still fully naked in the giant bed. I smiled as I recalled last night's actions. I took my time in sitting up and brought the blanket with me. His wolf must have sensed me waking up as he walked into the room carrying a tray with food. "Good morning, gorgeous. What time is it, 1115? He smiled. He could see I was ready to ask him why he hadn't woken me up. "You needed the rest," he said as he handed me my robe. "Thank you, handsome." I slipped on the robe and got up to use the restroom and wash my face before joining him back in the bed. After brunch, Braxton finished up some reports for his job and I cleaned up the kitchen. When I was all done, I made my way to the office as I too had one assignment to finish up for school, as well as review some emails for the committee for the restoration of the woman's shelter. A project I would be heading pretty soon. "I've been meaning to ask you. How's school going?" "It's going well." I sounded as I was a little focused at the moment. "That's good." "Classes, easy, eh?" "They're here and there. More boring than anything else." I smiled. "Oh hey, I've been meaning to ask you, how do you feel about everything going on with your sister?" I continued scrolling an article for my assignment, but I shrugged. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't concerned. I personally do feel like she's moving really, really fast, but I also know that she is Trace's mate, and neither of them can exactly control everything happening around them. I stopped talking while I typed up a brief paragraph. But at the end of the day, I am happy for her. And I will always support her decisions and be there for her as her sister. I just hope she's ready for everything that comes along with the Luna title. "You've handled it beautifully." I gave him a quick kiss before continuing my work at hand. But Braxton never left. Much like a child, he sat on the floor right next to the desk in the office and asked me multiple questions. "I've been meaning to ask you, how do you feel about our relationship?" I got up to open the curtains in the office. I shook my head but smiled as my attention was on the curtains. They were kind of heavy and didn't want to open. "I love you, and I love our relationship," I said honestly. "I'm glad, gorgeous. I've been meaning to ask you, Braxton." I sounded slightly irritated but mostly humored, before I turned to see that he was on the ground, kneeling, holding a small black box in his large hands as a beautiful ring shone brightly. I looked at his face and found a sweet smirk. "I've been meaning to ask you if you'd be my wife, oh Braxton." I smiled. I was so overcome with emotions I couldn't stop the tears from coming forward. "I know I promised you I wouldn't do this until I felt like we were in a comfortable place within our relationship. Until I felt like we were truly ready. And Harper, I can't begin to tell you how ready I am. I love you and am in love with you, and I don't think those feelings for you will ever falter. I know for my wolf you were always meant to be my Luna. But for me, you were always meant to be my wife." Words couldn't form in my head. I could only stand there in absolute awe as I simply nodded my head yes. I know I had been pestering her since we had dinner at my mother place, but I had to catch her off guard. Now I found myself kneeling with the ring in my hand and she just stood there adorably nodding her head yes. "Yeah," I asked for clarification, like, "Is that a yes, gorgeous?" She smiled. "Yes, that's a yes," she said excited before she finally came over to me. I stood up and removed the ring from the box before placing it on her finger. "It's beautiful," she said sweetly. I could tell it was a little big on her, so I'd have to get it sized just a little. "This is an Auckland family heirloom." Every Luna of this pack has worn this engagement ring. It first belonged to my great-great-great-grandmother whose family owned a diamond mine in Russia. Is that true? She asked more than a little skeptically. I shrugged. Just what I've been told, gorgeous. No way to verify it, really. I chuckled. I can get this sized for you if you want me to hold on to it for a little longer. She nodded her head, and I bent down to kiss her. I love you so much, Harper. And I love you, Braxton. I left my mate alone so she could finish up her work in peace, and I went outside to chop some wood for a fire tonight. But as I chopped the wood, I suddenly realized I'm getting married. I pulled out my cell phone and called my family's attorney. Boyd Law Firm. How may I direct your call? Please inform Miss Boyd that Braxton Auckland is on the line. I said, "One moment, sir." The receptionist put me on hold, and I didn't have to wait long. Braxton Ivy, I smiled. Have you been? Ivy was probably the only girlfriend Ryder has ever had before finding his new mate Zoe. When they ended things, everything was cool, with no animosity whatsoever. So we all stayed extremely good friends. Which was good for me as her family has always handled my family's financial and familial affairs. I'm all right, she announced. Same old, really. Just working constantly. You know, you work too much and your mate is bound to pass you by without you even noticing. I sounded like my mother. But Ivy is a good friend and deserves a good mate by her side. She only laughed. If my mate comes along, then so be it. If not, oh well. I refuse to chase a man, and furthermore, I need someone who can match my work ethic. I'm not about to be putting in 100% and have him putting in like 20%. I laughed and shook my head. Same old Ivy. Stubborn as ever. But I also know you really want a guy. Anyways, I'm calling because I need to update a lot of my documents. Oh yeah, since you're always too busy for your friends, I don't know if you've heard or not. But I have found my mate last year, and just this afternoon I have proposed to her. Yeah, Dad has filled me in on our new Luna. But congratulations on the engagement. Your mother must be thrilled. You're actually the first one I've told, to be honest. I said as I suddenly realized I probably should have called my mom. But I know she will be. She loves my mate. I'm so happy for you, Brax. And hey, I can have all the proper documents ready for you to look over. Will you be bringing your mate with you? Ivy asked. Will she need to sign off on anything? Anything that may need her signature can be put off until the both of you are ready. She assured me. I know you. And you probably want to put it off so she may enjoy the engagement without being too overwhelmed by the financial side of things. I smiled. She was right. Thank you. And you're right. Harper knows my family is pretty well off and she knows about our house and the lake house. But I don't think she knows quite how well off we really are. Or even how many properties I actually own. I admitted with a sigh. It's not like I was trying to hide anything from Harper. But I know she doesn't care about those sort of things. Brax. It's fine. Whenever she is ready, just bring her by. But speaking as your friend, I would suggest telling her about your accounts and make sure she knows what she's really agreeing to when marrying you. As your attorney, you might want to tell her about the assets as well as draw up a prenup. She's my mate, Ivy. I growled. Not some gold digger. Like I said. That is my advice as your attorney. At the end of the day, what you choose to do is your call. And whenever you can make it to outside of town, I'm here for the next 2 weeks. I'll head that way shortly. If you can have everything ready. Harper and I are actually at the lake house, so I can pop into town and I will get those signed and take off to get her ring size down. No problem, Braxton. Thanks, Ivy. See you soon. As I hung up, I gathered the wood I had chopped before the phone call and headed back inside as Harper walked out of the office. All finished, I asked. She nodded. Only just. Now, what's on today's agenda? My alpha, I smiled. I loved hearing her call me that. I actually have to pop over to the town square for some quick business. Oh. Well, do you mind if I tag along? I wanted to pick up some groceries for a special dinner tonight. Of course I wouldn't mind. Plus, I also wanted to get your ring resized while I'm there. Because I can't wait to start seeing you wearing it. I said before I bent down and kissed her beautiful lips. Well, let me just grab my purse and we can head out. I nodded and patiently waited for her to rejoin me. But once she returned to my side, I didn't hesitate to take her hand and walk us out. I love the woman so much, and I truly can't wait to make her my wife. My pack is large because technically it is made up of 2 towns, the town where we live, Everest Peak, and the town where the lake house is located, Grove Ridge. It can get confusing as most packs are made up of 1 town. My grandmother was the only daughter of an alpha, and my grandfather, her mate, was next in line to take his own alpha father's place. So when they married, they combined the packs. And we've been Everest Grove Pack ever since then. Of course, it comes with its own advantages and disadvantages. But it was always great to get away to the lake house, but knowing we truly weren't technically getting away since we were by default still on pack lands. Which is great as an alpha since I need to be with my pack as much as possible to ensure their constant safety and well-being. Harper and I parted ways once we reached the town square. I noticed she stopped in at the bakery. And she's no doubt hit up the flower shop right next door. I wish I could join her as my wolf, and I love to see her excitement with small things like cupcakes and flowers. But I really did have business to attend to. Hello, sir. How may I help you? A girl with jet black hair asked me as I entered the Boyd's law firm. Braxton Auckland for Ivy Boyd, I said. The young woman nodded her head precisely before she got up to announce me. It didn't take her long to return. If you would follow me, sir. I obliged her and followed behind her. Brax. You weren't kidding when you said you'd be right over. Ivy smiled as she came over to me. We greeted each other with a hug and a respectful kiss on both cheeks. I told you Harper and I are at the lake house. We're actually here all weekend. She nodded her understanding. Well, have a seat. I'm still printing out all of the documents, but you can sign as they come out. I nodded and helped myself to her own chair behind her desk. I reached for a pen and watched as she shook her head in a humored fashion. She went to the printer and brought over a stack of papers. Stapler, please, I nodded and handed the stapler over to her. And I knew she'd also ask for a highlighter, so I beat her to the punch. She rolled her eyes but took it and sat in one of the chairs in front of her desk as she began to highlight various sections on the papers. Here you go, Brack, start signing off on these and please date it as well, she said as she got up again and collected more papers from the printer and expertly explained the documents. For as crazy and hard-headed as she, Ryder, and I could be, the 3 of us knew when to be serious. Right now, I could see that she was filling that serious attorney role as she talked me through various sections of the papers. I began signing the sheets in front of me while she repeated the process. As you can see, I've added a spouse line. When you are both ready, I will have your mate sign on those same lines. This will split your assets completely down the middle, becoming the both of yours. She will have access to all of your money and properties as well as stocks, business ventures, land, and car titles. As I want her to, I said proudly. It belongs to her. I really am happy for you, Brax. How's Ryder? I stopped signing to give her my full attention. Ivy is a Wur who was born and raised on my lands. Her family has a long lineage of family that are also from these lands. And therefore she's shifted here and lives here. So she is without a doubt in my eyes one of my pack members. Because of business, she technically doesn't claim one pack or another. But she isn't a rogue, as she isn't blacklisted by any pack either. In the Wur community, Wares such as Ivy are called wanderers werewolves, who have an original pack and will report back from time to time but wander through various packs with the blessing of their home alpha, mostly for school, business, and the council. With Ivy being a wanderer, she wouldn't be up to date on the latest pack information, which is why she wouldn't have known about my mate except for the fact that her father had filled her in. What she also doesn't know is that Ryder is no longer my beta. That his father died. That he's the new Garnet Hills beta. Or that he has a mate. And for as good as they were when they ended things years ago, I still didn't know how she'd take all of this information. Ryder's doing all right. He is fixing to finish up school and getting ready to start his residency. Unfortunately, his father passed away. Oh my goddess. I'm so sad to hear that, Ivy said with genuine concern now. I know he wasn't extremely close to his dad. But despite how much he tried to hide it, I could tell he always tried to do things to get his father's approval. I shrugged now. They were able to spend his father's last moment on Earth together. Ivy sighed heavily as she thumbed through the papers. I should call him. I can't imagine he's taking this well. All alone and away from his family right now. Actually, he is no longer in our pack. I admitted. What happened? She asked as she stapled what seemed to be the last of the papers. When his father passed away. He left the pack to him and his brother. Trace is alpha now and Ryder's his beta. Wow. I'm so sorry, Brax. I know you two were like brothers. Ivy offered kindly. I shrugged it off and finished up signing her marked areas on the papers. It's cool. Duty calls. I feel like you aren't telling me something. I looked up at her. He found his mate. When she asked, I could see the slightest sadness that glasses across her eyes. While they weren't mates, Ivy and Ryder had remained close. But I can't imagine getting over a significant other can simply be so easy. A couple of months back. I know I saw them together at Trace's presenting. But it could have even been before that. I don't know much about her other than her name is Zoe. But he's happy, she asked with a small smile. I nodded. As much as mates can be. Then I'm genuinely happy for him. It took me another 2 minutes to get things all signed and squared away, but I finally stood up when I finished for good. I'll probably bring Harper by after we get married and everything starts settling down. She nodded. Let me walk you out. Once we reached the front, she smiled and hugged me. I hugged her back and gave her our usual 2 cheek kisses. I held her face as I looked at one of my oldest friends. I really hope you find your mate, Ivy. You deserve one. Thanks, Brax. Braxton was taking longer than I expected. I looked down at my grocery bag and smiled. I had decided to make dinner for us tonight. But not just any dinner. Braxton's favorite childhood meal, according to his mother, meatball subs. It seemed like a simple meal. But she told me all about how much he used to love them growing up. And I wanted to bring that little bit of nostalgia back for him. I looked across the street and saw the Boyd law firm that Braxton said he would be at, as much as I wanted to look around at the other little shops. I really did need to find him and get this meat refrigerated before it went bad. I walked across the street and let myself into the building. A raven-haired beauty, probably close in age to myself, smiled at me and greeted me upon entry. I'm just waiting on my my fiancé. I corrected myself with a laugh. I'm still adjusting to that, I admitted. No problem. She smiled, Mr. Auckland. I nodded. He is back in the office. Would you care to join him? I shook my head. Oh no. I'd hate to interrupt them. I know he had business to tend to. If you don't mind. Could I just wait out here? Of course. Please make yourself comfortable. Can I get you something to drink? We have water, coffee, and bottled green tea. She offered kindly. I'll take a water, please. She nodded once again and smiled before getting up to go over to a door. She disappeared and brought me a bottle of water. I thanked her and waited quietly. After what was probably 5 minutes, I got on my phone and scrolled through memes. Those familiar butterflies began to stir within me, and I knew my Braxton was close by. I watched as he walked out of a door with a jaw-dropping blonde bombshell. This girl was older than me for sure. There was something so elegantly luxurious about her as she seemed to radiate opulence and grace. She was tall like Elise, so I had no doubts that she was a were. Her blonde hair fell down her back carefully in well-placed blow-dried curls. I watched as Braxton hugged her and then took it upon himself to kiss her. And not just once. He held her face in his hands in a caring fashion as he said something. But I was too angry to hear what he said. Quick business. My self-control. I was livid. It was then that he turned and saw me. A look of concern filled his face as he looked at me. I knew his wolf would pick up on my mood. Damn werewolf, Mark. I tried to play it cool. The last thing I would do was lose my mind in front of this woman. You all ready to go? He asked sweetly. I nodded and let him lead me out of the building. Unfortunately, the little town was apparently part of Braxton's pack, so the people that filled the streets greeted us both very graciously. And as upset as I might have been, I could never disrespect them. I walked all the way to the car without so much as word to him, and even opened my own door when I reached the car. I knew myself well enough to know that I was too hurt and emotional to speak to him rationally without yelling or crying because I was so hurt. So once I was in the car, I put the bags on the back seat, pulled on my sunglasses and buckled up before I closed my eyes and pretended to be asleep. He drove with the music low and only tried to get my attention once when he called my name, but I didn't respond. Too bad the drive wasn't longer. As soon. We had reached the lake house. As I felt the car stop, I pushed up my sunglasses, and even though I wasn't really asleep, The light that touched my eyes made me squint. I moved to grab the bags and he stopped me. I'll get them. Let me come around and get your door. I got it. I sounded a little grumpily. Something wrong, I looked at him. Braxton. How would you feel if I let a guy hug me? Kiss my cheeks? No. How would you react if I hugged another guy and kissed his cheeks? His eyes began to darken. You're my mate, he growled, a low, menacing growl. My eyes teared up a little. Exactly, I said as I got out of the car. I needed him to see how emotional he'd get over me. Interacting with a guy in a more than friendly manner is the exact same way I am feeling right now. He had the keys to the house, so I made my way out back. The fresh air would do me some good. Harper? He sounded as he followed behind me. I knew he was upset now. But due to his long legs, he reached me before we could even reach the front of the house. Why would you say that to me? Do you like seeing me get upset? Do you like seeing me upset? I countered. What are you talking about? I saw you, Braxton. I sat there and watched as my new fiancé openly hugged another woman as well as kissed her. Twice. Harper, I didn't. The blonde at the law office. I clarified. And I know you only have 2 cousins, so don't you dare try and give me some false line that she's family, because that's not how this works, Braxton. Gorgeous. Calm down. Ivy is an old friend, and I have never done anything with her, nor have I ever wanted to. Other than being Ryder's ex-girlfriend, as much as you don't want to hear it, my love. The Boyds are like family, as they have always been business associates. Did we go into town today specifically for her? He shook his head. I did go, because I had business with her, but not to see her specifically, no. No. Ivy is my attorney, and I had to sign off on a ton of paperwork. I figured since we were here in town, I could get it out of the way so we could enjoy the rest of the day without me having to work on something for once. That may be true, and I do believe you, Braxton, but I am telling you now, the next time you find yourself in that situation, alone with a female, put yourself in my shoes and think to yourself, how would I feel if Harper did this? And if the reaction angers you, then just don't do it. He didn't say anything, and we just stood there. Could you please unlock the door so I can start making this dinner already? I just want to get this day over with. Are you still upset with me? I am sorry that I disrespected you, gorgeous. You, as my mate, should never have to feel jealous as you are above anyone else in the world for me. I sighed. I am still mad. But now I'm more upset with myself for overreacting. I just really want to be alone right now. Please don't be mad at yourself, Harper. You reacted like anyone would have reacted. I should have used better judgment or even introduced you to her, and that is my fault. Braxton. The door. Please. I sighed. He obliged me by unlocking and opening the door for me. I took the bags from him and made my way into the kitchen. I put my purse down and fished out my cell phone and earbuds before I put on my saddest music and began cooking his favorite dish. I watched him as he let himself into the kitchen and just sat at the bar while I worked. Neither of us said anything, but both of us knew we needed the other one near in order to calm down. As I finished up the meal, I plated up the food and handed him his before I joined him at the bar, where I set my plate down and took out my earbuds. This looks good, he said. Thank you. I hope you like it, I replied before we ate in silence. But as I wasn't mad at him, I couldn't go without touching him in some form. I reached out and grabbed his hand. I'm sorry I went full jealous psycho on you. You're my first everything, and the one thing I've always been terrified of is for you to also be my first heartache. Harper, my gorgeous, I will do everything in my power to make sure that never happens. I know. And I love you. I love you more, he said. After that, everything seemed to go back to usual. And that night, as we laid in bed together, I couldn't imagine my life without him in it. I'm nervous. I don't know why, but I am, I said as Braxton held my hand and drove us toward Trace's pack house. His thumb traced over the newly sized engagement ring he had placed on my finger only an hour ago. She's your sister, my gorgeous. You have every right to feel anxious as she takes this next step in life. But I promise I won't let anything pull you two apart. And I'm almost certain Trace would do the same for the both of you. I let out a shaky breath, and then offered him a weak smile in an attempt to pretend I was fine. He saw through it and kissed my hand gently. Everything will be fine, my Luna. We drove onward, and as much as I tried to relax, I was still a ball of nerves when we finally reached their pack house. We were greeted by Ryder and a very bubbly girl. Alpha Braxton. Luna Harper, I know our Luna Valerie will be glad to see you. But first, if I may, allow me to introduce you to my mate Zoe. She smiled before casting her eyes down and bowing her head respectfully. It's an honor. Oh, please. We aren't anyone special, I said as I smiled at her. And it's nice to meet you. We talked momentarily before Ryder smiled and cut the conversation short. If you'll follow us. Valerie's in the office with my brother. Ryder took Zoe's hand and Braxton remained holding my own before we followed after them. This time I actually got to get a better look at the opulent pack house as there were no more flowy fabrics hanging off of the walls and the lights were actually on opposed to only candles lit. I could see that it was a large entryway. Obviously quite grand, as a beautiful chandelier was the centerpiece in the foyer. The floor could possibly be white marble, but the beautiful rugs caught my eye, so I paid more attention to them. Everything just seemed so luxurious. I almost felt like I was in a pristine museum. Ryder knocked once before he opened the door slowly. Inside, we found Trace and Valerie in a tender embrace. She turned and saw me and let him go before rushing over to pull me into a tight hug. I'm so glad you came. Dude, I'm freaking out. I smiled and hugged her back. Oh, Val, there. No need to freak out. You'll do fine, and Trace will be right there with you the entire time. She let me go and smiled but kept hold of my hands. Thanks, H. Oh, expression of surprise, she said as she felt my ring, then looked down at my left hand. Harper, are you getting married? I felt the heat reach my cheeks as everyone was now focused on me. It was never my intention to try and take the attention away from her on her big day, so maybe that's why I tried to hide my hand behind my back. Gorgeous, Braxton sounded sweetly, as he placed a loving hand on my back. Go ahead, I nodded. Braxton proposed this weekend. Oh gosh. You've got so much to plan and do. Oh. And what did Mom and Dad say once more? I blushed as I had to admit I haven't told my parents. Well, the proposal is still very new to Braxton and I, so we haven't had time to tell anyone just yet. But of course I plan on telling Mom and Dad. And the girls, of course. But we don't have anything planned or set yet, so it's strictly an engagement for now. She was giddy now, and as she held on to Trace's arm, congratulations to the both of you, but if we can table this for now. I'd really like to get my Luna presented. Trace sounded happily. Once again, Braxton and I followed Ryder and Zoe out of the office, and we stood with Zoe, and another girl immediately joined us as my sister. Ryder. And Trace took their positions up front. Hello, Morgan. Braxton said to the new girl who joined us. Alpha Braxton, she smiled. Morgan. I'd like you to meet my mate Harper Carson. Harper, my gorgeous. This Ryder's baby sister, Morgan. I told the girl hello, but she was too wrapped up in her friend Zoe to hold a conversation with me. And I didn't mind at all, as I wanted to focus on my sister right now. Trace's words were similar to Braxton's when he presented me to the pack. But Trace added his own loving mentions here and there. Valerie looked absolutely picturesque in her signature red attire, and when she was finally officially presented, everyone clapped and howled with excitement. I clapped as well, my own smile on full display. The party was in full swing, and for once I didn't mind actually just enjoying myself at the party, as I danced all night with my sister before one of our handsome mates would come over and pull us apart. Not that either of us minded much. I rested my head against Braxton's chest as he expertly glided us along the dance floor to the lovely song playing into the night. I love you, I said. He kissed my hair and replied, I love you. And thank you for loving me constantly and choosing me always. I smiled and looked up at him now. He was crazy. He was the one who always put up with me and chose me. But I wouldn't disagree with him. No, right now. I was enjoying my time with my alpha, and all I really wanted right now was a kiss. And as if his wolf had heard me, he bent down and kissed my lips obligingly. You know, I think when we get home you're going to need to let your wolf have a run. He nodded. It had been a while since he's been out. And he does tend to get antsy when I don't let him out. But I was thinking more along the primal side. As Braxton usually gets more animalistic after a run, and I was looking forward to some fun alone time at home. Is it me, or does it feel weird being back here, Val? Whispered as we both sat in our parents' living room. Our mom in the kitchen and Dad upstairs. I nodded. What's more? I was playing with the empty area on my finger where my engagement ring had sat previously for the past 2 weeks now. I see you still haven't broke the news to Mom and Dad about your getting married. I kidded her. I'm not getting married. She gave me a deadpan expression and I rolled my eyes. Yet. I'm not getting married yet. I amended and she smiled almost annoyingly. And what about you? You tell them you've moved out, she shrugged. Oh, just decorating our house serious. Mom knows I've been seeing someone. Just haven't told her how serious it is. I smiled at her and I couldn't help but remember when Braxton and I had done the exact same thing. Just then our mom walked into the living room and smiled at us. I've missed my girls so much, she said as she took a seat in her favorite chair before she called down for our father. He joined us shortly after, and soon we found ourselves just sort of looking at each other as we awaited one of our parents to speak. Everything okay? I asked in an attempt to kill the silence. My mom smiled alongside our dad, but it was our dad who spoke up on behalf of both of them. This last year has been so wonderful for your mother and I. We could have never done any of it if we thought you girls still needed us around. Our mom put in. What do you mean? Val asked, a little hurt. Of course we still need you around. Mom and Dad both shook their heads. No. My girls. You may want us around, and that's normal as we are a family forever. But your dad and I don't have to be here as you are both grown, fully functioning adults. What are you saying? I asked now. Your mom and I have given it a lot of thought, and we've decided to sell the house. Now I know this may cause a bit of a stir. As Valerie, you are currently still living here, and you are both used to this house being your home for the past few years. But I can assure you both that no matter where we do end up living, it will always be home. Even if it is a caravan. A caravan? Val asked for clarification. You guys are seriously gonna just travel forever? Mom shrugged. As long as we are able. Perhaps one day we will move back to be near you girls again. But it will be in a much smaller house. It was so weird to think of my parents not being there all of a sudden. I mean, I understand they've been gone a lot, but it was always with the assumption that they'd be back after their trip. Before their next adventure. Then I felt guilty. Like I should have spent more time with them, but I knew I couldn't be selfish. And they seemed to be happy with this chosen lifestyle. Now, Valerie. Mom said, getting our attention once more. We don't want you to feel like we're putting you out, and your father and I will even pay for an apartment for a few months. Oh, it's cool. I've been living with my boyfriend, she announced coolly. You've been staying with your boyfriend? Dad asked. Val smiled and nodded. Yeah. He just finished renovating his house, so we've been shopping to fix it up more to our tastes. And how long have you been seeing this young man? Mom asked, more than a little concerned. Again. Val hasn't always had an easy go when it comes to guys, so I could see how they'd be more than a little concerned. But my sister rolled her eyes. Like just over a few months. But you guys don't have anything to worry about. Trace is different. He loves me. She blushed. Ask H. She knows him. Oh. Yes. Yes, Trace is very in love with Val. And he's a really good guy. He's actually friends with Braxton. A great leader in his community. Extremely close to family, and seriously, Mom, he absolutely dotes on Val hand and foot. I'm in good hands, guys, she added with a smile. They seemed to be contented with our answers. And what about you, Harper? Dad asked. Everything with you and Braxton going well. I smiled now. As well as can be expected. He's busy with work most days. But we're good. I caught Val's eye and she was looking at me, trying to silently tell them about my engagement, but I ignored her as Mom began talking again. You both know. We love you and just want the best for you, Dad said kindly. And you know, Harper, your father and I only really got to meet Braxton briefly once before. I'm wondering. How about we have a big family dinner? Mom suggested, excited now. Harper, you can bring Braxton. And Valerie, honey, you can bring your boyfriend Trace. Dad sighed and got up. I've got some work to do. Work? Valerie and I looked at each other. Dad's retired. What work could he have to do? I guess he wasn't too keen on officially meeting the guys his daughters were officially with. I can stay and help you, Mom. I just have to call Brax and let him know about the dinner so he doesn't make any plans for this evening. I filled her in. And I have a class. But Trace and I will be here for sure. Need anything while I'm out? She asked. Of course, Mom didn't need anything, and soon Valerie was off. I was all alone with my mom. I can't believe you and your sister have boyfriends. Valerie has always been so easy with her affections towards guys. But you, Harper, you've always been so much more reserved, but you're happy with your boyfriend. Now I felt this nagging pull deep in my stomach to confess that Braxton and I aren't just boyfriend and girlfriend. We are so much more than that. Of course, I couldn't tell her about mates. But I could tell her about the engagement. I smiled and nodded. I am Mom. I love Braxton so very much. Can I tell you something? It was now or never. Who knew how she'd react to finding out? At least this way, she'd get all the embarrassing reactions out of the way before Braxton arrives later on. She took a seat on one of the stools in the kitchen near the island, and I explained how Braxton and I were engaged. No ring, she asked. I smiled a little. He proposed with a beautiful ring. I just didn't want to catch you and Dad off guard by flashing it around. Well, you'll have to break the news to your father. Not that either of us are exactly surprised. You know, your father half expected you to already be married while we were gone. What with Elise married? Oh, that reminds me, I said as I opened my purse now and pulled out an invitation. It's a gender reveal invitation. Her eyes were wide, and I had to amend the situation as I could see she assumed it was my baby shower. No. 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 It's not for me, Mom. Mariah and Patrick are having a baby, and Ellie and I are hosting. Mariah wanted you and Dad to come if you wouldn't mind. She seemed to breathe easier as she even smiled a little. I'll see if we can make it. If not, I'd love to get her a gift regardless. Now, how about you go and tell your dad what's going on in your life? I nodded. Easier said than done, though, as my dad and I had been extremely close. Something tells me he wouldn't be as welcoming to the idea that I was engaged as Mom was. I had received a phone call from my gorgeous mate and was thrilled at the idea of her parents wanting to have a dinner with us. That's great. I sounded. I mean, Harper seems to always be so involved with my family. And I couldn't wait to show her I could be just as involved with her family, too. She chuckled over the phone. I'm glad you think so. Because I just told my mom that we're engaged. I honestly couldn't find it in me to tell my dad, so I was hoping we could maybe do that together. My stomach fell a little as nerves washed over me. Never have I ever felt nervous. I mean, I'm an alpha in charge of thousands of people. I've killed rogues without so much as a second thought. My daily job deals with million-dollar companies. Yet here I was now, thinking about how I asked my mate to marry me without her parents' consent or her father blessing. My heart was racing and my wolf was on edge now. I mean, of course I understand that Harper is old enough to make her own decisions, and some may see my asking her father's permission as outdated. But it's the respectful thing. Don't worry, she sounded, possibly picking up on my silence as nerves. Val's supposed to bring Trace too, so there'll be a good distraction for us. I had to admit that knowing I wouldn't be the only future son-in-law in the house tonight did make me feel a little better. We talked a little more before I had to go to finish up a report for work. Of course, my gorgeous. I can't wait to talk to the both of them. I miss you already. Miss you too, now hurry up and get over here. She laughed a little before she hung up. But the minute I put my phone away and got back behind my computer, I found I couldn't focus on anything. What would her father say? What would he do? Or try to do? I knew there was no way I'd be able to focus. And luckily I was already at home, so I simply logged off of my laptop and decided to go for a run. As soon as I stepped through our back doors, I took in a deep breath and undressed before shifting. It always felt so good to shift and shake my fur out. My wolf took the lead and ran us through the overgrown forest. Careful not to get snagged by low-hanging branches or trip over any uproots and tangled foliage. But my wolf moved seamlessly, as if he knew where exactly everything was. But after being out close to an hour, I finally headed back in. I shifted back, collected my clothes, and had went up to have a shower. I knew I still needed to get them a gift or something. This was the first time I'd be meeting her parents and really getting to talk to them and getting to know them. Opposed the times I picked her up but never stayed long enough to make a ton of conversation. I was determined to make a good impression, even if that meant I came off as a kiss-ass. Her mom would be easy, as Harper told me how she loves to garden, so I stopped by my mom's shop first. Hey, sweetie. What brings you by? She sounded as she moved from behind the counter and walked over to hug me. I am having dinner with the Carsons this evening, and I came to pick up some seeds for her mother, who happens to love gardening. She smiled and gave me a few seeds of her favorites. So you've got her mother covered. What about her father? At this, I sighed. I have no idea, and I'm pressed for time, so I can't get anything too extravagant. She nodded. Well, how about just an honest-to-goodness talk with him? Let him know who you are and why you deserve to be with his daughter. And remember, none of the mate stuff will work with him. I sighed once again and nodded. Thanks, Mom. I was thankful for the fact that when I pulled up to the Carson house, Valerie and Trace were also pulling into the driveway. Hey, Valerie sounded before I made my way over to greet them. I gave Trace and Valerie brotherly sort of hugs, and she smiled. We could have carpooled. I offered her a weak smile. I knew she was trying to nix the tension, and I was grateful for it. But my wolf and I wouldn't be completely at ease until we could at the very least be near our mate. Val walked us all in, and thankfully my Harper came right over to me. She hugged me and held my hand. I was completely out of my element here, as I wasn't quite sure about her parents' stance on PDA. So I would have to follow her lead. Mr. and Mrs. Carson. It's a pleasure to see you both again. I sounded Mrs. Carson. My mother sent over these for you after I mentioned how much you care for gardening. I didn't want to take credit for the gift. Oh, thank you. She really didn't have to. She smiled. It was nothing. She runs a flower shop and appreciates anyone else who shares a green thumb. I let out a sigh of relief after that and watched on as Trace was introduced to the both of them for the first time. Val was thankfully more talkative and bubbly and made up for the awkward greeting between them all. After that, their mother announced that dinner was almost done and to make ourselves at home. But before we even had time to make our way into the living room, their father spoke up. Gentlemen. A word, please. I took a deep breath and let go of Harper's hand. Before I joined Trace in what felt like our walk to the electric chair. My wolf whined for our mate, and I shook my head silently, asking him to stop. She was safe and inside. Right now, we needed to be on our guard and prepare for anything. The three of us made our way out the back door. I noticed they weren't too far away from the forest line. To think. All those times I wanted to visit Harper when she lived with her parents. I could have just met her in the forest. But I was pulled out of my thoughts as I noticed Mr. Carson had come to a stop and turned to face us once again. Trace and I stood next to each other. We were two young, powerful alphas. But in this moment, all we were. There were two guys coming in to be with this man's daughters. Trace Johnson and Braxton Auckland. You two are very lucky men to have found Valerie and Harper. He smiled. I know how much my daughters love you, and I know you worship them. As mates should do. You mean soulmates? Trace smiled. Mr. Carson smiled in return but shook his head. No. I mean mates, as in a werewolf's other half. So you are a were? Trace asked curiously. Mr. Carson shook his head, saying he had never shifted. Nor had anyone in his family, for that matter. Harper found something on dormant wolves, Braxton added. Mr. Carson nodded once again. He remembered when his father told him about it, saying his father told him the same thing and so forward. He believed they were wares once before, fully shifting. But somewhere down the line their genetics got diluted, so to speak. Someone in their ancestors was a full were, and somewhere down the line they shared a child or children with a full human, which made the child a half-were. This half-were may have also had a kid with a human, making this offspring only 1/3 were. Again, say they had a baby with a full human, then they have a child that is only 1/4 were. Once more. This kid grows up and has a baby. This baby is basically fully human, but still carries that minimal were gene. Braxton asked what that meant for any children he and Trace may have someday with the girls. He paid close attention, noting that while Harper and he were not actively trying to have children at the moment, that didn't mean they didn't want them someday. Mr. Carson simply shrugged. He said that being that Braxton and Trace were both wares, and the girls had a small were gene, their kids would have the gene, but whether they shift or not was still a mystery. Trace asked about the fact that they were both alphas. Mr. Carson noted it was no secret the alpha bloodline is stronger, given their strong bloodlines and the girls having even a small amount of were gene. Their children should in theory shift with no problems. He added that being with the alphas may awaken the dormant wolves altogether. Trace asked how that was possible. more than enthusiastic now. Mr. Carson said Harper mentioned possible extreme circumstances. His cousin and her husband experienced their wolves going dormant once for a length of time. They got into an accident. And as unfortunate as the accident was, fortunately it was that same accident that restored their wolves, so to speak. So they were able to heal and have full control of their wolves again. Trace stated that if Mr. Carson was telling him Valerie had to get into a serious accident to bring her wolf out, he would rather her not have to get hurt and just stay the way she is, because he happened to like the way she is now. Braxton understood him completely, wolf or no wolf. Harper was still his gorgeous mate, and he would love her regardless. Mr. Carson admitted he was not 100% on the intricacies of it all and was not female. However, he suggested that birthing a child can be quite extreme on the body. He had a feeling the girls would be getting their wolves if they all planned on being parents someday. Braxton was not too certain how he felt about it. He remembered his first shift. It was horrible and excruciatingly painful. The last thing he wanted was for his mate to have to endure that. Even more so while she was trying to push out a baby. None of them really knew what to say. Soon Valerie peeked her head out the back door, announcing, "Dinner's ready." Trace moved to join her, but Braxton stayed still and asked Mr. Carson if he could speak with him for a moment. He nodded silently and waited for Trace and Val to disappear. Braxton started by personally apologizing. Mr. Carson asked what Braxton was apologizing for, with a little more concern now. Braxton confessed that he had asked Harper to marry him, and she had accepted. He realized he should have come and talked with Mr. Carson first and supposed it was too late for his blessing now. Mr. Carson smiled a sad sort of smile, saying that while he appreciated the apology, it was hardly necessary. Harper has always known exactly what she wants in life, and he had no doubts when it came to her happiness. He let out a deep sigh. He explained that it was tough because he knew that as Harper was Braxton's mate, Braxton would do what was best for the both of them, and he had no doubt Braxton would put her first. However, just knowing she was his baby made it a little hard to imagine her being someone's wife. Braxton reassured him that they were in no rush to tell the truth. It could be a few years before she even starts planning anything, though Braxton personally wished it would be sooner. He would never rush her in anything. Mr. Carson chuckled, saying that put him a little more at ease. As for his blessing, Braxton hardly needed it. All he asked was that Braxton keep her safe and make her happy every day. Braxton promised to try his hardest. Mr. Carson called him son. He suggested they go in for dinner before his wife killed them for the food getting cold. Braxton followed him in, and once in the dining room, he took a seat next to his mate. He brushed her hand under the table, and she looked up at him and smiled. He smiled back at her, and together they enjoyed the rest of dinner. They all talked. And to be honest, it just felt very natural. Braxton couldn't help but wonder why he kept his family's bloodline a secret. The girls obviously had no clue, as Braxton had to tell Harper everything. If he would have told her and Valerie growing up about wares, things could have been so much easier. Harper wouldn't have run away from him when he shifted for her the first time. "Mrs. Carson asked Braxton sweetly if he would like seconds. "Yes, please." Braxton smiled. He watched as Harper's mother left the dining room to get him more food and wondered if Mrs. Carson was Mr. Carson's mate. He questioned whether dormant wares have mates. He then wondered, wait, did Mrs. Carson know about wares? He had so many questions, and all he really wanted to do was excuse his mate and himself so he could talk all of this out with her. After dinner, it was Harper and Val's turn to talk to Dad. No doubt he had given the guys the 5th degree about their intentions with Val and Harper, or whatever dads tell their daughters' boyfriends. As they reached the backyard, their dad sighed loudly and looked at the both of them. He asked if they knew how long he had tried to do his best for them both. Tried to shield them from his past, only for them both to just stumble into it. Harper asked what he was talking about. Valerie wondered. Yeah. What past? He stated he knew about the guys. I know exactly what the guys are. They're werewolves. And more so. So are you two. Harper asked if he was aware. She had read all she could on dormant wolves and familial bloodlines, where some in the bloodline shift while others' wolves remain dormant their whole lives. He confirmed he was born with a dormant wolf and unfortunately had never shifted. He had no doubt that he never would shift, and he was fine with that. He had known all about his wolf all his life, and sometimes he thought he guides certain actions. But again, that was the extent of it. Val asked about Mom. He replied he had never told their mother. So she didn't know about this world. He explained it was harder to explain when he didn't even have the ability to shift. It would be like worrying her for nothing. So he never told her. It was something he had battled with for years, but in the end, he stood firm by his decision. What he did regret was not telling either of them. He could have prepared them for this other world. And he felt he let them both down on assumption. Harper asked what assumption. The assumption was that because he didn't shift, or his father and grandfather didn't shift, that Harper and Valerie wouldn't shift either. He assumed the wolf gene was too diluted, that it had been virtually gone by now. But now the two girls would be the ones to bring it back fully. Valerie put in, "How are we going to do that?" "I don't turn into a wolf." He smiled at her, calling her princess, saying maybe she never will, but if she has babies, she may very well shift from childbirth. He stated there was no doubt her children would shift into wolves much like their mates did come their 17th birthdays. It was so weird hearing Dad of all people talking about this. Mom would have been a little more believable as she was the one who read them the fairy tales and told them to be imaginative and embrace their creativity and individuality. Dad, on the other hand, was the realist. The straight and narrow. The hard worker and vigilant believer in no nonsense. But here he was, so confident in his words now. He asked Valerie to go to her mate, saying he was sure he missed her already, because he had to tell Harper something. My sister looked at me with concern. Harper could see she was ready to protest and stay. But Harper offered her a smile to assure her everything was fine. Harper only hoped it would be fine. He waited until Val was fully inside before turning to face Harper again. "So, heard you're engaged." Harper's face heated up. "Dad." He stated he was not upset with either her or Braxton. Knowing how mates work, he advised her to try and remember herself. He knew both Harper and Valerie were in a position now where they would be asked to put everyone before themselves. But he told her to try and remember that the packs need their alphas as well as their lunas. He told her not to lose herself to the role that she now had to fill. Whether it was the role of Luna, wife, or mother, always remember you are simply Harper first and foremost. Harper smiled and hugged him. She asked why Val didn't need to hear that. He remained hugging her and laughed. He said he would like to meet the person who can get Valerie to be anything but herself. She will always do what's best for herself and the people she loves the most. No questions asked. Harper, on the other hand, had always been a people pleaser and could so easily put herself last. And that placed her in trouble from time to time. Harper knew he was right, and it was something she had always struggled with. He assured her that she wouldn't have to face this path alone. She had Braxton now, and she would always have her sister. She should be open with them, and they can always help her. But back to engagements. He mentioned that Braxton said they didn't plan on jumping into anything. While he was glad they were taking their time, he advised her again to make sure it was what she wanted. Not something she was doing because she thought it was expected of her or because she was worried what others will say. Harper sighed this time. She replied that she was worried, but not of what everyone will say, as she could care less about their opinions. She was more worried that she would be a crappy wife because she was barely a good enough mate. He chuckled and shook his head, saying he found that very hard to believe. Harper rolled her eyes, saying he was supposed to always see the good in her because she was his daughter. He countered that while he did always see the good in both his daughters, he was also not blind to the way Trace interacts with Valerie and the way Braxton interacts with Harper. Plus, the man wouldn't have asked her to marry him if he felt she was merely a subpar mate. He reminded her the pack doesn't need an Alpha and Luna to be married. So him doing this was because he wants to, not because it's what he's supposed to do. It was true. In none of the books Harper had read had they ever mentioned any mandatory alpha ceremonial wedding or anything to the effect the way presentings, markings, matings, and shiftings are. Harper asked Dad how he knew so much about this. Where's in the pack? He said his father told him all about their family. Just like his father told him. Like he said, it was a little hard to believe, especially when you don't have physical proof. But something in his dad's words convinced him, and he just knew it was true. He added that they have family books too. If Harper would like them. Harper's heart raced. And she asked, "Me? What about Val? She's the oldest." He shrugged. He said he could present them to Harper and she could have them copied so that they both had copies. But something told him Harper would show more interest in them. Harper countered, "I wouldn't say that. You know, Valerie has taken quite an interest in the wares since learning of them." He nodded his approval. After that, they made their way back inside and found everyone in the sitting room. It wasn't long after when Val and Trace took off. Mom started the dishes and Dad brought down a small chest. He told Harper this was all he had, and now it was hers. He emphasized that she had to make sure she share it with every future generation. Otherwise, he could not give them to her. Braxton took the chest, but Harper spoke up. "I promised to never let our family line, Dad." He said he knew she wouldn't. "Kiddo," he told her not to worry about Mom, saying he would talk with her. Because he guessed it was time for her to know the truth. Especially if Harper and her sister plan on having kids someday. He laughed. Can't have grandkids just shifting in front of her out of the blue. Then Harper smiled as she looked back at Braxton. Someday. Harper sighed as she rushed about the house in search for bobby pins. "I swear they're never anywhere when you need one," she grumbled to herself. "Harper, bring the hairspray as well," Mariah yelled. Harper sighed but smiled. "Sure thing," she called back. She finally found a pack of untouched bobby pins as well as her hairspray under her sink. "Whatever happened to the bride not doing anything on her wedding day?" Harper asked with a small smirk. "We've tried letting you not do anything but you. Ms. Micromanager won't let us do anything." Ellie sounded as she ushered Harper back into her seat in hers and Braxton's bedroom. Mariah was working on Harper's hair while Elise did her makeup. Valerie walked into the room, announcing, "Hey, the boys just arrived." She added, "And I've been instructed to give this to you," as she walked over and handed Harper a little black bag. The girls stopped working on Harper so that she could take the bag. On top was a card. Harper opened the card and immediately smiled. It read, "My gorgeous. I have looked forward to this day for as long as I have known you. You have exceeded any and all expectations as my life partner, and I can't wait to take on this next adventure into our future with you. I've given you my heart, my mark, and today I will give you my name. I know you didn't want to do the traditional thing, but this belongs to you now. Another Luna heirloom, if you will. I love you, and I'll see you up at the altar. Yours always, Braxton." Elise sighed in annoyance and handed Harper a tissue as she had begun to tear up. Harper dabbed at her eyes. Knowing Elise would no doubt have to retouch her makeup, she finally pulled out the tissue paper and found the contents of the bag. Inside housed a velvet box. Mariah asked if this wasn't one of those joke gifts where there's another box in there. Harper shrugged. Only one way to find out. She opened the box and found the most beautiful sapphire earrings. Valerie smiled wide. Telling Harper. "He told me to tell you they are your something old. New. And blue," Harper smiled. Back when she began planning this wedding, she had stated that she wanted to have a celebration of hers and Braxton's love for one another. She didn't want anything over the top with hundreds of flowers, tons of people they didn't know, or anything they didn't truly need. Instead, she said family only. Wedding dress. Tuxedo. No bridesmaids. No groomsmen. Just her one maid of honor and his one best man. Just a ring exchange and the signing of the marriage license, and then they eat and drink and party. Harper turned to face the mirror and put in her earrings. She smiled as she took in the reflection of not only herself on her wedding day, but her closest friends and family. They had all come such a long way to get to this day. It's so strange. Harper sounded in awe. I can hardly remember a life where I didn't know about wares. Mates. Lunas. Alphas. But here we are. Smack dab in the middle as pack members. Wives, she said, looking at Elise. Mothers, she said, looking to Mariah now. She turned and smiled at her sister. And leaders. I'm so glad that I have got to take this journey with you all. Hey. Ellie sounded a little choked up now. This is only the beginning, girl. We've got so many other adventures to go on. Mariah and Val nodded. Mariah said, Yeah, you act like just because I have had a kid that I won't get married or have others or Elise won't have kids. You and Brax. Val and Trace. I mean, hell, there's still so much to do. Harper shrugged. I know. It just... I don't know. It just feels like this is it. Like my marrying Braxton is the finish line and then what she said. And maybe I'm just freaking out a little bit about the future because who knows where we go from here, but I don't know. I can't think about that, she added, feeling overwhelmed all of a sudden. Hey. Val sounded gently as she stepped forward now. She hugged Harper, and Harper closed her eyes. Chill, H. I get that this is huge. You're getting married. But you're marrying Brax. Harper looked at her and she smiled. He's your best friend and you two are mates. And you're right. Who knows where you will go from here or what will happen, but no matter where you go or what happens, you will always have Braxton right by your side. Val smiled on. And we will also be there because like it or not, we are all family and family sticks together. Thanks. Harper smiled. Then Elise and Mariah stepped in, and they all group hugged. Okay, this is super cheesy, Elise said, and Harper laughed. They moved and finished up last little touch of makeup. Before Harper knew it, they left Val and her alone in the room. Val smiled, and as soon as their dad walked into the room, she gave Harper another reassuring hug before taking off. You all ready, kiddo? Dad asked, smiling. Harper took in a deep breath, smiled, and nodded. I am. Together they descended the staircase and found Braxton standing at the bottom of the steps. Her dad handed her off to Braxton, and with her hand now securely in his, Harper felt at ease. This was what she wanted. They moved to stand in front of the podium that held their marriage license. They had technically been officiated as married by a courthouse representative, but all they had to do was sign off on the license to be official. I know we said we weren't going to say any big speeches or anything, so I'll keep this brief. Braxton smirked as he reached into his suit pocket and pulled out Harper's wedding ring. I promise to love, honor, respect, and protect you always as not only the love of my life, but the Luna of our pack. Harper smiled. They were his own little vows and she adored them. Val handed her his ring, and Harper smiled in turn at him. Braxton, I promise to you in front of our family that I will always love you, even if I may not like you at the moment. Harper smiled, knowing that even though they were mates, they can still have their disagreements. I will also honor you as your wife and Luna, protect you in the ways I know how, and cherish our relationship always. Harper finished as she slid his ring onto his finger before they both moved behind the podium. Harper signed her new name first, Harper Auckland. She smiled as she looked at it. She won't lie. She had practiced her new signature for probably a week straight, trying to perfect it for this moment. And after Braxton signed his own name, he kissed her, and everyone clapped. They made their way out of their house and into the backyard where a large white tent had been set up. Her new mother-in-law had decorated it with flowers despite Harper's objections, as she wanted to keep everything low-key. Harper was now grateful for it as it looked beautiful and didn't just have a backyard barbecue feel to it. Everyone helped themselves to the buffet-style food and beverages while music played. They ate and talked. Afterward, the tables were pushed to the sides and the floor was now opened for dancing. Braxton took her hand before he led her to the dance floor and kissed her. Hey there, gorgeous. Harper smiled. Hey there yourself, husband. He smiled. I can get used to hearing that. Well, I don't think you have any other choice. Harper pointed out, feeling silly. Then she laid her head against his chest. She could hear the sound of his heart beating and she smiled. Thank you for coming into my life, Braxton. You have made every single day that much more special. She looked up at him now and he smiled down at her. Well, thank you for choosing me. I will always choose you when given the choice. Harper smiled. He leaned down and kissed her. They danced on, but Harper couldn't help but look around in awe. This was her life and she couldn't wait to see what would happen next.